Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new, FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
It's the penultimate round of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. The pressure is on for Wesley. Guys, what on earth are you doing? We are live. Just cut.
For the first time in 13 years, Norway Chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together, while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
I did Magnus not play f4. Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Ukesh Domorashu, Vincent Keimer, Wesley So, and Alireza Farusha. Every single round looks like a world championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now of Vincent Keimer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Xinyer, Zhu Wenjun, Hampi Knero, and Anna Moonsjuk all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway Chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. If the classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. One game, one winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway Chess starts right now.
And it's a good day in Oslo, but you can forget everything you think you know about libraries, because here in Oslo's iconic library, Bjørvik Deichman Library, this is an arena of roaring energy. The crowd, we are ready for what is about to transpire for the next 2 rounds. Look at them go. Well, we are all clear for the action that is ready to unfold today. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I am here with International Master Tanya Sajdev and Grandmaster David Howe. Now, they're a little bit on my bad books. It was all good. It was all good.
It was Tanya. She was grabbing my muffins. They're mine.
I mean, it's that stage of the tournament. We all need all that energy. And David, you can only have so many muffins at a tournament. But I have to say, I mean, this year, Norway Chess has completely blown out the script from everything that was expected. You know, we've had it all. We've had the shock defeats. We've had the turnarounds, the comebacks, all the tensed Armageddons. And now with 2 games remaining, the finish line visible. And David Howell, with visibility comes muffins and pressure.
Exactly. The pressure is on. It's the closing stretch. I was looking back at past results. The last rest day is when suddenly something switched. A flip was switched, and it just felt like the players, they wanted to start fighting. They wanted those decisive results. Things started getting very dramatic, and I'm hoping the last rest day, gave them the energy to do that again.
Well, we're certainly looking forward to seeing what the players are going to bring to the table today. But as Tanya and David mentioned, round 8 was just simply shocking. 4 decisive games. Let's take a recap of what went down. And now Wesley is just looking for the most surprising moves to make in order to make Vincent burn that time on the clock. There you go. No more checks. Just offer Trader Queens, make Vincent think. And here we go. Mistake.
Can't take it. He comes back.
And the clock. Vincent loses on time. Tough defense ahead, but Wesley gets the job done.
I was really tired mentally from game yesterday, so I'm really happy to win the Armageddon at least.
Big blunder in the game between Divya and Bibi Sara.
Wow, that is a full rook sacrifice. She needs to sacrifice the rook on b8.
She does it. She's about to take the 3-pointer win.
No way for White to save this suddenly. And she's walked into a different type of checkmate. Rook h3 now is the killer. And handshake, Bibi Sara turns it around. Divya heartbroken.
For her, it was very hard to play because her king is weak, and also my bishop, which was stupid for the whole game, has become very strong.
I think I just overpushed and didn't realize where to draw the line.
Magnus has got to be careful. Only one move. King to e2. Everything else is checkmate.
Only one move now for Magnus Carlsen. It has to be king e2, and he goes forward.
Checkmate in 7. It's a mate in 7 if you go queen d4 check.
And Magnus is done. It's checkmate. There's no way forward. Handshake. World number 1 crashes to defeat. Prag takes him down.
And Magnus Carlsen cannot believe it. For Pragner, it's his 2nd win in a row here at Norway Chess, taking down the world number 1.
Whenever he was under time trouble, some of things weren't working for him. But I think that's the case for everyone.
Get the king into the game.
You do anything. You can put a rook on f6, support it with a g-pawn. You cash his king's cut off. Even if g6 falls now, it should be a win for white. The black king is so poorly placed, and it's a handshake.
I think nothing will be decided until the last round, probably. So I have a game against Wesley, so it will be interesting.
Nothing will be decided until the last round. Prophetic words there from Alireza Firouzja as we take a look at the standings. And with Wesley and Alireza set to fight in the last round, everything looks like it's going to be a showstopper for these last 2 games.
Yeah, every point matters. Armageddon might not be enough. Even if they win those Armageddons, they might find themselves overtaken by those who get the job done in the Classical. Almost anything's still possible. And it all comes down to this last stretch now.
I absolutely love what we set ourselves up for. Wesley leads by 1 point ahead of Alireza and 2 ahead of Pragnananda. Basically, we've got a leader who refuses to give up his lead and 2 chasers who refuse to breathe down his neck right now. And nothing's decided. The path ahead for Wesley includes a matchup against Magnus and Alireza tomorrow. This is still a field wide open.
It is absolutely a field wide open. And for Alireza, he faces off against Vincent today. And talking about field wide open is a completely different situation in Norway chess women. There we have Bibisara Asaubaeva. Now she faces off against Anna Muzichuk today, knowing that a draw will give her that point that is required to cement the win.
If the Bibisaurus takes this to the Armageddon, that's it. Norway chess women is her title. She will be the debutante who becomes champion. And it could have been a very different storyline if Divya Deshmukh would have converted her game in round 8 against Bibisara so incredibly close to that. Divya would have been in the half-point lead. But today what we have instead is Bibisara with a 5-point plush cushion right now.
Yeah, she has been so impressive, so entertaining her games as well, Bibisara. She would be a worthy winner, but of course Anna Muzichuk in second place will have something to say about it. She will, however, need to win her first classical game of the tournament. For Anna Muzichuk, it's been a tale of Armageddon so far.
It has been Armageddon central for Anna Muzichuk as she is looking for her first classical win. Well, our players are ready. I feel so nervous about today. I cannot predict what is happening. For Bibisara, it sounds like an easy job, right? She just has to hold her nerve, get that required draw in the classical to take it to Armageddon. But it's so easy when it's not so easy when you have so much at stake.
And the thing is, the other good news for Bibisara is she's playing against a player who's had all draws in the first 8 rounds. That's Anna Muzichuk, but a player who refuses to draw anything right now, it is Wesley. So it all turned around for Wesley with a win against Magnus in round 5. Before that, it was an Alireza Firouzja show. But since Wesley has had a lead, he hasn't let go of that. It's a big challenge against, in front of him, the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. You know, Magnus, not mathematically out of it, but even if he feels inside him that he's not in the hunt for his 8th Norway chess title, he's still in the hunt for a perfect finish.
Exactly. Magnus, if he wants to win the tournament, he knows he needs to beat Wesley today and hope and pray that other results go in his favor, but obviously a long shot. Magnus at least will want to end on a high. They met each other after the last rest day, went Wesley's favor. Another rest day might have also helped Wesley's mood, but a bit of a laugh there. I think they were discussing a banana. Unclear who that belonged to. In the meantime, Vincent Keimer, he has suffered in all of the Armageddons, 0 out of 7 from those Armageddon games. But he has won a classical game, hasn't lost any. So a win here, a win in the final round 2, and he would launch himself up the standings.
Mm-hmm. And someone else who would also potentially launch themselves up the standings is Pragnananda, as he plays black against Gukesh. I mean, there's not really that much in it in the standings. We had Wesley 1 point ahead of Alireza, and Alireza is 1 point ahead of Pragnananda, and a classical win would basically just set the field wide open, and still nothing is decided in that particular event. But in the women's, it's all in Bibisara's hands.
And is this going to be the day where Anna Muzichuk finally gets a decisive result in the classical that could completely change the narrative going into the final round? Bibisara needs only a draw to take the championship, 1 round to spare. I have to say, that's got to be a good feeling.
It's got to be a great feeling. The question is whether Bibisara knows how to play for a draw. She plays such ambitious chess, always on the front foot, always trying to make things happen. Anna Muzichuk has been rock solid. I will say that she has looked happy to draw the classical games on occasion with white, with black. So it depends on how much she wants this, how brave she's feeling, taking risks with black against Bibisara, but we'll find out soon.
We will. And for Divya Deshmukh to have any outside chance of claiming the title, she needs to start with a win today in the classical against Zhu Jin. For Zhu Jin, she's got to be feeling good after her win in round 8, taking down Divya. How much of a reset has Divya had after the turnaround that happened against Bibisara?
Yeah, that was a very painful loss there for Divya, as she managed to lose a winning position, and suddenly it feels like all her hopes are over. Zhu Jin coming off a win against Ju Wenjun. Both of these players are actually on 10 points, so they still have outside chances, at least for, if not for first, for a very good finish. And these two are so young, but it feels like they're already developing a very old rivalry, both from Chennai. And as we see world champion Gukesh get ready with the white pieces for Prague, this could be everything.
Absolutely. This is the ultimate Indian showdown. It is board #1 versus board #2. 2 Indians, one is out of the title race. For the other one, very much in it. Pragnananda with 2 back-to-back wins. taking down Magnus along the way. Now, few can boast of defeating Magnus Carlsen twice in their entire career. Praggnanandhaa did it in one tournament.
Yeah, Pragg is now one of the few grandmasters out there who's got a plus score against Magnus Carlsen in Classical. Not many can boast of that, but Pragg can. I love how they're wearing matching outfits as well. Gukesh against Pragg, bottom right.
It's the famous Waka blazer, the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. Both mentees, prodigies of Waka, and repping it.
They are definitely repping it and showing it to an elite level as well. And going back to your stat about Pragg, like most people who have positive scores against Magnus, got that when he was a child. Pragg has actually got it from this year.
From this year, and most of Pragg's win against Magnus, well, all of them in Classical have come from Norway Chess. Norway Chess in 2024, Pragg for the first time takes down the world #1 in his life, and that was such a big moment for Indian chess. And right now, he is one of the chasers in this tournament. He's 2 points behind Wesley, very much in the race. He knows he's playing a struggling Gukesh right now. A Classical win would be everything for Pragg today.
It would certainly propel him up the standings, even potentially into first place. So much rides on this game as we get ready to initiate.
Round 9. Let's go. Let's get ready. Everyone looking sharp. Everyone looking very focused. Those ceremonial first moves just being made on the boards before the action really begins. Too early, of course, with our prediction game, but I'm predicting there will be a lot of ambition, at least.
And I completely second that, because this is the stage where great tournament runs become championships, become titles. And it's so important to not just try and play safe. I think for Wesley, he's not feeling safe at all. Even though he's kept his lead for so many rounds, the player, top center there, Alireza Firouzja, you just cannot count him out. His story is not over at Norway Chess. He was leading for the first 5 rounds of the tournament. And then 2 back-to-back losses. And how does he respond? With 2 back-to-back wins there. And now he's back in this one. A huge one against Vincent Keimer. Does Firouzja feel that he wants to play against a Vincent's biggest weakness? Will he take him to Armageddon? It's go time. Round 9 is underway.
It is. We have a lift off as we see Wesley open with the e4 pawn against Magnus, and Magnus means business. We have a Sicilian on the board. This is none of this e4, e5, a symmetrical, tense game. Magnus is here saying, I want to win this game.
Okay, and Wesley would have predicted this. Wesley could not have banked on Magnus playing it solid, allowing him to force a draw. I think for Wesley, he's shown in the last couple of rounds that he is happy to kind of hedge his bets, take it to Armageddon, try to get that extra half point there, but here we see open Sicilian. Magnus has been playing the Sicilian Najdorf in recent months. Very provocative opening, giving white lots of choice. How aggressive is Wesley so going to be to try and extend his lead in the tournament?
We saw Magnus play this against Pragg as well with the black pieces, and that did not go very well. Despite some interesting positions, some exchange sacrifices there, Magnus getting a great advantage in that one eventually, but slipping away, went on to lose. But I think the opening phase wasn't one that you can complain about from that game. Heading towards a Najdorf, we are.
A Najdorf, and Wesley, in games where he's happy to make a draw with white, he either goes ultimate mainline e4 or ultimate mainline d4. He doesn't go any sidelines. He normally goes very, very direct. But there aren't so many lines which kind of force too many simplifications in the Najdorf. Here we go. Pawn to a6 is the Sicilian Najdorf after Miguel, famous grandmaster. But Wesley, the safest ones I would predict might be pawn to g3. This is where Magnus had his confessional, said white had pretty much 18 logical moves that have been played in the database. I'm going to predict g3, but we could also see one of the bishops come out.
A bit of a shake of his head, Wesley, right now, and that takes me by surprise, because Magnus just played this in Norway Chess against Praggnanandhaa, where Pragg in this position pushed the h-pawn up the board. h4 was the first big surprise, an absolutely up and down game. Just me or Wesley looks slightly uncomfortable?
I think he looks tense. There's a lot riding on this game, and Magnus has opened up with a Najdorf, and I've got to remind everyone that earlier on Magnus played a Najdorf against Pragg. Pragg responded with h4. It was a super sharp game. Do you think we're going to be seeing something like that? I mean, you've predicted g3, bishop e3, but the fact that Wesley's now thinking makes me a little bit worried, because here with no increment, you have to play quickly.
Yeah, you definitely want to play quickly. He must have spent a big chunk of the rest day preparing this. That's for sure, Wesley. I think this is just kind of either he's plucking up the courage to do something really direct, really attacking, or he's just saying, okay, what mood am I in? I prepared 2 different lines. Which one today is going to be my choice? I believe that Wesley's mainly been playing Bishop E3. There we go. Over the last few years, although open Sicilians aren't so common in his games, in his practice. And yeah, there are some drawing lines. If Magnus had played the move knight to G4, Wesley might have gone back to C1 and tried to repeat the position. But Magnus goes main line, E5, kicking the knight back to F3. This is known as being very solid. And of course, you can't spell solid without so.
Sticking to recipe we are for Wesley so right now. The other move, knight to b3, is in fact the more popular approach in this position. Knight f3, the second most played move. Lots of top grandmasters have employed it. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano Caruana. Magnus's response, quick and fast, gets the queen out to c7.
Very common idea, just to stop white's bishop coming out to c4, where it would have nice vision against f7, but also where it could control the beautiful d5 outpost. So this is still mainline stuff.
Mainline stuff, but fun fact right now, David Howell, that if white doesn't make the move a4, which has been played about 1,000 times, but you've got some other options. You could take your bishop out. You could also plant the bishop, which has just moved to g5. All of them go into way lesser known territories. So if Wesley has a new idea, it should be in this position. If he plays a4, he's pretty much sticking to plan. Magnus will have a response ready to that.
Exactly. As our producer says, you can't spell sophisticated without so either. And a4 is a very sophisticated move, stopping black's plan of advancement here on the queen side. Very typical Najdorf stuff. I have a feeling we'll see a4 from Wesley. Why kind of diverge from the main lines when, here it has decent reputation for white? Maybe it's kind of a mind game battle now. Like, who's going to launch that first surprise?
Yeah, we will see Wesley thinking some more, just perhaps trying to find his rhythm. Of course, he knows this opening inside out. Going to our bird's eye view, well, we can see what is on our screens. Vincent Keimer and Ali Reza Farouja, also another Sicilian. Not an open one, though, as the Rosalimo, as the bishop, light square bishop on f1. That's no longer on the board. And we have a Nimzo Indian, very aggressive system there with Gugesh, Prague. Those two don't seem to know how to play solidly at all when they face each other.
And you gotta love that, right? It's just not in their style. Combative chess is the name of the game. That's the brand here. And I think we're going to see that given the tournament standings as well. The top row, as you highlighted, Yobi, we've got 2 Sicilians, 1 D4. If you look at the Norway chess women right now, also quite a variety of openings there. One of them started with David Howell's favorite, the Reti, 1 knight f3 on the board. The other 2, the queen's pawn opening. But the middle game that we're going into in all of these, one thing's clear, it's going to be quite rich. It's going to be a lot of fun. I see a lot of weaknesses on that bottom center marquee matchup, Bibisara versus Musicek. When I say weakness, I'm talking about the c6, b4 pawn already overextended on that board right now, leaving behind some squares, leaving behind the backward pawn as well for black.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really fiery round. Anna Musicek racing with her moves, playing very quickly, trading off some pieces. That is still theory, I believe. But yeah, the fact that we've got 2 Sicilians, we've got one of the sharpest Nimzo Indians possible, and a Reti, quieter Nimzo, and yeah, bottom center, that Slav. I mean, I don't see any of them fizzling out quickly. I don't see any of them being kind of simple, slow maneuvering games. I think there's going to be a lot of direct action in the early stages.
I agree with you there. I'm very curious, though. Can we choose one to dive into? Because I have some that really pique my interest. And the one that I'm curious about, and I think it is really important, of course, for the whole championship, for the whole title, is Bibisara against Anna Musicek. If we can go there, that would be really good. Because if we do an action replay, Bibisara has already passed the first test. And the first test is later on.
Okay. So a semi-Slav?
A semi-Slav. So this is really interesting. She chooses the Moran. She doesn't choose the Queen C2 because the Moran, sorry, with bishop to D3. you have a lot less choice as black. With queen c2, you can keep the position fluid in many different ways. You know, with bishop coming out to d6, the queen can come to e7. It's a lot of tension. Bishop d3, usually because of the threat of e4, forces pawn takes c4. And after bishop takes c4, you can go b5, you can go bishop d6. Those are the two main moves. So b5, bishop retreats. And then here, you know, the main lines are bishop b7 or a6, but they're very forcing, very, very aggressive lines. Everything has been pretty much worked out there. So Anna has chosen a line that I used to play because I never liked that much theory. And this is where the first test is. So usually, you know, you want to be centralizing the knight. You want to be gaining control over the c6 pawn, and you want to be gaining a special control over the c5 square. And so a lot of people think it's very natural not to swap off the knights and instead go knight to a4. But knight to a4 is a lot more complicated because it does allow you, you know, bishop b7, c5 is very quick, and the knight is offside. So Bibisara has already passed the first test.
Okay, the first test, she did centralize her knight, and just to catch up with the live position, Jovanka, what do you make of this? A knight exchange and black playing bishop b7. There's already a pin. Yeah, how, as a player from the black side here, how would you be dealing with this?
So the way that you fight this one is you go, obviously you have to protect the pawn on c6, but then the knight will come to f6, the bishop will come to e7, so you want to be dislodging that bishop pretty much ASAP, so you often go knight f6, get it out, because everything will hinge on how white develops, and bishop e7, and then castle, and then you should be as quick as possible to get in c5.
c5 to come next.
Yeah.
C5 has to be the breakaway plan if you're black here, to open up your bishop but also solve structural problems. I think for white, the key idea here, apart from finishing development, which is around the dark squared bishop, you decide, do you want to place it on the b2 square, where eventually you can throw in a d5 at the right moment, especially if we were to see c5 happen, open up that diagonal. And the other strategic plan for Bibisara is all around that square that's been left behind because of black's overexpansion on the left flank. Knight d2, knight c4, is the way you want to follow this up. Get your queen out towards the king side as well. I have to say that I think for a player with a 5-point lead right now, needing only a draw to take this to an Armageddon, Bibisara has no reasons to be displeased with this opening currently. There are so many ways that white can actually try to push in this position. You have the better center, you have the better pawn formation. Once your bishop lands on b2, once that knight gets on c4, your queen comes out of the way, the rook coming to d1, c1. Beautiful harmony in white's game.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Often you play this as black just to equalize, and once the center gets eliminated with that c5 break, basically black has equalized, and that's it. And you just get a simple game, which you will usually fizzle out to a draw. I use this a lot to kind of get draws against grandmasters. That was it.
The problem is, like, a draw's not enough for Anna Muzychuk. That would basically gift the title, the Norway Chess Women's title this year, and first prize, a lot of money, to Bibisara. So yeah, interesting that Anna's kind of stuck to her tournament strategy of playing solid.
And she's also stuck to an opening that she's played before. Anna's had this position against Grandmaster Miguel Illescas back in 2024. Exactly bishop to e7 was last played, where Miguel then with the white pieces decided to go immediately, being ahead in development with the move a3. And it was quite a fascinating battle, at the end of which a draw happened, an up and down one, but I never saw Anna in that game get an advantage. If I had to guess Anna's mindset currently, I would say, given everything, the way the tournament's gone, we might be in for a fight, a race for the second place, and Anna really wants that second place. She's happy to take this to an Armageddon and say it's still a lot of money.
Yeah. She has been quite pragmatic, I would say, in recent years, Anna. Even when she won Norway Chess last year, she was kind of playing very solid in some games and just hoping the opponents would overpress, giving them the responsibility of kind of deciding how hard to go and then reacting. And I think actually that suits her style. Quite a counter-attacking player. When she gets the chance to seize the initiative, she normally does jump on it. But yeah, from the early stages, openings maybe not her strongest, or at least not something she tries too hard to specialize in. She likes to give the ball back to the opponent there.
Okay, well, we set the scene for this particular game. We're expecting equality. I think that game may be in danger of fizzling out, but let's go to the bird's eye view and let's have a look at what's occurring in the open. And I can see between Vincent Keimer and Alireza Foujda, that is like tension. No pawn breaks, all the pawns on the board, and it's a very locked position. That's basically depending on someone to blink and just open things up. And also it's pretty exciting between Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa. Which direction to step? Left or right?
Can I go right?
Yes.
To the all-Indian derby between Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa. Gukesh, of course, having a tough tournament in last place right now, but he could still salvage a lot of pride if he wins his last 2 rounds. He has quite a good score, I think, against Pragg in recent times, at least, in Classical, beating him earlier in the tournament. And just a very quick action replay for everyone at home. This is one of 2 Nimzo Indian defenses today. We also saw one in the women's tournament between, I think it's Humpy and Zhu Wenjun. So here we see one of the sharpest variations after A3, just inviting black to double the pawn structure. This has always been such a brave choice in my mind. I would never touch it. It feels like you're losing a full tempo. Pawn on A3 isn't great, just to force black to do something they want to do anyway. But here we go. It does allow white a free hand in the center very quickly to try and build a nice pawn chain. Knight C6. Pragg not going for the main lines, interestingly. Like instead of B6, it's quite normal to go D5, C5, but Knight C6 allowing white forward and just going straight for the weak pawn. And yeah, Tanya, this is double-edged stuff.
Double-edged stuff. I mean, just that position you had, David. First 7 moves, 6 of them with a pawn. What happened to traditional chess opening principles about take out your pieces? Well, Gukesh says, you know, he wants to play for a win right now. He wants to take Pragg off any big theoretical battles, and these are lesser played openings. Yes, you've destroyed the pawn structure. Yes, you've lost a lot of time on that left side of the board. And if we move forward, we see that C4 pawn comes under so much fire, defended now with the queen over the last move, lining up. But very often, black keeps piling on the pressure on the C line, gets the rook there, gets the C pawn moving, opens it up, and even in some cases wins it, while all of white's attention and focus is on a kingside attack. You know, we have E4, D4, C4. We might see F4, G4, everything for very quickly in this one. It's going to be a fun battle. I think we'll see Pragg go down a pawn and go for Gukesh's king.
Okay, this is going to be super exciting. And when we see Gukesh, I mean, Gukesh is playing really combative, right? With F4 in the air, kingside attack, and Pragg, he's just going to go for the material. Maybe we can kind of try and peek into the future and make our guesses as to what will occur.
Let's do it.
Is it time for the prediction game, David?
Oh, already.
Already?
You can do it with moves first here.
We have to change the rules, by the way, on the prediction game. So it has to be David versus all of us.
The rest of the table and the chairs.
And the chairs, yeah.
So I could just pick my result, and then if I'm wrong, you will win.
Yeah, we
right?
all win, yeah. But even then, we only... No, we don't even... No, we don't even win.
No, I've got 5 of the 8 correct so far.
Yes, and Tanya's got 2. Oh, no, hang on a second. The chair's got 1.
You donate the chairs points to Tanya.
I just feel bad taking it. I love how David's just stressing on that. No, David, I refuse it. But it does break my heart because, yes, for Wesley, he hasn't won it 2 rounds to spare. Bibisara almost there, but David Howell definitely there in this battle, I think.
Yeah, we have to adjust the rules.
Who knows? Today I might have some fun and predict all 6 decisive in Classical. But I wanted to say that beforehand. Now I think it might be 4 or 5. But okay, thank you, Pedro, for the support. I am inevitable, as they say. But C5. Okay, let's predict as you wanted, Tanya. And Ivanka, what do you think? Which moves are coming next?
I really feel that for Pragg, the plan is so simple. What we've been talking about, just he's doubled down and now he's going to triple down on the C4 pawn and just go win it. And if you're white, you have to look for counterplay on the other flank of the board. One idea is to start pushing the pawns already. David, the other way to go is something that you pointed out. Get the bishop out, pin that knight. I'm also threatening the move E5 next, so you have to take a pause and answer that threat before going for the pawn on C4. Bring it on, G5.
G5, yeah, that's very committal for black. Unclear where the black king goes if Pragg decides to push that pawn, but if not, Yeah, as you say, e5's coming. Like, this is the reason I don't play the Nimzo Indian so much. I always bluff the Nimzo Indian and then I switch to like Queen's Gambit declined because nowadays there's such sharp lines. It also reminds me, like Gukesh now thinking, it reminds me of that documentary with Judith Polgar just recently, Queen of Chess, because there was this illuminating moment when her husband was like, oh wait, you know that a draw is a possible result in chess. And it feels as if Gukesh, like, nobody's told him. Even when it is all going against him, even when he's not at his best, not at his sharpest, losing a few games here and there, he doesn't play it tight. He doesn't just play it solid. He chooses lines like this with white, where it could go very right, but it can also go very, very wrong.
And it's really fascinating, that conversation, right? Because at one point you feel like you really want to shake up Gukesh and tell him you need to pull the brakes, you know, especially against the elite players that you're playing against. But you also have to admire the fight that brings on. And it does pay off in so many cases as well. For Gukesh, I think one of the reasons for his meteoric rise was exactly this fighting spirit. It's what got him the World Championship match. Just continuous pressure along 14 games against Ding, never letting him off the hook, never giving the draw easily. But somewhere, and a lot of times, it seems to backfire. How do you find that balance if you're Gukesh Domaraju?
Well, it's interesting because Gukesh is really bucking the trend, because I have noticed that all the top players are trying to make their style as universal as possible. You know, we had Hikaru playing aggressive chess, and then he was like, no, I need to be less predictable. I need to play a little bit more positionally. And then suddenly he swings the other way and is now one of the best defensive players in the world. Plays very solidly, but he still has that capability to play ultra aggressive. And the same goes with absolutely everyone. But Gukesh is like, no, I know what my strengths are. I am going to keep on improving that and make that a massive Thor's hammer, because we're in Oslo. And there's a little statue of Thor's hammer, and just try to beat all of my opponents with it. But at the same time, that does make him predictable, and people are kind of beginning to understand exactly that. If they take him to a certain position, he will react in that way.
And you maybe don't have to bring the fight to him because he's ready to do it. And I wonder, David, if that's exactly what Magnus spoke about when he said that, you know, when it comes to Gukesh, the weaknesses are clear. That he will always be provoked.
Yeah. I mean, his style of chess takes so much energy, Gukesh, because he has to calculate so deeply all the time. He doesn't try to play any positions where you can just kind of go on instinct. He always plays positions where it's high responsibility. He commits, like already he's committed long term. Like strategically, he's lost with white. If he doesn't go for some attack and create some dynamics, he's just going to lose his pawn long term, and yeah, he's going to suffer. So he's already basically said to himself, I have to attack. And if you're not feeling energetic that day, or if something's slightly off, you're slightly tired or ill or something, then it just doesn't work, this strategy. So yeah, I mean, they do say, you know, doing the same thing over and over again and kind of expecting different results. That's the definition of madness. I would love to see Gukesh at some point add some strings to his bow and yeah, kind of continue to evolve as a player rather than just continue insisting on doing the same thing every game.
And it's also a bit concerning. I mean, if you just zoom into from our conversation what we just had, and well, we're getting a lot of applause. I hope it's for our commentary.
I actually know the reason. I think Dana knows the reason as well. It's because it's Aryan Tara's birthday.
Ooh, happy birthday, Aryan.
Exactly. So a lot of good chess players are the star sign Gemini.
A few of them on our table right now.
Maybe it's the best star sign to have. I'll have you know.
Everyone, message Ivanka happy birthday next week in just 6 days.
Oh no, I don't need that, David. You know, because they start publishing things like my age, and then I try to go through life hiding it, and then when that one day comes, I get so many messages going, "Oh my God," and I'm like, yeah.
You know what they say, you can run, but you can't hide. It feels like Gukesh can't hide in this position right now, what we've got. You know, like you said, a very committal approach in the opening, and very concerning that Gukesh is the first to go into a long think right now. Prog is playing the most direct way. Idea is clear. Take that pawn, take the pawn on c4, line up with the rook and the queen, maximum pressure. For Gukesh, I almost feel like there are some concrete lines to be considered. At first, I was making a case for pushing the pawns, but David, there are already makings of tactics here. And I just think we can just show an idea. I don't think it works particularly now, but something that Gukesh is thinking about and he needs to be careful for. Let's say you go g4, trying to get an attack in. And now you take on d4, you take back on d4, and maybe there's a better play than what I'm about to suggest, but just a very thematic, tactical concept. You take that pawn on c4 already. Let's say you take it with, I was going to say bishop, but maybe the knight. But the idea I want to demonstrate is that, all right, let's take it with the bishop. Bishop takes pawn, bishop takes bishop, and queen to c7. Wow. I'm hitting your bishop, I'm forcing it to retreat, and the idea is queen c3 check. And this is what speaks of all the pawn moves that Gukesh has right now invested in.
Yeah, this is incredible. That would not be on my radar, actually. It would take me a long time, I think, over the board to spot this. Double attack here would win back material. Yeah, I was looking at other tactics, like just kind of calmly bringing the knight in, trying to hit the rook, trying to win this pawn as well. So, I mean, so many questions for Gukesh to answer. He doesn't react, actually, in the center. So the big question is whether this is possible now, this type of tactic, and then either jumping in with the knight, winning the d4 pawn, or, as you say, Tanya, maybe even taking on c4, actually, with the bishop. And white has to be so careful suddenly. Gukesh, as you say, it's odd to see him spend time because Prag's played the most popular moves in this variation. He's played literally the main line. And the fact that Gukesh stopped to think, just like when he lost to Alireza Firouzja, just the day before the rest day, he played all of his preparation, blitz, everything out, and then suddenly the opponent makes the most obvious move and he stopped for 40 minutes and lost.
Gets a new move, bishop f5 in, goes down a pawn, a new move which offers a queen trade, and pretty much suffering for the rest of the game in that one. Gukesh can't allow that narrative early on in this, but it does feel like he's about to go down a pawn in either of these two variations that we're looking at, right? What is going on after taking that pawn, jumping into the center of the board? Big questions for the world champion ahead.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, this is a line which you have to really go in prepared. So I don't know whether Gukesh is perhaps playing the mind games. Let's not forget that he's maybe deep in preparation and he's set a devilish trap and he's just faking it. That could be the situation. You often try to play it out, act it out when you have such a weapon in your arsenal, but I don't know. It is looking like things are unclear. I would be concerned if Gukesh is freestyling this because he cannot do that. Let's go to Wesley against Magnus, because that's a completely different game. Whilst we had super sharp position between Gukesh and Prag, here it's completely different. Wesley against Magnus, even though it came from an open Sicilian, it feels like this is more Wesley trying to get in control over d5.
Yeah, with his last move, Wesley is threatening to gain the bishop pair. He's threatening knight takes bishop. Just a very quick action replay of the last few moves for everyone just joining us. We left it. Wesley playing the very solid, very sophisticated a4, stopping black from advancing. So black's play now is maybe more one-dimensional, just playing to develop the pieces. Magnus gets castled. Both sides actually get castled. And bishop to e6, the dream square for the bishop, but normally you want h6 to stop this knight jump. And Wesley says, okay, you haven't played that yet. I'm going to try and take advantage. And I wonder if Magnus goes back, then Wesley, he could be very tempted to just retreat his knight and argue, okay, your best move is to come back with the bishop. And if you do that, we'll repeat and we go to Armageddon. You'll be out of the race for first place. Magnus, if he doesn't want to go for that, I guess he could bring out his knight to c6 or play other moves, bishop c6, and the game goes on. But maybe he'll actually be tempted in the live position to challenge the bishops instead. Although trading off one of the defenders of d5 would be slightly risky.
Risk indeed involved for our players as Magnus is considering exactly what to do. We are going to go on a very short break. But breaking news. I just received it just now. Magnus has a confession. He has gone to the booth, and we also have a lot of pre-game interviews where you can catch the pre-game thoughts and the moods of our players. But in order for you guys just to kind of get the time to subscribe, because this is only available for subscribers. I mean, Magnus in the confessional, I just got to ask you guys, what do you think? Is he comfortable? Uncomfortable? How is he feeling?
I love that regardless of how the tournament's going, we always get Magnus in the confessional. We get a peek into his mind. and see how he's feeling. And David Howell, they're usually very entertaining.
Exactly. I'm going to subscribe quickly right now because I want to know what Magnus, what's going on in that mind, his mood today after a tough tournament so far. Yeah, I can't wait to hear his thoughts.
Well, there's breaking news. If you're a subscriber, well, good luck. You are in great shape because you can hear Magnus Carlsen's confessional thoughts. If you're not, get subscribed now because we're going to go on a short break and you can catch everything then.
I'm finding this position very uncomfortable. Like, we're 10 moves in, I think, about that. And both players have castled. And there's no imminent attack. There's no imminent crisis in the center or anything like that. It's just a kind of normal positional game. It's just blowing my mind. I haven't seen one of those all tournament, essentially. I don't know what to do.
Hey, Wesley. Good to see you. And are nerves starting to play a role now towards the end?
Hopefully not. Yeah, but yeah, of course, it's never easy. Well, but the thing is, you shouldn't think about the results too much, about the math, what could happen and whatnot. Other than that, it's fine. Because if you start thinking about, oh, I want to win this, win the money, then okay, the nerves add up for sure. But if you just try to play a good game, then it's okay. I slept very well.
I don't know if that's easier when Magnus Carlsen is the one on the other side today.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Well, okay, he's won Norway chess 7 times. I don't think he's got anything to prove at all. I mean, he's in his worst form in his life here, I guess. But he could easily turn it around. So I'm really excited to play him today. I'm really excited to see what kind of Magnus we'll see. Today, I have a lot of respect for him.
What kind of position do you hope to get him into today?
What kind of position? Well, it depends on him. Mintu can play a game. But obviously not to burn my bridges. Because for me, a draw is completely fine, obviously, when with white. But for him to have any chance of winning, yeah, I just want to get a game where one mistake won't cost me the game.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Anna, it seems everyone's showing up at the same time today. Do you get more comfortable with a tournament as time goes and you come a little later to the games?
I don't think we come later. We come more or less at about the same time. But I think today we had more people, like fans, for the autographs. So that's why we came a bit later here.
How do you feel about your chess now after a rest day?
It was great to have a rest day yesterday. So yeah, we are like in our last phase of the tournament, last 2 rounds. So let's see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Bibisara, it seems now that you are in very, very, very good position. But how are the nerves when you are sitting like this in the tournament?
Yeah, the position is good. I just want to play the last 2 games good, and I hope everything will be good.
Are you happy with how everything has gone in this Norway chess?
Yeah, for sure.
Good luck today, and we look forward to the game.
Thank you.
Vincent, how are you feeling after a rest day?
Rested. No, of course, it's. I think it was quite well needed, but still, last 2 rounds will be tough, and I'm looking forward to, facing Alireza, who I think we always will have some interesting games.
And you are turned on for the standings as a whole now. You're playing against one of the persons in front. You can do something with 3 points today in the standings.
I mean, of course, I'm white, so I'm going to try to get something going. But, I mean, it's never easy. But, of course, I'm going to try my best. Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
After a rough day in your last round, Divya, is it nice to have a rest day to regroup?
Yeah, definitely. I spent the whole day just resting, eating well, and sleeping. It was nice.
How would you have summarized the tournament so far, though? Are you still happy with how you've been playing in this Norway chess?
I think I've been playing very well. It's just unfortunate what happened in the previous game. I was winning the whole game, so I don't really mind so much. I think I'm playing well.
What have you planned for today?
We'll find out.
I look forward to seeing that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Magnus, how is your mood today? Did you manage to recharge your batteries?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of a little bit tired after the tournament. Like, it's been long, and also I've had a lot of long, exhausting games, and they haven't gone all that well. But at least I feel fairly rested after the rest day. Like, not like energetic, but somewhat rested, and we'll see what can happen today.
And final question, Magnus, you won pretty much almost every major event recent years. Of course, the expectation is super high for you. What is the story of this tournament, if you could share it to the fans?
No, of course, I'm disappointed, like I think a lot of people are. And I think now that I play so few classical events, it kind of puts more pressure in everybody's mind, that it makes it like a little bit more dramatic that I'm not doing well. But I mean, the truth is that this is now the 4th Norway chess tournament that I've had like a pretty bad, like really bad result. So like it's gonna happen occasionally, and I've also won a ton. So, but it's just now I won a tournament a few weeks ago. And this tournament I'm doing badly, and a lot of people are going to have the takeaway that I did really, really poorly, which is fair enough.
But we still wish you to strike back the last 2 rounds. Best of luck today.
Thank you. I'll try my best.
We are back with round 9 of Norway chess, and it's a tense one because so much is on the line. We had Magnus in the confessional jokingly telling us that he's uncomfortable because he's got a normal kind of position. He's not used to that whatsoever. He's not under attack just yet, but actually he may be feeling okay, but he is sure using the clock.
And that's our top center board. Then I love how he's not even hinting at a repetition that we were earlier talking about by falling back with the bishop and giving Wesley the opportunity to do a little yo-yo dance with the knight and the bishop. Magnus in that confessional, I mean, I have to agree, completely shocking, right? That we have this absolutely solid version of a knight off, no opposite side castling, no H and G pawn up the boards. I mean, my mind blown right now. How did this happen?
Who would have thought it? Wesley so playing solid. Magnus has definitely never seen that before. And if he hasn't, then he should have been watching our broadcast because we've been saying it since day one. But no, Magnus, I mean, the biggest surprise for me isn't the confessional and the sarcasm and the way he's feeling. The biggest surprise is that he didn't retreat his bishop, ask Wesley the question. And if Wesley repeats once, then, okay, maybe play a different move. Firstly, because then it shows Wesley, okay, I'm playing for the win, you're trying to repeat, I'm the alpha, all of that stuff. Secondly, Magnus, time trouble has been a huge issue for him. Repeating the position once, with the bishop dropping back to d7, knight f3, etc. That we're getting closer to move 40 where they do get that 10-second increment, so I don't see any reason not to have retreated his bishop. He's allowed knight takes on e6 now, slightly damaging his pawn structure. Yes, he covers the d5 outpost, but yeah, I think in the practical terms, a slight surprise from Magnus.
Slight surprise for Magnus. Let's see, Wesley, is he laughing?
He heard us.
But, you know, this surprise by Magnus and that Wesley's smile, it makes me feel and believe that Wesley's going to go for it. He's going to try to make the most of this move that almost feels like Magnus right now literally doesn't care. He just wants a fight. No intention of even hinting at a repetition. Wesley has a clear, direct idea. Get that bishop out into the diagonal, hit the pawn that has just moved there. Get the queen out next, place it on h3. I'm eyeing a clear path, queen f3, queen h3. If I'm not walking into any big direct knight jumps, got to be maybe slightly careful there. But e6 is suddenly a glaring weakness in Magnus's camp. Knight c6 surprising to me as well.
Yeah, most positions you're basically told you shouldn't do this, even if it improves black's control of the center. If a bishop can hit this pawn, and if you can't advance quickly with d5, then other Sicilians, you're told not to do this. So Magnus is kind of going against some general rules. I guess he has to play queen to d7. Defending with a knight is also possible, but looks a bit sad. It's fascinating. I guess he's going to try and go for a very quick d5, but if Wesley can stop him, then it's advantage white.
Oh, advantage white for Wesley if Magnus does not strike out right now with this whole concept of going d5. Let's leave this one and go back to our bird's eye view because there is action brewing on some of the other boards. Let's just do a summary of what is going down, and we're going to begin with Vincent Keimer against Ali Reza.
And a fascinating one, that is our green board on the top left. We can see center, there is tension there. Another doubled E-pawns in that one by Firouzja, but looks definitely a better decision than what Magnus has with the D3 pawn for Keimer as well. Weak. I think this is going to be a double-edged game, especially with F4 already on the board. If you go to our top right, Gukesh versus Praggnanandhaa, we're in for a fantastic fight battle there. It's going to be also about who remembers these opening lines. I'm expecting a ton of sacrifices. But right now, speaking of sacrifices, David Howell, my eyes are at Norway chess women. That bottom row, it's blown up, especially bottom left. Make that right.
Yeah, bottom right, the position between Humpy and Zhu Wenjun. We'll jump in there. Bibisara against Anna Muzychuk, I think we'll go to next, just because that is huge for the standings, first place against second place. But we see a bishop sacrifice. We can't resist a bishop sacrifice, and nor could Humpy apparently with this last check. Just before we jump in, because right now she is down a bishop just for a couple of pawns, we'll do a very quick action replay. We saw, I mean, the Nimzo Indians, they've been the flavor of the round so far, because, yeah, we saw A3 played by Gukesh against Pragg. Here it was E3, a quieter system with a much more solid reputation, but only now A3. Only now that she guarantees after this exchange that she will be able to part with her doubled pawns. This is the big difference. Gukesh was stuck with them, but here there will be an exchange, so she won't find herself with long-term weaknesses, Humpy. But she has lost a tempo, however, the white bishop coming out to d3 and later having to come out to c4. So black ahead in development. And we see some threats now on the c-file, something similar to what we showed in the Pragg game. Queen to d3 looked like a newish or rare move from Humpy. Normally the bishop retreats, defending here. But after e5, striking out in the center, a capture, the rook hit the queen, and she was tired of retreating. I'm pretty sure this is preparation, just judging by the clock time as well. Humpy normally spends a lot more time before committal decisions like this. But yeah, her queen is hit, but she is hitting the knight, so she throws her bishop away. Bishop takes f7, check. Brilliant move. The queen cannot capture the bishop because it has to defend the rook on d8. So the king takes it instead. We see a check. And if the king moves, the knight drops. If the bishop had blocked, the white queen steps across, I guess, to pin the knight. Win it next move. Knight d5 played, and Humpy definitely in prep, e4.
Played out immediately, about to win that knight, and I think Wenjun chose the option to jump in to the center of the board with her knight, because now she's got the opportunity to grab that 2-pawn deficit that was there on the board. Take a look at this. Currently, right now, it's 7 versus 5. Black can pick up that e5 pawn. You give up that knight at the center of the board. Maybe throw in a bishop to f4 as well, just to finish development. Let's say the black queen falls back to stay connected to the knight. I'm expecting the game to develop like this. Take that knight, take that pawn, go into that endgame. And now the big question, if this was to happen, is how much of an advantage is this for white, considering the complete lack of development on that black side, on the left flank right now? Rook, knight, bishop haven't made a single move, but I will say this is closer to a draw than any edge that I can imagine Humpy trying to play for, with the opposite color complex as well of the bishops.
It certainly looks that way, you know, as well, because black is very quick to develop the queen side, and white is going to take a few moves to untangle castles, and then the rook coming to d1. I suspect the same, that it was just a brief show of fireworks, but we're seeing the highlight.
Yeah. Felt flashy, but in the end, once the dust does settle down, not going to be much of a flash left in this position.
Yeah, the top players, they like to joke about modern chess. Everything is modern chess nowadays. But often this is the way, theoretically. It's like you prepare a nice idea, you try and scare the opponent, but if they react correctly with black, then they tend to equalize. And I think just jumping in with the knight into the center was probably the accurate move that Zhu Wenjun had to find. And now, yeah, queen takes pawn. It looks quite linear, like everything's so direct. White's moves are pretty much forced. Soon she'll have to take back the knight, and most likely queens will come off. I'll be interested to see if Humpy can surprise us further or surprise Zhu Wenjun further. But if not, this should be heading towards equality.
And as this heads towards equality, I just want to bring your attention to our marquee matchup, Jovanka, because in that one, definitely I believe that looking at the clock situation at least, a player has been surprised, and it's our tournament leader.
Okay, let's head there to Bibisara against Anna. And if we can do just a quick replay of what went down, we see that black has broken out with c5, but the white rook is suddenly sniffing around on a7, so a3 probably was the move played.
Yeah, a3 came in shortly. First, it was knight to d2. Tanya, you mentioned this one. There's a nice outpost, can't be challenged by pawns on c4. Bishop to a6, ridding the knight of that square, gaining time against the white rook. But the bishop did just move to b7 recently, so a bit of a loss of time. This must have been preparation from Anna Muzychuk. And now a3, as you say, Jovanka, trying to open up the a file, looking at the loose bishop. The bishop moves. I guess a4 is a gain of time, but the black bishop happily steps back, and white's got a4 for free, but doesn't really help much. Instead, she prioritized the development of her rook, Bibisara, hitting the a7 pawn, and after a capture, rook takes a7, c5. Black is a pawn down. We've seen a few pawn sacks already this round, and yeah, one from Gukesh as well. This one, my first impression, doesn't make a kind of, well, it's a bit surprising. But I guess the bishops do kind of stifle the white army for now.
And we've been talking about how if Bibisara takes this to Armageddon with a draw, this becomes a race for second place, Norway chess women. It's title in the bag. If you're Bibisara, are you thinking about forcing the matters here? Rook b7, hit that bishop. If bishop goes back to a6, if you trade, I'm super happy. If the bishop goes back to a6, let's bring that rook back. And bishop doing yo-yo, and I say that, but I do spot a queen to b6 to just avoid all those repetitions. I don't know why the bar says this is level, David Howell. Help me out here.
Rook is trapped, so it has to be a sacrifice. I don't think it, well, not that sacrifice, a mouse slip. No, I was going to say, I don't think it's for the bishop. It's probably for the knight, and the black king has to step out. And now, I don't know.
Is there a knight c4?
Or do you want to take on c5 first? Oh, directly, nice.
Nice, Jovanka. Hitting the queen. And yeah, just for everyone at home, that's not a free knight this time. She sacrificed the knight to win the queen.
Ooh.
And it's a discovered check. That is beautiful. It's a knight c4. The black queen has to go somewhere else. And, oh, not there, apparently. This is terrifying suddenly.
Super scary.
And a big attack, the knight leaping into d6. White is winning. So not easy, I'm going to say, but if Bibisara wants to look for repetition and provoke Anna into taking risk, we could see that variation play out.
If she spots the idea of knight c4 and giving up the rook for the knight, I would say that Bibisara goes for this. The draw works to perfection. If Anna Muzychuk wants to continue to try to play for a win, and Bibisara sees that attacking line that we were just talking about, I say we see this on the board.
Well, there's also the question as well, how to untangle the pieces, because you can't touch the knight. The bishop is jammed in by its own piece, and the question really is for white, like, how are you going to get developed? Until you do that, one feels a little bit stressed.
Yeah, I guess there are tempting queen moves, but as you say, like, process of elimination, definitely not moving this bishop, knight, or rook. Don't think you're moving the bishop from e4. Like, where would it go? I could see her getting tempted to, like, bring the queen out, hit a pawn, for example.
Can we put that on the board? Because that is a very Bibisara type move. Queen to... Oh, okay. And that's not liked at all because castles, and then you've got f5.
And knight f6.
Knight f6.
Yes.
Just a one move. Patsa sees a threat. Patsa makes a threat. Sorry, everyone. Queen g4. I take it back. My suggestion, not great there. So actually, maybe, yeah, rook b7 does make a lot of sense. I would say maybe b3 to try and get this bishop out as well via b2. Could be on the radar, although... does look a bit clumsy.
What about queen b3? And the whole idea is rook d1, and then knight moves somewhere. Okay, well, obviously, that's not great either. So still, questions.
Not bad, though. Makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. But Bibisara is such a direct player. And I love that line that we just saw. And I feel that, with every time we see Bibisara on the board, there's been a sacrifice, there's been an attack on the king, and she somehow has this ability to find these ideas of playing for the initiative, even if it comes at the cost of big material. We've seen her sacrifice so many times at Norway Chess, and it will be impressive to see that line happen on the board. I think Bibisara, rook b7, it has to be on her radar. Whether she spots a rook takes knight later on in that line and the knight c4 jump is the big question. But you're always looking for direct lines, especially with the championship on the line. Would love to see rook b7 happen and the ball being passed to Anna.
Yeah. Well, Bibisara thinking for a while. Let's head to Vincent against Alireza because it's also a massive game for the standings. If Alireza wins, that will net him 3 points and could potentially put him in the lead.
Yeah, and Vincent would have a chance going into the last round if results go his way elsewhere with a win here in the Classical. And Vincent, he started playing e4 a bit more than usual. This wasn't an open Sicilian. This was a bishop b5 check Sicilian. Maybe we just go back a few moves because not too much was happening until just 4 moves ago. Looked very solid. White has this nice kind of Botvinnik structure that you normally see from the English opening. But it stops black from breaking out. And after the move rook a to e1, I glanced over. I thought this was very slow, lots of maneuvering. But rook a to e1 from Vincent, he played it instantly. Didn't pause even slightly. And that said to me that suddenly he's about to move his knight out of the way. He's going to play f4. He's going to pawn storm the king side. And it's actually hard for black to find counterplay on the other flank. So I loved Vincent's preparation here, even if engines aren't so impressed. From a human point of view, very logical plan for white. Knight move, f4, f5, etc. Firouzja played knight e5, kind of accelerating white's plans here after an exchange. Vincent could try and play against the pawns, but black does have an open d-file to stare down at a backward pawn. So Vincent says, okay, I have to be speedy. f4, not taken, because the bishop would gain some time against the black queen. Rook a8 and f5. And visually, I really like white's chances. d3 can be protected. It is sad, but by a bishop at the very least, or maybe by the rook on f3. If Alireza isn't fast here, then he's just going to get steamrolled by pawns.
And I saw that featured chat there by Carlsen Chess 24 where he mentioned that the bishop on a4 uncommon, and it kind of sits with the idea that you're planning out here, right, David? You want to reroute it via c2, keep that d3 pawn defended. I think everything that Alireza has played so far has been directed towards that d-pawn, taking this doubled central line e-pawns, saying that my rook is already ready to get down on it. Queen d6 ideas coming in next. And this is very different from the double structure that we're seeing on another board. We will go to that shortly. But here, if you do trade on e6, you also get an open f-line. I think this is a very double-edged game. And David, maybe we can just show this idea that I'm talking about. If you go queen to d6, for example, you want to step back or do you want to take on e6 first?
Ooh,
Step back.
Yeah, I
Step
don't
back.
like breaking the tension. I don't think black's ever so keen to take on f5. I mean, maybe it's possible because now white's knight gets access to a nice outpost.
And I'm just wondering with black, can Alireza start rerouting his own bishop after taking on f5 and just say, make a case of maybe going bishop to c8, hit that rook, and again, trying to get b5 break in and make a case for this d3 pawn being a direct target in this position. And at some point, I want to reroute my knight via e8, c7, e6 towards the center of the board.
Yeah, this is very strategically rich. I think Alireza won't be so happy here because it just looks like white's very quick with some kind of attack. But yeah, in general, it might be no easy choices anyway. So this could very likely happen. I like queen d6, just tying white down as a starting point. And he does play that move. Good call, Tanya.
Yeah. Just to finish that point, I think if you go bishop to c2, I really like the plan of transferring the knight to the center of the board. And there's a route via e8, but there's also a d7, b8, c6. We've seen these knight maneuvers so many times. And maybe Alireza has got this one in mind because once that knight gets to the d4 square, it's going to be a super happy camper there.
It's going to be extremely happy there. I completely agree with you there, Tanya. And you can leave that tension on the board between the pawns because after f takes e6, there's a question actually which way black should recapture. You could capture with the pawn, for instance, and say, hang on a second.
Definitely the pawn.
Yeah, I'm also angling at the pawn as well because you just want to keep that really important d5 square under control. And here, it feels like white's attacks has been stopped. But then this begs the question. Vincent is going to probably go gung-ho on the king side and then back it up with g4, g5. And how scary is this?
I'd be slightly scared.
I'd be terrified.
Black's knight takes 4 moves to get round to d4. Like by that time, White's queen will have moved out the way. White's bishop can just sit. It's a bit sad, but sit somewhere. d1, b1. And in that time, White's got a pawn on g5. I mean, some moves, for example, maybe there's more accurate move orders because I didn't really like the black bishop come to h4, but for example, but something like this. And okay, the bar shows that black is better in this exact position, but it is scary to allow ideas like f6.
I mean, good luck evaluating this from the starting position that black's doing fine when you've got the queen lined up and f6 about to appear. But Vincent, like you said, Alireza even, like you said, has ideas of bishop h4 or even maybe slowing down that pawn avalanche with a small h6 at some point.
Yeah. It's going to be a race, it feels like, strategic versus dynamism.
I get the feeling that Alireza wants to have fun in the classical. He doesn't want this to go down to an Armageddon, even if Armageddon has been Vincent Keimer's biggest weakness in Norway.
Yeah, I think at this point, like, nobody minds Armageddon against Vincent, poor guy. He's actually lost to every single player in Armageddon at this point. He's been struggling, but Alireza probably, it is Wesley in his sights. He's kind of fixed his mind on getting first place. That would be a huge tournament result, his biggest win in ages in terms of tournaments for Alireza, if he can somehow get the magic working in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, let's not forget that for most of the event, it was Alireza who's been dictating the pace. He was the leader until the halfway mark, going into round 5. And then he had these 2 back-to-back losses against Magnus and then against Prague. And what does he do? He comes out with a boss response, taking down Gukesh right after that. He knows he's pretty much still in the chase, 1 point behind Wesley. The big question is what comes next for Alireza. I have a feeling he's played too much good chess here to just disappear with an injured ankle. It might come down to the decisive matchup tomorrow between these two. I mean, that's going to be a big, big storyline if Alireza is able to get the win here.
Absolutely. And take a look. There's been some improvement in the chest. There's also been improvement in Alireza's ankle as well, as the foot is down. And what comes next is especially pertinent in this particular position, where the players are not just considering the immediate moves, but also looking beyond that horizon to see what their best long-term plan is. Super fascinating game here. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, because I'd like to, again, see how things are developing in the other games.
And we'll check out the other games. Just to mention, although his foot might have got better, Alireza has lost his coach. Ivan Chaparinov has gone to play a tournament. So change up in dynamics there. And top players nowadays, they're just busy.
That could have been top secret.
It wasn't top secret. I know it was announced. So I would never have revealed it otherwise. But
I almost got a bit worried there, because David, like before the rest day, on the night of the rest day, Ivan was chilling. He was out. I was like, what happened? How did that end? Now we know he was just getting ready for his own chess.
Exactly. And okay, action on the boards. Where do we think it's going to get heated fastest?
Well, to my eyes, with the white pawn stepping up to e5, it has to be top right. That is so sharp right now. It feels like both players have to navigate this next stage.
Okay.
Well, hang on a second. We got breaking news. We have a confessional from Prague as well. So let's actually hear that and then explore the position.
Okay, another day and another opening which my second told me will come, and I didn't check it properly. I did open this file yesterday and then I quickly went through, but I don't remember anything right now. I feel like this is the game between Nordirbeck and Vei from one of the Vikanzis, but I can't fully recollect, and there are like a lot of different interesting options, and I hope he's out of book. He's thinking so. If he's out of book, then that's a good thing. Position is complicated, so we'll see.
Well, Prague actually being very relatable, saying his coach told him, hey, check out this line. It's super sharp. And Brad goes, yes, I checked it. And of course, whoosh, you can't remember it. How many times has that happened to you, Tanya, David?
I mean, way too many to count. But I was also just thinking about Jovanka. While that is every chess player's struggle, it always blows my mind the kind of memory that these guys show at top-level chess. Pragnananda completely on point with his recollection that Wei Yi played this in Tata Steel. It happened in 2025. I've got the game in front of me right now. Knight G8 was the move of choice by Wei Yi. An absolutely wild game against Norderbeck played that one was. And in the end, ended in a draw, but was anything but peaceful in its narrative. We saw black strike in the center with d5. Some en passants and en croissants did happen in that game as well. This was wild, but Jovanka, while Prag doesn't remember or has forgotten to check certain things, I have to say, memory ace game there. How do you guys do this, David Howell? How are you able to remember games of other players played like years ago? How does this happen? How does it work?
I spend every waking hour watching chess, so
Hang on a second. It was Tata Steel 2025, so chances are one of us three might have commented.
One of us definitely was. Not sure who. I think it might have been me.
It's amazing, right, David? This super big brain that the players have when they recollect other players' games and say, oh, this happened in this tournament.
Exactly. It's very impressive. The key question will be like how much he remembers, because in that game, Wei Yi made a big mistake just 2 moves down the line. And after knight f2, d5, en passant, he played the move knight f6, which is apparently not the best. So sometimes you need to remember enough, but you don't want to remember too much, because then you spend all your time trying to recreate rather than trying to understand. And to answer your earlier question, Jovanka, like it's never happened to me because nobody's ever sent me a file, ever. Pretty much in my career, never had a second, never had a coach, so I had to work it out myself. So I think for me it became easier because I was always analyzing myself to recall things, because there was always a reason linked to a move. It's like when these great these mentalists, when they remember stuff, packs of cards, decks of cards, they associate a story to everything, and that's how I manage. But nowadays, what impresses me about the young guys is they literally just click a button. They're passively learning, but they still goes in.
Shall I tell you my most embarrassing lapse?
Story time with Yogi.
Wow. Well, it was during commentary in Gibraltar, and I'm looking at this position that Jan Krzysztof Duda is playing, and it is looking very familiar. I'm like, And Simon next to me is saying, oh, this is like super dangerous for black. And I'm like thinking, yeah, it's super dangerous for black. Yeah, scary. I wouldn't want to play this as black. But this position just kept bugging me. And Jan Krzysztof Duda shows that the position isn't as dangerous. And we kind of move on from that game. And then it's still haunting me. Like, I have seen this position before. I have been here. I understand it. As I got back, check my files. It's literally what I recommended in my Caracan book. It's literally the novelty that I spent like 1 week analyzing and working out that it was fine. And I just did not remember it there and then. And I could have just flexed to everyone and said yes. But my brain just completely went, no, you've never seen this before. It's very scary to play like this as black. Who would do that? And I was like, oh my God, that's so embarrassing. So there you go. It's not story time, but it's like nightmare with Yovi here.
Fully relatable, by the way, that one. It reminds me of one of the Olympiads we were playing in, and having the preparation happen right before the game, having team coaches with us, and you see it. And then my coach told me, and I think we had a really big round. This was in 22 Olympiad in Chennai. We had a really big match that day, and I was like, okay, we've seen enough chess now. I'm going to go get ready. I have to have lunch. And he said, okay, fine, but I'm sending you 2 lines. Make sure you check both of them before you go for the game. And I wasn't really expecting any of that to happen. I said, we've already put in 2 hours of prep. Obviously, something from this will happen. Never that. And I said, of course, I will go check it. I just hope you're not watching this one, Abhijit. And then
Definitely
I go back. And then I go back to my room. I go through one of them in my defense. And of course, you know which one plays out at the end. It's the one line that I don't check, and the one that I think will never happen. And I'm cursing myself over the board. Luckily, was able to figure my way out and survive that game. But I think I spent about 15 minutes just being really mad at myself for missing that. Because then you have all these questions on the board that you need to work out yourself, and that's never a good feeling with the clock ticking down.
Yeah.
It's like Murphy's Law, where like everything that can go wrong will go wrong, but it's Kaiser's law, the goddess of chess. It's like if you've studied 100 things, it's always that one last thing that was on your to-do list that you didn't get round to, that you didn't get time for. That will happen in your next game.
Yeah. Do you often find that, like, when you're analyzing on a laptop and you're just flicking through, you come up with moves, and then when you get to the board, another move completely dawns on you, and they play that move, and you're like, well,
it's the most human move.
Well, exactly. It literally is the most human move. Like, why have you not looked at it?
And I know this is off topic and maybe not the most, it might get the chat going a little while, but I think that is what actually surprised me from the very infamous game of Sinkfield Cup between Magnus and Hans as well, where I think later on just realizing how important it is to check the opening right before, and how do you come up with the point that you're going to see that exact line minutes before the game. I mean, that's super good luck.
Yeah. The fact that it had nearly never been played, Magnus had never played it before, it's incredible luck to have checked that just before the game. But,
why can't we have that kind of luck, David Howell?
It's never happened to me, that kind of luck.
Yeah.
Some players, I guess they manifest their own luck.
They do. Well, talking about manifesting their own luck, someone has unfair advantage because they have a time travel machine at their hand and they've been winning the prediction game. Left, right, and centre. We still have to play it.
This is honestly depressing at this point with the scoreline that we're at, Yogi.
But if we collaborate with the chair, and we might have a chance. Although I do feel like I'm a freeloader because I literally have no points.
You'd love a collaboration right now.
Yes, I would.
All right, who gets the first pick?
David. David has to get... if we're taking the rest, if we're kind of working together.
I want to know your guesses as well, though, both of you.
He just needs more time to work it out.
Okay.
Yovi, why don't you go first?
Okay, well, I'm gonna break it down one by one. I think Vincent, Ali Reza, there's going to be a decisive result there. Also, Wesley, Magnus. I think Magnus wants something. Yeah, I think that's going to be decisive. No, hang on a second. That might be a draw. Gukesh, Frag, that's going to be decisive. I mean, that's not going to fizzle out to a draw. Divya, Zhu, I suspect a win. So I got three. Three, and the other two is going to be draws. So 3 decisive results.
That's actually a very, very logical pick. I'm going to go with, looking at the positions that we have right now, I see bottom right, already queens off the board, the opposite color bishop. You know what? I'm going to go with 2 decisive games, 4 Armageddons in this one. So my pick is 2, David Howell.
Oh, no. I should have gone first. I was going to say 3, and then after Jovanka took hers, I was like, okay, then it's 2.
Yes!
So I'm going to go...
This time.
Oh, dear.
No, but we've cornered him every single time. We forced him into 4 and 1. It hasn't never, ever worked.
I mean, deep down, I'm looking at the women's boards. I'm thinking they're all probably going to be draws. I'm looking at the top, and I'm thinking 1, 2 maybe decisive results. I think Gukesh Prag definitely decisive.
One of the
do I go 1? But then I'm banking on nothing else crazy happening elsewhere. Or do I go 4?
Yeah.
They call me Strange, Doctor Strange. 4 decisive results this round. Let's go.
If you get this one with the kind of positions that we have right now, 4 decisive, I would love to see that happen. But if it was, I would be convinced what our feature chat says, that he definitely time travels.
Yeah, literally.
1,000%.
I reckon he's got that almanac from the future.
No comment. No comment.
We'll find out.
Yeah, we will find out. Well, talking about decisive results, one game that I feel like it is razor sharp. Prag has been at it and told us that he didn't quite know the theory. Let's actually deep dive and break it down. What is happening? Because E5 has been played.
Okay. And just a very quick, because it is interesting, a very quick action replay of the last few moves. We did kind of leave it here. And we were saying Black has a couple of threats. Knight H3 we did see, but we didn't dive too deeply in, because after an exchange of pawns, Prag, after 6 minutes, did play Rook C8. Maybe this is theory avoidance and the pattern recognition, because he knew that Wei Yi had played this, got away with it in that game we talked about from 18 months ago at Vaikanze. But there was the opportunity to go in, Knight to B3, attacking the Rook, attacking this pawn. And Jovanka mentioned to me during the break that E5 here had always been played by White, but White has never won a game after E5. So I mean, this is a fascinating sacrifice to my eyes. I guess knight takes a1 here, and the whole idea is that after one knight drops, the other knight gets trapped. And yeah, Eval Bar still saying level, which is very hard to understand. It's going to be 2 pieces for white versus a rook and maybe a couple of pawns after rook c8, this one dropping. So Prag turned down this sharp option. He also turned down the sharp option Tanya mentioned of bishop takes bishop and then queen c7, hitting the bishop, and if it retreats, this would have been a deadly double attack. So these were options, although I think strong stockfish engines are required to understand anything of those lines. Rook c8 instead, much more human move. e5, blue arrow says the best, understandable. The knight has no safe squares other than back home. Knight h5 would get trapped. And queen h4, I guess white's knight can just retreat, defend everything. Although apparently this continues. Knight g8, far more logical anyway. And here we are. What do we think is going through Gukesh's mind right now? He chose the line. He isn't aware of a top-level game like Nodibek Abdusattorov against Wei Yi. And he's burned 40 minutes off his clock despite him being the one who's pushed the game in this direction. It's all a bit strange.
Yeah, and it's the kind of position that you really want to be well prepared in, right? If you're white, because just of the nature of the position. You can't defend that c4 pawn. That pawn's a goner, no matter what you play. So if you're Gukesh, you know you have to be very direct. You can't have a slow approach in this game. And I think, David, you made a really great point earlier that strategically this is close to a lost position for white. You have to play against Prag's lack of development, lack of coordination. Time is of the essence. If you're Gukesh right now, you're looking at attacking ideas, knight g5, bishop g5, hitting the queen. I'm liking knight g5, hitting the h7 pawn, but more importantly, knight e4, knight d6, d6. I see a beautiful post. I see the lack of a dark squared bishop. I want my knight on that spot. And I believe those are the kind of ideas that Gukesh is thinking about, because going short castle, slowly getting your bishop out, centralizing your rook would just not make the cut in such a position.
Yeah. How is white not winning more? Look at that center, says Spenny Thompson. Shout out to Spenny, I'm a big fan. But yeah, it is a fascinating position. I guess it is just because black is quick enough to win this pawn and live to tell the tale. Big question, knight g5 is definitely the move he wants to play, but concretely, I see the black knight jumping in, hitting this rook, hitting this bishop. If the bishop is removed, like the white can't react now, because the bishop dropping would mean that the knight is no longer defended. But apparently this is possible. Knight g5, the black knight jumping in, and I guess white just ignores it.
And I think you would want to follow it up with knight e4. You know, another line you mentioned, David, that after knight takes rook, and we'll see whether how the bar reacts, but I just want to say knight takes rook, that knight is a long-term goner. You're going to trap it. So maybe white does have the time to jump in with his own knight, give a check. Black king, you know, not feeling super happy about the options. King e7, you have to always calculate checks on g5. So let's say you go to f8. And if nothing else, at least I can take the rook on c8, land my queen on b2, and restore some resemblance of a material balance here.
Yeah.
Ooh, although that doesn't work.
Yeah, but you can definitely refine that idea. I think that's working to perfection. With a knight on d6, I would just say queen to b2. Just pick that knight up and then just focus on development, because then, as Spenny says there in our chat, white has such a massive center and a massive knight. It looks great, doesn't it?
You defend c4, none of that bishop takes pawn. I love it. And queen b4 coming up at the right moment as well.
And I was going to say queen b4. I just wanted to point out, once the queen has taken the knight, or whoever's taken the knight, you can land queen b4, queen a4, and the bishop on a6 doesn't have too many squares.
Nice. All the black pieces are suffering here. Really instructive, actually, that the knight is so powerful. It's an octo knight, like an octopus here. It's much better than the rook, so no point even taking a rook. Full exchange down once this knight disappears. But white would have the advantage. But I guess this type of thing is hard to evaluate. That's why Gukesh is spending so long here now. 15 minutes on one move. Just to mention the game we were talking about, Nodibek Abdusattorov went the other direction. I think he must have been caught unawares as well. I'm trying to remember if I was commentating on that game. If I was, then I think I was surprised that white was taking so long on the clock. But another path forward. The downside here is that black can play d5, taking away the square. And in this position, Wei Yi actually, after knight to f2, d5, Wei Yi went a different way after en passant. He didn't take the pawn back. Apparently it was best to play bishop takes c4 here with complications, but knight to f6 gave white the advantage if he had found the move c5. And wow, this is, I mean, some incredible stuff. Just the queen check here, and white with a beautiful pawn chain.
And because we're having so much fun, I just want to finish this line by highlighting the difference of getting that knight on f2 and knight on d5 in a similar knight on g5 with a similar line, David. And the big problem for black is that after knight g5, if you go the Wei direction with d5, as Nordebek's game did proceed here, now white has the option of just going en passant, take that, and you take that back or develop your knight. White has got d5, and suddenly there's so much pressure on the h7 pawn, but also the central e6 pawn because of the placement of the knight.
This is so sharp. Like, I don't blame Gukesh at all for thinking now. Like, I would also be thinking. But the fact that he chose the opening, that's the big thing that surprises me. And it happened again against Firouzja. Like, he knew up to a point, but didn't know deeper. In my mind, like, I'm trying to understand that. Like, to me, from the outside point of view, it seems like Gukesh has been given notes. He's playing through it on a computer, but he's not asking himself, like, what's the human point of view? What's the most natural move for my opponent? How deep should I go? It feels like he's just clicking through and he's like, okay, I'll play it.
And these are the kind of openings, Yobi, where you really need to go into the depth of the position, right? It's not about checking a lot of lines, but checking this particular position deeply right now. But then I think about all the times that the players speak about preparation before a game. They often talk about it how it's like an iceberg, right? You see so many openings. They're preparing so much. There was a rest day yesterday. Gukesh, no doubt, looked at all the options that Pragg could respond with. And what happens on the board is just the tip of an iceberg. It's a small part of your preparation. How are you supposed to guess that exactly this variation will happen? So for Gukesh, I think the amount of time has taken, to David's point and to what we're talking about, he's on his own now.
He shouldn't be. He should know more. Like, if there's been a 2750 level player playing this with white, you should know that game. Like, let's be honest. I think he's trying to hide his prep. I'm going to defend him by saying I think he's trying to hide his World Championship prep. And maybe Sindarov now will have to burn like several weeks preparing for this whole A3, F3, same-ish against the Nimzo Indian. That's my theory. But yeah, it does happen a lot as well. We all remember Hikaru Nakamura's 67-minute think against Sindarov when he forgot his prep. His second hadn't put it in the files, but he hadn't questioned it. And instead of playing the most natural move, he kind of self-destructed very quickly. So I think that's modern chess, but that's the pitfall of it. Like, preparation is so easy, but it's easy to be superficial.
Yes, it is easy to be superficial, but there are mind games at play as we see the world champion deep in thought whether he should continue with a knight jumping to g5, as we are expecting. A bishop can also land there. So many aggressive tries. And we are going to go on a break, but don't go anywhere because we have got more action coming up. And if you are subscribed on Twitch, you can catch a confessional by Magnus. He's been back in the booth again. So if you're subscribed, go enjoy that. If you're not, get subscribing right now, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
So right after I was in here last time and talking about how the position was like positional, normal, and so on, I made a pretty committal decision. And it was based on like, come on, how bad can it be? And my update so far is that I don't really see it. Like, it seems like I have a reasonable game. And it seems to me that long-term, my prospects are pretty okay. I would love to probably reroute my bishop, like bishop d8 to a5 or even c7, bring my rooks into the center. And the thing about the double pawns is that, well, I've given up a bishop for a knight, but I've also plugged the hole on d5, and without that square, his knight on c3 has very few prospects, and once it leaves the square on c3, then he has to reckon with d5 all the time. So I think the long-term, or at least middle term prospects are pretty reasonable for me. And I'm guessing he's looking at kind of more direct attempts to go f4, for instance, now, but it doesn't seem that bad, so...
And we interrupt the confessional to bring you breaking news. Repetition has occurred between Bibisara Asaubaeva against Anna Mizichuk, and that gives her the much required point that she needs in order to clinch Norway Chess Women 2026.
1 round to spare that too. What a performance this has been by Bibisara as the arbiter just goes to decide, and it will be given the claim for a 3-fold repetition. And David, you'll break this down to us, but it's a big moment for Bibisara making her debut at Norway Chess. She's the player with maximum wins in the classical, took the early lead with a round 1 win, went on to keep it for the majority of the tournament, and just when things needed to be kept under control against Anna Muzichuk finds a forcing way. Bibisara Asubaeva will be the winner of Norway Chess Women 2026.
Exactly, confirmation, we're just awaiting it now, but the arbiter has double-checked things, and we'll see a smile break out any second. The last moments of tension. They will play an Armageddon a bit later, but at least she'll be able to do that, Bibisara, with all tension off her. All pressure will be gone. Yeah, to clinch it, it's so impressive. Round to spare. Will we see a handshake? There we go. The moment has arose. Bibisara Asubaeva, the winner of Norway Chess Women.
She takes it to Armageddon. She takes the championship. Anna Muzichuk ready to do what she's been doing all along. 8 draws make that a 9th Armageddon for Anna. And now, Norway Chess Women, a race for 2nd place.
Race for 2nd place. Massive congratulations to Bibisara Asubaeva, who has won Norway Chess Women with a round to spare. What a performance. Calculating so well, and at times she was pushed to the brink. I'm thinking in her game against Divya Deshmukh. She really had to play super well in order to survive that. She did. She turned it around. And thanks to those invaluable 3 points that you get when you win in a classical game, she is the champion. What a game. David, can you break down those last few moments?
Yeah, let's do it, because we left it not too long before the game ended. We left it after c5. We were speculating here that maybe she might be tempted to go for this rook move already. Although this would have required quite a lot of guts, considering that a draw was enough for her. Rook b7, the attempt is to repeat moves here, but she would have had to see that in this position, the black queen can come out, trapping the rook, and she would have been forced to sacrifice. Rook takes knight, luring the king out, and now the brilliant move that's hard to spot, easy to miss from afar, knight c4, hitting the queen, setting up a discovered attack. Bishop takes knight would lose on the spot due to the double hit on the king and queen here. But this is actually hard to evaluate. After the move queen to b5, queen to d8, the game goes on and she's material down. She didn't want to risk this, so she found a nice way to finesse it. She just waited. She played the waiting game. Amazing patience here from Bibisara, just dropping her bishop back. Maybe she's going to challenge this bishop with her light squared bishop, who knows? But after castle, something has changed, and that is after rook b7 hitting the bishop. Rook a7, there's no queen b6 at all anymore, because the knight on d7 no longer defended by the king. This meant that Anna decided to repeat. Maybe the only way to play on would have been a move like knight back to b8, defending the bishop, but Anna was never really going to do that. Black is a pawn down, after all.
Yeah, fantastic way to finish things off for Bibisara. She did not need the drama today. She kept it clean. She's given us so much entertainment in classical, in those Armageddons, but today, a very clinical performance does what was needed.
Does what was needed. Wow, what a performance there from Bibisara Asubaeva, Norway Women Champion for 2026. 16.5 points, that's what's guaranteed to her. No one can catch her up at all. No one is within striking distance. And she wins the championship 2026. Well, we are going to go back to a normal service. We were on a break, and we will be bringing you back all of those confessionals that we promised. So remember, get subscribing. See you in a few minutes.
So right after I was in here last time and talking about how the position was like positional, normal, and so on, I made a pretty committal decision. And it was based on like, come on, how bad can it be? And my update so far is that I don't really see it. Like, it seems like I have a reasonable game. And it seems to me that long term my prospects are pretty okay. I would love to probably rear out my bishop, like bishop d8 to a5 or even c7, bring my rooks into the center. And the thing about the double pawns is that, well, I've given up a bishop for a knight, but I've also plugged the hole on d5, and without that square, his knight on c3 has very few prospects, and once it leaves the square on c3, then he has to reckon with d5 all the time. So I think the long-term, or at least middle term prospects are pretty reasonable for me, and I'm guessing he's looking at kind of more direct attempts to go f4, for instance, now, but it doesn't seem that bad. So I feel like I'm doing all right.
We are back, and if you're one of our lucky subscribers, well, then you got to hear Magnus saying he's feeling relatively comfortable with his position. He is, after all, not in any immediate danger, especially as he's playing Wesley. So now, one of the great things about Norway chess is that you're always guaranteed to have a lot of fighting chess, but here in our studio, we are guaranteed fun. We're always having a laugh. You know, whether we're teasing each other, losing the prediction game,
Still
Tanya
feeling
and
bad
me.
about that one, though. It's only fun when you win. The only guy who's been winning is this one on my left.
You don't need to rub it in, David. You really don't.
That's the other thing. He can't stop rubbing it in.
I think
When
he
we're
like-
on a break, before broadcast, after broadcast.
Leave me alone. I'm just chilling, eating muffins. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
And fighting over muffins. I mean, guys, what was that at the beginning?
I mean, if only everyone could see what's going on here.
They're all gone now. The muffins. It's just empty wrappers.
Yeah. Well, you know, Norway chess is one of the most exciting events to follow. For us, it's just great entertainment. We love watching the chess. We also enjoy having as much fun as possible. So, Vic, our wonderful producer, has produced some of our highlights. Have a look.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Norway Chess. My name is Wouter Bik. I'm the producer here for Norway Chess, and I'm here with my good friend David Howell. David, we've been having some fun on the countdown clock. We've been putting your name a little bit, sadly, with David Howell, but it's just a bit, right?
Big man, it's gone too far. I've got to say, it's been a bit hurtful. Like, even my mum's called me up in tears, just upset about the words you've been writing about me. Like, it's got to stop.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. I can't do it anymore.
Welcome to Norway Chess.
I saw that there are some people who are sleeping in the first row, but honestly, I don't blame them. I think it's what I would have done too.
Yeah, I think like a cow that's ashamed of his body.
How tempting is... Okay. Right, you take over the broadcast. I'm gone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Well, of course, we know the best thing are muffins, but the second best thing right now, I do agree with you, David, that it does look like you. What?
Is it as delicious as that wrap, Tanya? Okay, it might have to be story time with Dave in a second. A really nice swimming pool, hot tub. I was with Magnus.
I was talking to somebody recently. I hope it was not Vincent.
Somebody.
I love the fact that I am just in general so unmemorable that he couldn't even remember who it was.
Oh yeah, I discussed this line with my great friend David Howell. Great guy. Love his commentary.
That's exactly his wedding, and those were the exact outfits we were definitely wearing in the hot tub.
Oh, I love it. Chillax to the max. We've had Ding chilling. I think it's Alireza chilling now.
Seven.
Some great moments there. Love it. And I'm sorry, David, for teasing you so much about the muffin.
It's okay. I mean, literally, my mum calls me the Muffin Man now, but it's fine. I'll live, I guess.
It wasn't me, but I did jump in. I couldn't resist.
So we know why no one else has been getting those muffins at the Björvika library now. And I'm not done taking David's case on that. That's going to go on for a while, especially with the performance that he's been having. But I have to say, guys, I mean, we've had such incredible chess at Norway Chess here. So much drama on the board, the high-tension Armageddons. But we've had a blast on this desk. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm gutted it's nearly over. Like, it's always the highlight of every year for me, and it's a bonus. It's now in Oslo. Like,
you're welcome, David. It's all us.
It's definitely all you guys. The players have a little bit of to do with it. Vic too, but yeah, it's been fun.
It has been a whole lot of fun. I still am being attacked by a fly. So just get that rid of. No, it has been so entertaining with these guys. It's not work. This is just watching chess with two of the finest commentators on the planet.
I thought you were going to say two of the finest friends. I'm hurt now, Yovi.
Oh my God, that was a compliment, Tanya.
Exactly. Take it, Tanya. Take it.
But yeah, you guys, some of my besties.
Oh.
Known you guys for ages. Although, how many times? I don't have a positive score against you, and I don't have a positive score against you either. So, yeah. Still, I forgive you. It's all good. We're friends. And, well, we might be amongst friends, but the players certainly aren't, as we see the plays start to get quite sharp. And I say quite sharp because I see f7, f5 has made an appearance in the game between Gukesh and Pragnananda. And you mentioned, Tanya, that Divya has sacrificed an exchange against Zhu Jin'er. That's on the bottom right, whereas it's still endgame mode between Humpy and Zhu Wenjun. So maybe because Magnus did his confessional, we dive into the top middle and see whether Magnus really should be feeling as comfortable as he says he is, or whether he should be a little bit concerned.
Yeah, that's the big question, because we heard him kind of debate his own earlier theory that Black's probably not doing too badly. It does look strange what Magnus has done. And just for those of you just joining us, or for those of you who only heard his confessional and nothing else, we kind of talked a lot about this position where the white knight coming forward to g5 meant that black was likely to react with his bishop. Magnus surprised all of us, I think Wesley as well, by not touching this bishop. He could have retreated it to d7, brought it forward to c4, kept the bishop pair, but nope, knight c6, allowing an exchange. And he was saying in that confessional that at least his pawns cover some nice squares. d5 now never a weakness, but bishop c4, the weakness has shifted. It's Magnus's pawns that he has to care for here. Queen to d7, f4 from Wesley, before black is able to set up any d5 pawn breaks. And yeah, opening the position for bishops is always a good idea. Rook to e8, now indirectly defending the e6 pawn. And we see some maneuvering, but Magnus's last moves, like queen c8, king h8, they're all defensive ones. I wonder what's coming next. I think Wesley's going to, at some point, just try to hide this bishop, either by stepping back to g3 or maybe give the king some breathing space. Bishop h2, at some point move his queen out somewhere, get this rook into the game. Long way ahead, of course, but I really like white's position, Wesley's chances.
Make that +1 from my side, because you see the bishop pair, you see direct targets at the center of the board, always eyeing those two pawns, e6 and d6. You know, you've got a clear plan, get your queen out of the way, put the rooks at the center of the board. d6 will be doubled, tripled down on in those positions. Sure, Magnus might be feeling comfortable and that he can hold it, but I don't see a way for him to actually try to create winning chances in such a position. You know, with black, in these Sicilians, you either need to break through with d5 or b5. And both these options feel like a faraway possibility, though as soon as I say it, I do spot that e4 pawn is a bit tender. So I wonder if Magnus, with his last move, is actually setting those ideas up where he's going to sacrifice the b pawn by moving forward and say, if you grab it with your knight, my knight's jumping in to take your e4 pawn. Is that something that Wesley should be thinking about?
Yeah, it looks possible for sure. I think Magnus as well, just getting out this diagonal means that tactics won't always come with a check against him. I think he wants to put his knight on e5 and say, you can take me, but at least then the bishop pair's gone, opposite color bishops. We've seen some interesting games with that dynamic throughout this event so far. Knight on e5, at least it's one strong piece. Yeah. And then he could start looking for b5 type ideas later.
Yeah, I really like the concept of Tanya's activity and also jumping in with a knight to e5, because I'm reminded of the words of quite a few Sicilian players. They said, as long as we get a knight on e5, we are super happy. Like, I don't care if our king's being attacked, whatever, as long as we put that knight on the central square, everything is good. I'm like, I love the optimism, but that's not for me. But it makes a lot of sense, even at the risk of doubling pawns, right? Because then suddenly the bishop on e7 will have a square on d4. And wow, that's a massive jump on the evaluation. But like, and then also the white king, thanks to the pawn on h3, is vulnerable on the dark squares as well. So yeah, you would not want to be trading off a bishop for the knight. So I do like Magnus's, well, I'm not going to say I like his position, but I'm going to say I like the fact that there are some chances.
You make a great case there, and that's the reason I think Magnus just did not even attempt a repetition once earlier on in the game when he did have the option after Wesley jumped in with his knight a few moves earlier there. He's just saying he wants a game. And sure, this one, it feels like you've got the weaknesses. I will still take white in this position, never taking that knight on e5 once it does land there. I love the bishop pair. I love that I've got these two targets on an open line as well. But Magnus has something to play for. He wants a game. He knows that, well, the hunt for that 8th Norway chess title, that's mathematically possible, practically not in his hands at all. He first needs 2 classical wins, then needs a number of results to go his way. But he still wants to pay spoiler. He still wants to have a perfect finish in this tournament. You know, I mean, everybody knows this in the chess world, that an angry Magnus is scarier than Magnus Carlsen. Angry Carlsen over Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly. And there we do see a feature chat from Paragen, and maybe this is something that we should be talking about, because Magnus has lost 20 rating points, 20 ELO points this tournament alone, just in the first 8 rounds. That means he's around the 28-20 mark, which is the lowest he's been in a while. And yeah, it's been a tough time for him, losing some of his lead at the top of the standings, rankings.
I wonder if it's the lowest he's been since 2011.
I think this is the lowest he's been for a while. I mean, I saw on X that people were tweeting that if he loses this game and the next game, which is not going to happen, Magnus doesn't lose that many games.
You say that, but he's lost 4 already.
And if Kasparov decides that he wants to play, anyone and just get some rating points, Gary will be the new number one in the world ranking list. If he got active, yeah, he just has to play one game.
Yeah.
And that's it.
World number one.
World number one.
Talk about longevity.
Yeah, his first rated classical game in 21 years. Garry Kasparov comes out of retirement just for that. That would be impressive. That would be incredible. Gary's actually ahead of his time. That's my strategy now. I'm not playing. I'm just waiting for deflation to kick in and everyone to drop lower than me. And then I'll come back and farm some points. But no, I mean, for Magnus, on a serious note, like, it's not maybe forefront of his mind. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely somewhere there that he's number one. He feels he deserves that number one spot. The fact that suddenly, people are starting to talk about ratings, that number one ranking, it could either inspire him to play more and get back to the level we know he's capable of, or it could inspire him to maybe just play less. And of course, nobody wants to see that. So yeah, we saw Kevin Finch, big day for Kasparov today and tomorrow, I guess. But yeah, first, we would have to see Magnus lose a 5th game in this tournament, and I don't believe he's ever lost 5 classical games in an event. I think 4 is the maximum, and that's happened a few times, including here at Norway Chess 11 years ago.
At least not since Magnus Carlsen became a household name. 4 classical losses already. You have to look back to 2015, a long way back, 11 years ago. But speaking of ratings, I mean, yes, he's dropped down to 28-20 in the live rating, but still a good 28-pointer margin from world number 2 currently. Hikaru Fabi at 2792, a bit of a gap still to go.
Yes, definitely a gap. I mean, Magnus has been consistently over 2,800, something that the other top players have not done. Let's go back to the bird's eye view because I want to draw your attention to several goings on. So, first up, it is top left between Vincent and Ali Reza Farujda. The evaluation bar saying white is comfortably better. Also, draw your eyes to Gukesh against Pragnananda. There, it's saying Prag is the one that is better after Gukesh's last move. And, well, double question mark. Blunder, says the engine.
Wow. And the big question now for us to figure out, and for Prag to figure out, is whether this is something he can punish heavily and immediately, or whether it's just a blunder because Black can pretty much not react. Black was going to win a pawn anyway, and White just lacks compensation. So very quick action replay for those just joining us. Before the break, we talked about this position. White's knight coming into g5 was one of the prime candidate moves. Active, but maybe a bit of a loose square. Target in some position, so he went back to f2. Copying Nordebek Abdusattorov, who had this position 18 months ago, trying to get in. But instead of Wei Yi's d5, we saw f5, a brand new move, a novelty by Prag. Very logical one, because now he covers the e4 square, the white knight circuit, no longer able to complete it. And after en passant, we were talking about en passant after the d-pawn move, but here, Black develops with tempo, again covers e4, gets castled, wins the pawn on c4, happy days. So Gukesh decided that drastic measures need to be taken, but g4, it does feel like White's not ready, so I kind of on general grounds understand why it might be a mistake. Like, White hasn't castled yet, White's still asleep with a few pieces. But can it really be that bad?
It's super committal though, right? You play a move like g4, but I just want to point out that Gukesh took 22 minutes with the decision to retreat his knight to f2. He really sat that one out. And that could mean one of two things, right? We earlier touched upon this, that it's fish out of water in this position with the white pieces for Gukesh, or he's hiding World Championship preparation, not jumping in with the best move there, knight to g5, as we were talking about it, which gives all those tactical ideas in the position. Also for Gukesh, how much of his prep does he want to show at this point when there's really no big hope of winning the tournament? You're at the bottom of the standings. Do you just decide, you know what, I'm going to fight this out on the board, I'm not going to show my best move, I'm not going to show my best hand if you're Gukesh right now? Prag, on the other hand, with everything on the line, with a chance, with a shot at the title, he's still in prep, I would say. You know, while he's trying to work it out, f5 is the top computer move. It's better than what Nordebek played against Wei Yi. It's better than d5. So Prag going all out and is met by an immediate, rewarded by an immediate blunder, a double question mark. Yovi, I'm struggling to find a direct refutation here, though, for this move. Is it just long-term weakening for Gukesh's right flank?
Yeah, it looks really shaky on that side of the board, especially if he puts a foot wrong. And my guess is that the computer has just simply evaluated that nothing bad is happening on the king side, and that instead black is going to go all out on the queen side. You know, knight b3 is an idea in order to attack the rook and jump in and capture the pawn. There's also c4 as a target. The evaluation bar doesn't go down, but it was, I think, quite natural. I mean, there's just so much risk here for white. I say risk in the sense that white is the one who's constantly having to find the energetic moves in order to keep this going.
Yeah, I just want to point out there was a nice featured chat just a moment ago. I think it was Lodias, but they said that the reason it's given a double question mark is because en passant was forced. They forgot the rules of chess. Gukesh not taking en passant, that is a cardinal sin. One of the 7 deadly chess sins, and he might get punished.
Feels like that, right? How could you, Gukesh? How could you forget the most basic of rules here? But David, I think that was much better than the option that Gukesh has gone for. And maybe we should just show the problem with this move. I really like Yovi's idea of jumping in with the knight. You have to be direct here. Either grab the c4 pawn or look at this option. Shall we do a quick deep dive after knight b3? Because if you move the rook, give up the d4 pawn, I don't believe that's going to be a very happy decision. I'm also seeing tricks like rook takes pawn. I'm defending the knight. Take my rook, David Howell. I want that queen on e3.
Ouch. That would be painful. And after the rook takes, I think he might be looking at variations like this and just trying to castle and saying, okay, black's pieces are hanging in midair, but maybe the tactics continue somehow. Is it f4? I'm trying to trap this white queen. Yeah. And the queen doesn't have many safe squares, has to keep f3 protected. But, I mean, in this position, yeah, I think this is possible. En passant and knight f6, and the queen is trapped in the center. Could this be something that he might have missed, Gukesh? Because it's all quite forcing. The queen, wherever she goes now, will get forked. And, yeah, the position is just over. And, like, I'm getting there because of the eval bar. We see the eval bar. Pragg, of course, doesn't, but he must sense that there's some tactics. Yeah. Bishop takes c4, equally tempting, I've got to say, as well as maybe just development. But, yeah, this is such a direct line.
I want to make a case for Gukesh's choice against grabbing that c4 pawn, because at least then it feels like a bit murky once white takes the pawn on f5. And I feel like that is where Gukesh's head is at. You never want to grab that pawn with your knight, because then you're going into this eternal pin on the diagonal. If you're black, knight takes pawn has to be avoided. After bishop takes pawn, Gukesh wants to grab f5 and full chaos on the board. For me, I think for all of us here, the bigger question, what does Gukesh have in mind for that knight jump eyeing the other central pawn, and a much more key one?
And talking about key games, we have Bibisara, our new Norway chess women champion of 2026, playing against last year's champion Anna Muzichuk. Well, I say last year's, but she's current reigning. I don't know. What is it now? I'm confusing myself.
Reigning for the next 24 hours, Anna Muzichuk.
It's not reigning championships for Anna Muzichuk currently.
Yeah, it's reigning here in Norway, that's for sure.
It is. And, well, we have Armageddon here as we see Bibisara in a must-win situation if she wants to grab those 1.5 points. But she secured the title already. This is just bonus time for her.
Yeah, nothing to lose now for Bibisara. I'm not a huge fan of white's position. One big question is whether she can get greedy and take on a7. But, yeah, I mean, black probably wins a pawn back in return. She pushes with a4. Normally I love the bishop pair, but one of the bishops will be removed in short order and traded off. Black will want to do it on her terms, though, not to help connect the white queenside pawns. It does look quite equal. Anna Muzichuk, I think it's a very comfortable position for her. But, yeah, she'll want to win at least. Or at least get the Armageddon win with the draw, because second place, it's going to be a tight race.
Yeah. It's close to $40,000 on the line, so that's a whole lot of money for that second place race right now. And I have to say, the kind of position that we have on the board in this endgame, more suited to Anna's style. Less pieces on the board, less chances for those tactics where Bibisara has just played incredibly well. Amazing control on her nerves, but there's no chaos to be found here. It becomes a knight versus bishop dynamic as Bibisara looks for the rook activity, but a very healthy pawn formation for Anna Muzichuk so far. Now eyeing to create some passes on the left flank. Stopped for now. I just want to finish by saying I think Bibisara has done such a great job winning the tournament 1 round to spare. Whoever her second was here, definitely a keeper, I would say.
Yeah, definitely a keeper. I can actually see her second right now in my line of vision. But yeah, I'm sure whoever those seconds of hers might be, very proud of the performance so far.
Yeah. In fact, he even said that he was very impressed with Bibisara's calculation. Sometimes, when they analyze together, she would see a lot more than he did. And for those of you wondering who we're talking about, it is, of course, none other than World Championship challenger. This is no big secret. Javokir Sindorov.
Dropping some fun facts here from Norway Chess. Yovi, are you giving too much away? Is it out in the open? Does everyone know?
Everyone knows. They did a big reveal on Instagram. Everyone knew for a long time, but they were dancing around. Okay, but maybe this is Yovi. I need to be a bit quiet here.
No, give us the deets.
No.
It's deets or nothing, Yovi.
No, just between us and everyone watching.
But I will point out that Javokir in that interview did mention that he finds it very entertaining to be here, and I'm sure he's also following all the action on Gukesh's board. As we go closer towards that draws, pawns are getting off the board. Anna Muzichik up a pawn currently in this position, but finding it difficult so far to push that a-pawn. A draw suffices for Anna. She would win the mini-match, consolidate her place in that race for second place. Javokir mentioned that when the players go down to those final few minutes, he loves turning on broadcasts, and I'm pretty sure he was talking about us guys.
I think so too. He said it was on YouTube and
Twitch.
And Twitch. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Javokir watches us, which is always an honor to be part of course. But yeah, this one I don't think Javokir will be too thrilled about this Armageddon game because Bibisara, on the board at least, merely playing for a draw right now, pawn down. She will have most of her kind of chances here resting on the clock, and for Anna maybe to forget about that. Only 1 second increment kicking in only a bit later, but in the meantime, draw, handshake. Anna Muzichuk gets the extra half point here, the bonus for the Armageddon.
That could be super important in the race for second. It's between Anna, Divya, Zhuzhina and Kostju Wenjun. And
did you see
Anna?
that? She congratulated Bibisara after that Armageddon game. She said congrats, despite the fact that Anna took this one. Bibisara took the bigger prize.
I mean, going into 2 rounds to go, you arrive as a 5-point margin leader. You've done a fantastic job at the tournament. Anna Muzichuk, obviously, congratulating her. Makes a lot of sense. Very well-deserved victory for Bibisara. Going into that repetition, you can't fault her. You can't blame her. To not play for a win, won the position. And second, let's cut her some slack. She just wants to enjoy and celebrate the tournament victory.
Yeah, absolutely. She's a proud winner of Norway Chess Women, and she did it in style as well.
1 round to spare you.
Exactly. +3. There weren't too many wins in classical in the women this year. And Bibisara got 3 of them.
She has more wins than the rest of the field put together here at Norway Chess Women. So just a fantastic all-round performance. But it's not just the scoreline, right? Always entertaining on the board, finding those sacrifices, finding those attacks. I mean, she sacrificed a rook and managed to win a game in one of the Armageddons. What more can we ask for? And it's usually players like that who go on to be championship winners, right? Who've got that fearless attitude.
Exactly. And to do it in style as well, commendable. Congratulations to Bibisara. And going to the board, we saw the drama between Gukesh and Pragnananda. Maybe let's check out what's happening between Vincent Keimer, Ali Reza, as we see this one. And here, well, we've got a doubled e-pawns for black, e6, e5. But yeah, David's pointing out all the vulnerable pawns that black has in the position.
Yeah, and it's very clear what Alaris is about to do next. I think almost without any doubt, he wants to put a rook on d4. He wants to heal his pawn structure at the cost of some material. At least if the bishop ever takes that rook on d4, he'll get he'll get the bishop pair, he'll get the dark squares, he'll get a nicer pawn structure. I'm really surprised by Alaris's last move though, queen to a5. It's like, I understand that this pawn is poisoned, the b2 pawn, because after knight to a4, queen takes pawn. I think white can do it in many ways, but at the very least you hit the queen. You don't trap her, but the bishop at the very end will get skewered and will drop off the board. Mouse slip, queen a5 and rook takes bishop. But if the pawn is poisoned, I understand not wanting to take it. Maybe he's scared of b4 here, but queen a5, that's such a bad square. It's not doing anything at all on that post. And yeah, Vincent's just going to brace for this rook to land. Maybe it doesn't come with any threats. maybe he just plays around that rook, but that's a very well-known positional exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, while I understand the desire to fight against b4, you want to get your queen out of the way and not fall into any traps where you end up losing the c5 pawn. But David, the square c6 so much more attractive, right? You keep an eye on that e4 central pawn. You're x-raying it. Also, the ideas of rook d4 remain alive. In fact, in some positions, you might be hitting the c4 pawn as well. It's very strange because suddenly the queen on a5 feels like there are no real targets. It's a bit offside, and in fact, Alireza might be forced to waste a move in the near future to get it back into the game.
I mean, I've seen some weird moves this tournament, but this is inexplicable. I can't see any variation where the queen is well placed on a5.
Yeah.
I mean, she's literally staring at very well fortified pawns pieces. The only square she can go back to is c7, where she could have gone last move, as you say, Tanya. I'm not sure exactly what Vincent does in the meantime. Like, if he could magic all the rooks off the board and the queens off the board, I think he just wins, Vincent, because the 3 versus 2 majority should be sufficient to create a passed pawn, maybe even pick up some of Black's weak pawns. But getting the rooks off the board, I think, is hard. Getting the queens off, yeah, that's going to be equally as difficult.
Combining everything that you've just said about getting the pieces off the board and the narrative of Norway chess so far, where it feels like one move to rule them all, what are the chances we see g4, g5 up the board, get the rooks off the board, get my queen to g4 once your knight gets out of the way?
Now you said it, I quite like it. That's the way to clear the f-file to initiate the trades. It's actually funny because g4, I don't think it's about mating Black.
No.
It's just positional. Take space, take squares, get rooks off. And that would be a very interesting move. I like it.
Interesting, but not necessarily good, because again, these moves are so committal on the board. But I also, to the point that Alireza's queen is so far away, disconnected from any ideas of getting on those dark squares. I think g4, especially with every piece of white ideally placed, you've maximized your development. You need to find a way forward. b4 isn't possible. You know what? I'm betting on g4 here. I think Vincent goes for it.
You think?
If colours were reversed, Alireza would play g4. That is for sure.
1,000 out of 1,000 times.
Yeah, I agree with you. Alireza would definitely play g4. Vincent, he's more of a slow build guy. I can see him playing rook b1, going for b4 or something. Oh no, hang on, g4. Here's
it's on
Tanya.
The board.
Nice.
Well done.
Thank you. I mean, why do I not win our prediction game? Why is it when there's nothing on the line that I get this right? But still happy to see it. And this is how you fight for the full point, right?
I think today might be the day,
Finally.
Tanya. I think one of you is going to win it. I can't see 4 decisive games this round. I don't know why I said 4 instead of 1, but I don't know why I didn't go first when I had the opportunity either. I was trying to be a gentleman, but that backfired. We'll see. I mean, there's already been one draw in the Classical. That was Bibisara, of course. This one, Classical, still fiery. I think Gukesh against Prague, definitely decisive, but the others all look in the balance right now.
Yeah. Well, fire on the board as we see g4 with the idea of launching up the board on the king's side. A real battle there. Well, we saw how things are super sharp. Top left, top right. Can we just check in on Divya against Zhu Jiner, as Divya has sacrificed an exchange, and we'll see how she's faring in that position.
Yeah, let's do it. Big material imbalance. And this is the live board. We see that White has given up a rook for bishop and pawn. She got rid of Black's hanging pawns in the center. She's conquered the light squares, has beautiful compensation, but the question is whether it's more than just enough compensation. And yeah, we see the players deep in thought right now. Divya is down over half an hour on the clock. So she does need to speed up and find something to compensate for that material she's given up.
But you gotta love the fights that Divya brings on, right? With everything on the line, a little bit behind Anna Muzichuk right now. She wants a result in the Classical, and a 3-point would be everything. She's done an exchange, about to pick up the pawn on a6. Everything to play for White here.
Everything to play for indeed. And I have breaking news for you all, because we have a very special guest in our studio.
Woohoo!
Yes, hi.
Coach of BB Sarah, being nicknaming you. It's Javakir Sindar of, well, you must be feeling super happy right now.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, finally Sarah won a very important tournament for her career. I mean, like, probably I cannot remember. It's maybe she's first time a huge tournament, and I believe it will not be last. And I'm very happy for his result.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we've seen you normally as a player, and we've seen you perform amazingly at the candidates. You won the candidates, a very high pressure situation. What was it like to be on the other end, sat behind a chair watching?
Yeah, before Norway, I played 2 tournaments. I was tired, and here I'm spending my time. I'm sometimes trying to work with my team, but in general, I'm taking rest. We played some board games. Usually, I'm playing in computer. Video games, and yeah, I'm enjoying. Weather was here. It's fantastic, and Norway is very beautiful. So I like everything here, and tournament also super cool. It's even interesting watch from behind. I'm sitting. First 3 hours I'm not checking games normally. I'm only checking Sarah games, and then I'm checking only some openings if someone plays some interesting opening. But then when they go time travel, I'm always opening YouTube and trying to watch which live. It's super cool. I'm super exciting. It's everyone reaction. People was normally. For people it's not okay when. Some strong grandmasters, 2-7+ players doing huge blunders, but in this tournament, we are saw a lot of blunders, which is maybe a lot of funny, and for spectators also will be a lot. They're enjoying from this tournament, this format, and I'm also enjoying spectator every day. So I like this format.
Javagir, it's so awesome to hear that you're having such a great time here, and congratulations, of course, on the big win for Bibisara. 1 round to spare. And I think I have to ask you this question, that watching the tournament play out, such a convincing performance by Bibisara throughout. She lost the lead only in the middle for 1 round to Divya, but has been dominating it from the start. When you look at it from outside, what do you think Bibisara did better than the rest of the field at Norway Chess Women?
In my opinion, one of the important things, when they go time travel, Sarah here better than everyone in the women's category, because she's 3-time World Bliss champion first, but second one, maybe in my opinion we work a lot for time travel with our coach Roman. So that's why I believe she she played really very well in time travel. I saw a lot of games. I feel which this game against Divya is very important, and how she found in time travel this E3 Rook E7, and she really even I shocked when she finds this, and really I at first I didn't believe she will find this, but then after she finds, I start think she can win even this game, and yeah, she really playing well in time travel. And also, of course, she's second job. They're really working well in my opinion, and they find a lot of games even today. Also, she playing. She maybe during game she trying to remember lines, but she's playing the lines which she prepared. She really prepared very well for this tournament, and yeah. I don't know. These 2 factors maybe most of the important. Yeah. Also, if you take openings, Divya also. She trying to play a lot of interesting lines, but the both was, in my opinion, prepared very well in openings. But this important thing, she won 2 games in time travel. And she, in my opinion, she's better in time travel. Everyone in women chess in this tournament, so yeah. It's an important thing.
3 times World Blitz champion, and her Armageddon performance here has been fantastic. And before I give the floor to David for his question, one last question from me. You mentioned that when the time goes low, you've been tuning into YouTube and Twitch, and I just wanted to confirm that it's our broadcast and we're really your favorite commentators.
No, wait. You ask nice question. First of all, if Sarah was playing, I'm trying to find Sarah, yeah. But in general, if Sarah finish game, I'm opening chess.com. Okay. In general, chess.com, chess24. I'm opening this too, and I'm trying to watching on this like which camera is focusing well. So I'm watching on this. Even sometimes I'm opening Magnus Carlsen YouTube channel also. Yeah, I know that. I mean, it's also chess24. I don't know. Yeah,
Yes,
so,
it's the same one.
Yeah. So yeah. I think you are commentating very good. I'm enjoying really.
I like the save at the end.
When it goes time travel, I'm enjoying to open your chess.com and also for me also one of the funniest thing I love also how chess.com India doing commentating. I'm super enjoying when in time travel they are commentating their reactions in my opinion one of the best. In general I'm watching every games in time travel and I'm enjoying here format is super cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, words of affirmation are our love language. So thank you for admitting that. I mean, Chavukhe, how involved were you with Bibisara's preparation, or were you just letting her do her thing? Were you helping every day?
No, she has she's own seconds and. I mean, I have my own openings and maybe some lines we play together, but in general, we have different styles and yeah, I'm just helping in some lines what she can ask, but I also don't want to get for myself big pressure, yeah, when she seconds, but of course when she asks some questions about some lines, I'm always helping her. And in general, yeah, she did very well in openings in this tournament.
Yeah, I understand that, not wanting to suggest something just in case it goes wrong and then you don't want to get the blame.
Yeah, when you try to give some advices, let's say in a game it will not happen. It's whose fault? It's my fault. Yeah, so I'm here just chilling.
Nice. And while you chill, maybe we could get your opinion on some of the other games that are going on right now.
Yeah, look, let's. From I don't know, in my opinion. Here I was watching a lot of games and everyone wants to try to win with white, but when people get a big risk, black won a lot of games too. Yeah, I understand they're really trying to beat with white every game, but sometimes it's very hard. In my opinion, you just need to wait your chances, but it's hard to predict something. Because usually in candidates, what was my plan? I'm always trying to play solid. With white also, with white I always trying to play for 2 results, not going for some crazy positions. But here I'm watching a lot of people trying to get some really very hard positions, which is of course for 3 results, yeah. And then I'm not shocked. A lot of games was won by blacks, so. I don't know. Maybe maybe because of this format, win very important, and that's why they're trying to play for win. But in my opinion, sometimes because of this, black gets a big also advantage, and they won a lot of games. But okay, still there is a lot of interesting games and. Also a lot of interesting lines. In general, I'm really enjoying with Magnus games. You know why? Because I told in other interview, because he really trying to get in every game fight. He's showing for everyone classical chess is not dead when you can try to play for win. So normally people playing very solid and they don't try to play for win with black, but Magnus is he's different. He was a completely different guy and he's trying to play win with any color, any position, and probably that's why he lost a lot of games. But it's young generation should need to learn from his chess, because I don't know no one who is playing last years who in my opinion Magnus was playing against everyone for fight, which is really impressive. So I like it for his games, and from other ones I'm happy that Alireza is playing very well after Grand Chess Tour. First round was very exciting to watch how he's playing. with his legs. But okay, I'm happy like he's playing good here, and hopefully he will fight the last round to win. And about other games, yeah, I mean today Prague was like have a really good advantage, yeah. So if he won, he will also have a good chances for win. Like what a comeback from him! Like he lost to Alireza or to I mean I forgot, no, not he lost to round 7 to someone.
Gukesh.
Huh?
He lost to Gukesh, and he lost to
No, like
Wesley.
Yeah, he lost to Wesley. Yeah, after loss to Wesley, he come back with 2 wins. Yeah.
Yeah.
If he won today, it will be three wins in a row. Oh my God, it will be insane. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of insane results in this tournament. Like you said, very entertaining. And I know that we'll also have Bibisara join us very soon. So, Shavakir, I've got one last question to you before we let you go. There's obviously the big World Championship match coming up as well. And you have had all eyes on Bibisara's games while you've been here. But have you also been following Gukesh's progress in the tournament?
Like I mean, okay. In general, I'm not following that too much. I'm not trying to focus in these games because I really need some rest after this huge tournaments. Because for me, it's my first experience even to play in this super strong tournaments. Because I mean, I become an elite player maybe from this year. Because before I played some strong tournaments, average rating 2.7, but from this year I start playing in top 10 tournaments, and I'm trying to here taking rest after these tournaments, and of course I'm watching every games, also Gukesh games, but you know it's a long time for World Championship match, and he has a lot of time for work on his everything, openings, like his chess and everything, and that's why I'm not trying to focus on this right now. So my goal is to play good in my next 2 tournaments, which is very important, Grand Chess Tour, and then I will start to think like Olympiad we have, of course, and then I will start to prep for this match. But I mean, of course, my team will start to work on this from last month.
Well, thank you very much, Shavakir, for joining us, and we'll
see
all
you at
super
Mafia
happy.
later.
Yeah. I'm Mafia boss, yeah.
Well, the Mafia boss, apparently.
Don Javakir.
Although I did beat you once.
Yeah, we played together. Yeah,
remember,
you kill us. Yeah, I remember.
Thank you very much for joining us, and we wish you all the best. And I'm sure you're going to be enjoying the celebrations tonight.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you very much. That was Javakir Sindarov, a very happy Javakir after Bibisara became Norway Chess Women's Champion 2026 with a stunning performance. And, you know, it's so nice to have him here, share his thoughts so honestly and so frankly as well.
And he's got all the reasons to be in a good mood, right? He's been having so much fun here. We've been seeing him play those board games at night. Bibisara with the performance that she has. And like he said, his goal is to perform well at the Grand Chess Tour and then start thinking about the big World Championship match. He's in fantastic spirits with all the reasons to be. I mean, what a year Shavakir Sindarov has had.
Yeah, what an 18 months, breaking 2,700 just at the beginning of 2025, and it's been meteoric, his rise ever since. And yeah, my favorite thing in chess is watching someone play with a smile, be around the whole chess scene with a smile. Often we forget that we're very lucky to play a board game for a living. We see people get so stressed by it, so kind of caught up, wrapped up in their own minds. But Shavakir is showing that if you feel good, you play good. And yeah, nice. I mean, such a balanced, likable guy. And yeah, really kind of him to give up a few minutes of his time here, even when he's just chilling on holiday, to come and chat with us.
Exactly. I mean, he didn't need to, and he joined and he shared his thoughts on some of the games and how he appreciated a lot of the grandmasters taking risk. And speaking of risk, let's go to one game which catches our eye. We saw on the cameras Gukesh, deep in thought, hasn't made a move after knight to b3, which we saw was a very good response. But I'm looking at the game in the middle between Wesley and Magnus, because I see g5 has been played. I also see that your idea, Tanya, of g4, h4, well, it's in full swing there as Vincent fights against Alireza.
Yeah, and we can see the makings of a lot of decisive results as the bars have started moving their place as well. David Howell looking more hopeful about his predictions early on. At the start, you had 4 decisive games, David. It's so annoying.
I reckon he's going to get the 4 decisive
Don't say
results.
that. Don't say that.
No, it's like fighting chess all in the top row.
It suddenly just shifted. Everything just shifted. I mean, it was completely level. I was about to gloat about my prediction, and now it's all up and down, starting from this one. Magnus has blasted off g5 on the board, hitting the bishop, but I still feel that Wesley's bishop pair, the pressure on those two central pawns, David, if anyone can play for something in this endgame, even if it's Magnus Carlsen on the other side of the board, I would say advantage Wesley.
Exactly. I think if we take away the Magnus bias, assuming that he's going to outplay everyone just because the queens are off, then if we look at it just in the cold light of day, purely objectively, White has the bishop pair, White has space, Wesley doesn't have too many weaknesses, he shouldn't be in too much trouble. But Wesley has been spending a bit of time, and he still has some big decisions to make ahead. Maybe there we see the clock, 48 minutes against 1 hour, but maybe we can just jump in and show what happened, because the queens have been traded since we were last here. Wesley now dropping back his bishop, and yeah, it was Wesley playing super safe. Just a very quick action replay. We left it after king to h8, h3, very logical move. He's going to keep his bishop nice and safe. Black knight jumped in. We said, don't take it. Black gets all the dark squares, and after queen to d4, attacking this knight, which retreated, Wesley doing Wesley things. Queen c4, forcing a queen trade because e6 is also hit. And after those queens disappeared, we do head to that endgame. Looking, I'm going to say, roughly in the balance. White, though, with the bishop pair. And Magnus gets his king closer, defends his knight. Yeah, what comes next? Who knows?
Yeah, what comes next is definitely going to be a mystery. Well, we will, of course, have our answers in a few moves. But joining us in the studio, it is my pleasure to have Bibi Sara Asabaeva, the new champion of Norway chess.
Thank you very much.
How are you feeling after such a big win and to do it with a round spare?
Yeah, I'm feeling good also because I won the tournament round to spare because I will have just 2 more good game without any stress.
And you know, Bibi Sara, we'll dive deeper into the big critical moments through the tournament for you, the games that you feel you're super proud of. But my first question to you is, you know, we had Javakir here earlier today, and he said that one of the things that you did better than the rest of the field was when there was time pressure and your control on the clock and nerves. Would you agree with that? And how are you so good at that? 3 times World Blitz champion.
I don't know why I'm so good in faster time controls, but yeah, maybe it was one of the reason. But because I only missed, I think, against Zhu Jiner in the second round, where I have -6. Yeah, but also I think it was important to forget about the games after it's finished, because if you will start to thinking why I played like this, why I missed this, you will not continue playing tournament well. So yeah.
And is there one particular game, I know that you probably have too many, looking at your performance, winning the tournament 1 round to spare as a debutant here at Norway Chess, but is there one particular matchup game that you're very proud of, looking back?
Very proud of? Yeah, probably game with Divya was very good for me because at some moment I decided to play on her time. It wasn't the best decision because I started to make few mistakes, but when I was under the pressure, I just continue fighting and make her some problems, and it helped because in the time trouble I made a great attack and finished the game with win.
And earlier, Bibi Sara, we were hearing from Javakir that your seconds have been doing a good job, that you've been kind of relaxed, feeling very happy this tournament. What do you think has been the special kind of magic ingredient that has made everything come together so nicely?
I think that I feel relaxed after the candidates because during the candidates I have a lot of stress. Yeah, at some moment I thought like I just want to quit chess because it's too much for me. But after the candidates it was hard to realize that I take only second place. But then I just say to myself I need to continue enjoying chess, have some camps and coming to the Norway chess and show my best and try to win the tournament.
Yeah. And you mentioned there that you had some training camps. How much preparation did you do before this event?
After the candidates, I was so tired that I sleep for 14 or 16 hours every day for next 5 days. And I have some rest around 10-15 days. But after that, I have training camps for 12 days before the tournament. And yeah, I think it helped me a lot. And during the year, I have 5-6 training camps usually.
And all of them 12 days or?
Yeah, around from 7 until 12.
Wow, those are intense. I want to ask Bibisara, is this the biggest tournament win of your career?
Yes, in classical chess for sure, yes, because I won few titles in the Blitz. But also I'm just very happy that I won classical event round to spare, because last year I think I showed good results in classical chess, but usually I take second or third place, or I shared first and second and take second, and it's very unpleasant. But now I am happy that in such a strong tournament I won it.
And what's next for you? What are the next targets now that you've won this event?
Yeah, and the next I think I will play in Gongkong, the World Team and the World Team Rapid and Blitz, and I think I will play in the Karen's Cup, where we have similar
like field.
Yeah,
players?
similar field like here or like in candidates, because I think here 4 or 5 players playing from candidates tournament, and then of course Chess Olympiad.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing you in action and all of that. You know, Bibisara, it's not just the incredible way in which you won, but I think the entertaining chess that you show, the fans love it, we as commentators really enjoy it, and I personally, another thing that I really enjoy is your social media.
Yeah, thank you very much. Usually I'm just, before this year I stopped using social medias during the tournament, but this year during Vacanze, freestyle, even candidates, and here I post it every day, and I just I think people enjoying this, and I think we need to show people more our not chess life but also life to have more audience, and I think it's help.
Yeah, love it.
Thank you.
Keep going.
Thank you.
I also love it when you post your gymnastic videos.
Yeah, thank you.
It's nice to see a chess player who's sporty. And just one final question before we let you go. Norway Chess has the feature of the confessional booth. We haven't seen you use it. Will you do one for us tomorrow?
I will try, but there have a problem. I don't know where is it, because I was thinking about this, but I didn't find it, and I was too shy to ask where is it. And yeah,
we can tell you it's actually right there on that right side.
Okay.
So you just walk around and you'll see it there.
Okay, maybe tomorrow I will try.
Do give us a shout out.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Tanya's been asking everyone to mention us, but no one ever does.
Okay.
So thank you very much for joining us, Bibisara.
Thank you.
Once again, congratulations on your amazing win, and the best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bibisara, there we have it. New Norway Chess Women Champion. And she promised. Well, I'm going to hold her to give us a shout out tomorrow in the confessional.
Finally, we'll have someone doing that for us tomorrow.
Yes.
Everyone, every time we ask them, there's a look of panic on their face. They're like, oh no, what have I done? What have I agreed to? They're all so polite. They don't want to say no. But no, I mean, it's fantastic. What a champion we've had. And it does feel... I felt that during the candidates as well. It feels like she's leveling up every day. She's getting better. She's improving. She's testing her limits. She's trying new things and clearly enjoying the whole process.
And all of that at 22. 3 times World Blitz champion, makes her debut here at Norway Chess Women, wins it 1 round to spare, attacking aggressive chess every single day. It's been fantastic to watch Bibisara, and I think we'll be saying that for quite a few many years to come.
Absolutely, and I just love the fact that she just keeps getting better and better. I kind of felt that back in January when she was playing Tata Steel Challengers. I thought, well, she's really leveled up here, but, well, it's Bibisara. Her future is very bright. And on that subject, we got to dive into the games. I'm seeing G-Pawns come forward. Vincent Keimer's game is super interesting, but we haven't really given some attention to Divya against Eugene. Maybe we go there very quickly.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's jump in. The race for second place, we talked about it in Norway Chess Women. Anna Muzychuk is, of course, in that race heading into tomorrow, but one of these two, if there is a decisive result in Classical as well, will be fancying their chances in that race. This is the live position. We actually saw an exchange sacrifice earlier. I'll just very quickly show that just because it wasn't so long ago, but suddenly the whole position exploded when Divya pressed the button. She said, okay, chaos please. Knight takes d5. It was well fortified, that pawn, but this is an exchange sacrifice, and in return she gets the light square, she gets a weak pawn that she soon picks off on a6. Blue arrow appeared because white is actually threatening some nasty stuff on the king side. The rook sliding across to h5, for example, knight jumping in, big attacks of bishop f6 to neutralize that. Bishop takes a6, hits the rook. Queen c6, apparently a small mistake, but very natural. Getting pieces off the board. Rook's leaving now, minor pieces leaving. Bishop takes f6. No time to pick up c5 because of a back rank checkmate. So here Divya gives her king some breathing space, and the dust is settled. White's position is beautiful. Knight on c4, past a pawn. Black with some big weaknesses around her king, but it is level material. Black's rook is going to have some open files. Do we think it's enough for white to claim any advantage?
No, it's not looking quite enough for white to claim an advantage. Black does have the center, and the rooks are really good on open lines. It's a very interesting fight, and that's what we've been seeing here in Norway Chess Round 9. We already have a winner crowned, Bibi Sara Asaubeeva. She is Norway Women Chess Champion. And in the other games, it's very much a free-for-all. So much things happening. But we're going to go on a short break. But if you are subscribed on Twitch, well, you are in for a treat, because one of the sharpest games is between Gukesh and Pragnanda has visited the confessional one more time. So you get to listen to his innermost thoughts. We'll see you after this break in a few minutes.
Yeah, okay, second time for today. Yeah, g4 was wild. I don't believe in this too much for white, but it's complicated, and some of these positions to evaluate is not at all clear. Yeah, some knight b3. I've just played knight b3. Some gf is there. I thought, like, worst case, I'm always fine. But I feel like I should probably be better in some cases as well. So yeah, I'm also happy that I have like a little bit of time advantage. So I think yeah, I think I'm for now I'm feeling okay about this position.
We are back with the penultimate round of Norway chess. And if you're just joining us, you've joined us at the perfect time because it is wild so far. But we do have a winner. It's almost feel like we need a drum roll for this.
I'll do it for you.
Thank you very much, because winning Norway chess women with a round to spare, it is Bibisara Asaubeva. Her draw in classical and the Armageddon point that she gets got her to 16.5, and that means that no one can catch her up.
4.5 point lead going into that last round, an insurmountable one. 1 round to go. Bibisara Asaubeva is our Norway chess champion, and she has been dominating from the very start, right? Maximum number of classical wins. Had that one critical moment against Divya and handled that to perfection to keep the lead going into today. Finishes things off with Anna Muzichuk in clinical manner and champion. And what an interview that was.
Yeah, it's just a whole lot of fun with both her and Javakir as well. If you haven't watched that, well, it's time to go rewind and catch what they are saying. But when it came to the standings in the Norway chess, that was just basically almost a free-for-all, with Wesley so at the top by 1 point. And looking at the games at the top row, it feels like the people have come to the game with their muscles trying to flex as much as possible. We have a whole rook sacrifice between Gukesh and Pragnananda. Gukesh are really going for it. Whether that's going to work out, I don't know. Wesley So seems to be in the balance against Magnus Carlsen. Complicated endgame there. Whereas Vincent Keimer, the evaluation bar, tells us one story. Ali Rez's king also tells us he's not particularly feeling so safe. So it seems like anything can happen. Which game should we dive into?
Ooh, I know the most dramatic one. That's Gukesh Prag. But, I mean, in terms of the eval bar, Keimer not far behind. Tanya, I'll leave the choice up to you.
Tough pick, this one. Okay, I'm going to make the decision, the call out here. David, you know what? Let's start with Gukesh's board. He's done an entire rook, the world champion. Pragnananda, 2 points behind Wesley, very much in the race. And then we jump straight to Keimer, who looks like he might be getting his first classical win of Norway chess, at least a huge advantage against Firouzja.
Exactly. And let's stick to this one for now. It's a rook sacrifice that we have to show. A quick action replay because we left it just after Gukesh had played a big mistake. G4, objectively not correct, but in human terms, it's the type of move that could scare the opponent, trying to just blow open the whole right flank here. And G4 was met very naturally by Black's threat. He'd set this up ages ago, hitting the rook in the corner, hitting the central pawn. And I think it is actually very important, the variation we showed earlier, that White cannot really save the rook and hope to survive this. If he saved the rook instead of the key central pawn, the queen would have been attacked here, the queen stepping forward, to E3. Rook takes C4 would have been the devilish next blow, threatening some knight checks, knight forks on the White king and queen. And it is so important, I checked it in the break, that this variation doesn't work for Gukesh, because F4 would indeed trap the white queen. And this variation we showed with an en passant, the black knight coming out. The queen trapped in the center of the board, unable to stay on due to all the knight forks. Queen E5, knight takes pawn check. And likewise, queen to F4. There would be another devastating knight check. This meant that Gukesh was all in. He had nothing else to do. He decided to give up his rook, first defending it with his bishop, and then instead of giving up the valuable tempo with bishop takes knight, he said, okay, I've said A, let's go for B. G takes F5, the knight saves itself, and rook to G1. He's lining up now, and Prag has just moved this very second, and it's a mistake.
Ooh.
The bar slides back up. It is an irrational position. It's going to be kind of prime for mistakes from both sides right now.
This is fantastic stuff. I mean, the fact that Prag just replied with a move that's given a question mark speaks of how difficult this position is to handle from a human perspective. Let's just back up before we deep dive into what's just happened right now. Now, rook to G1 hits the G7 square, but also keep an eye on D6 if you're watching this. Knight E4, knight D6, the other big idea. I don't think Prag had a good way to keep that pawn guarded. If you get your queen to E7, knight E4, things, I feel there is still compensation to speak of. You're down an entire rook, as you're saying, for one pawn, but Black's army, the knight, bishop, rook, offside, not coming into the game anytime soon. The other knight and the rook not making a big case for themselves either. The king stuck in the center. practical problems here. And this is long-term compensation for Gukesh. It's not a knockout blow right now, but I just feel knight d6, let's say king goes to d8 in this position. Maybe, David, you jump in immediately with that knight to d6, you hit that rook. The bishop, the knight on b3 about to be hit, the bishop coming in from c1 to g5 with eventual ideas of pinning that queen and the king. I mean, this sacrifice, the rook sacrifice by Gukesh, is either completely genius or completely crazy. I'm not sure which side of that conversation I'm on right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been playing a delicate balancing act, Gukesh. That helped him get to the top because he was normally erring on the side of genius, but this is very high-risk, high-energy stuff. If we go back to the game, so after rook to g1, Black, instead of defending the pawn, which he rightly decided against, decided to go knight h6, which might have been the wrong direction. Just to point out how difficult this position is, turning on Mr. Fish here, Mr. Stockfish, Black's best moves are hard. E takes f5 I think is understandable because that slows white down from occupying the center with his knight. But the next best moves were queen out to h4. Looks like a very brave move, but I guess hitting the center, also pinning the knight, so maybe understandable. But the ultimate best move, b5, playing on the other side of the board, giving up a pawn just to activate the queen this direction. I don't think he's even looking that side of the board anymore, Prag. This would have been extremely difficult. This check would have given Black a decisive advantage, but to understand why knight to h6 is a mistake, letting white back in and relinquishing most of the advantage, that is a difficult question in itself.
That is a very difficult question indeed. You know, as we see the knight go to the edge of the board, it's still super complicated for Black because their pieces are lacking in coordination. Gukesh has succeeded in making it a mess, and we'll see whether the clock is going to play an important part in this game. Let's go to the bird's eye view because I want to take a peek at what else is happening, and I'm seeing in the game between Kaymer and Ali Reza that there's the advantage is saying that is all Vincent Kaymer.
All Vincent Kaymer and Magnus meanwhile getting his king active in the central board there, facing the bishop pair. Wesley looks like he's got a grip and is safe enough, but yeah, Vincent with a big advantage.
Yes, and when it comes to Magnus and Wesley, it's not really clear who is going to go in for the squeeze. Is it white? Is it black? Well, earlier on, we talked that if Magnus loses, Garry Kasparov will be the highest rated player in the world. And we actually hear that Garry is watching this game with a lot of interest. Have a look. Yeah, you don't mess with the Don, do you?
The big boss.
Oh, gotta love it. Yeah, but that is incredible that if Magnus goes down on the live ratings, all Garry needs to do is play one classical game of chess, and he's back to being world number one.
Garry can play me. How about that? I challenge Garry Kasparov if Magnus loses this game and tomorrow. I think unlikely, but if that happens, Garry, wow. Will we see a comeback? That's the big question. Also unlikely. I'm not sure which one we are going to see, if either of them. But in the meantime, this is the position Magnus finds himself in. And it must be at the back of his mind, right? The ratings.
It's got to be. I mean, you know, when you've been a player, the highest rated player the game has ever known at 2882, and then you see you're coming down to that 2820 mark, losing about 20 rating points this tournament. Yes, you're still a little ahead of the world number 2. The only player currently still above 2800 is Magnus Carlsen, but I have a feeling that Magnus wants to keep that world number 1 spot in ratings and rankings in classical chess, even to the day that he decides to walk out of the game space.
Exactly. If Magnus did drop, I think he would push ever harder just to reclaim number 1 before ever even thinking of walking away. But yeah, it would be a strange world to see Magnus drop below 2800. Many of our viewers, I don't think were even alive last time Magnus was below 2800. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Wesley, in the meantime, what do we make of what he's done? Black with a fantastic knight in the center of the board. But Wesley has expanded on the left flank with his queenside pawns. He has traded off queens, keeping things simple. Who's going to be happier if this does fizzle out towards equality?
Well, the one thing that I'm seeing with Wesley's position is I don't see the plan of improvement. Like normally you have an idea, a knight will come to a4, there'll be some c4, b5, but that's unfortunately not possible because the knight on e5 is so strong and this bishop on d3 is super weak. And speaking of that piece, the bishop on d3 is not a great one either. It doesn't have a role in life. So it's difficult to see the improvement.
He did just put it there, though, just interestingly. I think he wants to basically force this knight to stay on e5. Otherwise, knight to c6 might attack some pawns, win some pawns, because if the knight moves, then e5 check will unleash the bishop and suddenly make it a strong piece. But yeah, good knight versus bad bishop for now.
And to follow up on that idea, what Wesley has in mind is that if Magnus decides to trade that knight for the bishop, getting rid of Wesley's bishop pair, it gives the option to recapture with the pawn towards the center of the board, also opening up the C line for further challenges. And then you can look at the bishop moving back, the d pawn moving ahead up the board. So it changes the dynamics and the nature of the position. But I also just want to highlight, I think if this was to go into an Armageddon, to answer your question from earlier, David, I don't think Wesley will be disappointed with that. He's playing against Magnus, who is always dangerous regardless of how the tournament has gone for him, how many losses he's had in the tournament so far. I think for Wesley, having the lead that he has, a point above Alireza, also what's going on Alireza's board right now, Alireza in the back foot against Vincent. And Armageddon is not an absolute disaster, so I'm not expecting Wesley to take too many chances to overpush in this endgame. Keep it going. And in fact, I think Magnus is happy with that as well. Magnus is happy that this game goes on. If the chances come, he'll take it. If not, we'll have the Armageddon. I'd say that Wesley would be the happier of the two because for Magnus to have any shot, he needs a three-pointer today.
Yeah, he definitely needs a three-pointer. But the question is, will Magnus be satisfied with just taking the draw? You say yes, he'll be satisfied? No, you say no.
I think that Wesley would be the happier of the two if it goes to a draw. I think for Magnus, as long as the game keeps going, it's an endgame. We speak of the Magnus touch. If he has that shot in an endgame to try to squeeze something out, that's what he's looking at, which is why he denied that repetition early on in the game. For Wesley, I think he's pretty close to that Armageddon that we speak of right now. I'm predicting one of the 4 Armageddons to happen in this one.
I predict one of the 2, maybe.
Wow.
Although the women's boards do look quite drawish as well.
I was going to join in and say one of the 3, but I've never been right, so probably one of the 2, one of the 4.
You got to manifest it, Yovi. You got to have more confidence in your predictions. I feel like that's where the problem starts.
I have gone into every prediction game going, yes, I'm going to finally get a point, and then suddenly knight a4 appears. Well, I won that prediction at least.
You did. You asked the question, what's Wesley doing next? How does he improve? He says, my least favorable piece in the position is the knight. I'm rerouting it. David Howell, where is he rerouting it to?
Great question. Very unclear to me. I think at some point he will maybe remove that bishop from d3 if he can do so safely, and then start to push his c-pawn and then just start to suggest that he might continue pushing in one of these directions. But for now, I think it's actually a prophylactic move. He wants to prevent black from breaking out with b6. I'm not sure that was ever realistic because a6 would have hung, but if black can break out on the queenside, eliminate all the queenside pawns, make it a fight on the center and just on the right flank, then the short-range knights, the way they can control both color complexes, I think would actually be superior to the bishops. So I think this is just designed to keep the whole queenside intact, and it's the type of cemento control move that might frustrate Magnus.
Okay, well, this one is tense. Both sides perhaps trying to squeeze the other one out in an endgame. Let's move over to top left. Vincent against Alireza. Alireza, if he wins, he will move to 16 points. If Vincent wins, he will suddenly be in the fray with 13 points. And Vincent here looking like everything under control.
Yeah. Looking nice for white right now.
It really does. I mean, round 9 for Alireza is about closing in the gap with Wesley, and I have to say it is going to be an uphill task for Alireza to make that happen currently. Look at the position we have. Let's try to break it down for everyone watching here. It's a better pawn formation for Vincent. You've got the open D line. The queen actively placed, tying down that bishop on c8, which kind of has no future behind his own pawns. Compare that to the bishop on e3. It's already got a target on c5. You can look at ideas of rerouting the knight, knight e2, knight g3, knight h5 ideas. The pawn always threatening to step into g6 with a kill zone, a boxing up of the black king, with ideas of the queen lining up on the h line, and then eventually getting rid of the only defender, which will be that lone knight on f6. You've already got a dark squared bishop if you're Vincent Keimer in that. I just think that, combining all the positional strategic pluses that white has, the rook coming onto h line, plus the tactical ideas, this is Keimer's best chance to get a classical win in Norway chess in a long time.
Yeah.
He's had one classical win so far, but this would be the more meaningful of them. And I think the most important thing is just to avoid Armageddon for him at this point. And looks fantastic. I love his last move. Earlier we were saying swapping all the rooks. White's last move was to keep the rooks on the board, but swapping them, we said long term is good, especially if you can get the queens off as well, because black's pawn structure is so bad. But he's changed gears here, and now he does have his eyes fully focused on the black king. And Alireza just... I don't see any active moves for him. The black queen's so offside as well, misplaced.
And that was the strange decision, right, Yovi, that Alireza made to play queen to a5. I mean, what even is that queen doing there? Queen one edge of the board, knight on the other edge of the board, both having very little future ahead.
Yes, and I got to say that the queen being offside on a5 also makes me worry for Alireza's king, and something that you touched upon, Tanya, but I just want to really drum it home, is that white could think about transferring the rook to the h line. You can do that in two ways. You can go king g2 or David's way, which was also my inclination as well. Rook d2, go rook h2, then back it up with queen h5, and then suddenly everything is collapsing for black.
All right, then my counter question to both of you is, if you want to escape from rook trade so much, can't Alireza try to force the matter by now putting the rook on the d8 file and just really hoping that you agree for a repetition here?
Yeah, the idea would be rook f1, rook f8, stare off, and who's going to blink first. I have a feeling that his idea is just to keep the rooks on, rook to e1, and the reason he's done this in this order, it's a small finesse thing, but instead of keeping the rook off the open file now, allowing the black queen to swoop back, apparently not the best move, but this type of idea, pressurizing the pawn, getting the queen into the action again, he's going to say, okay, rook to d1, if you challenge me, now I move, and the black queen still cannot quickly, at least, get back towards the king side. And now there might be time to go for some kind of direct attack. Apparently not rook e2. Maybe there's something even stronger. Perhaps g6 first. Perhaps, rook e2, king g2. Something to do with getting the rook to this side of the board.
I love that. I love that nuanced GM level breakdown of the difference between the black rook on f8 and the black rook on d8. That's why you get paid the big bucks, David Howell.
Oof, I wish. Not as big bucks as these players, alas. Unfortunately.
Very nice. Nice touch there. But Alireza, how to escape? He has to do some repair work. It's his move. Where to go with the pieces? I mean, can you, for instance, just take a deep breath and ignore the goings on and go queen to b6? I laugh because I'm just threatening queen takes b2 and that was it. And I was kind of hoping that the checks would scare white off, but I don't think they do.
I'm still eyeing the king side, and I really want to get either the rook there or the idea of g6, but I'm just wondering if you want to throw in a knight a4, just making sure there's no queen takes pawn in any of the lines. Maybe we try g6 first because it's super direct, but what threw me off from that was the knight jumping to f5, but it feels like it's still working. Queen h4 and can black
queen h3 maybe?
And if black just takes on b2, are you just ignoring the whole house and going for that knight on f6?
Yeah, queen h3 actually quite important because it defends this knight. I only realised too late, and the whole idea is queen takes bishop, black still threatening nothing, and this just ends up in checkmate. It's actually an impossible threat to stop once this happens. Indefensible here, black's position, so maybe if g6 is the threat. I saw the eval bar go crazy, by the way, in that variation with the rook dance, and same thing, g6, and I think it's just checkmate, either with the rook or with the bishop removing the defender. So maybe, process of elimination then. Does black have to block it? Stop that direct hit on his knight?
stop that direct hit with g6, and also make sure that if your rook and queen combine on the h-file, you can defend laterally from the 7th rank as well, right? If things go south, rook f7, going north with your rook.
It's a space gainer, I guess, gains space for the black king rook, but still very sad position to defend for black.
Right, but if g6 is the only try, then suddenly I'm thinking if a queen posts up on h6, that g6 pawn is a goner. Maybe not the end of the world, because I guess the rook can block a check.
Maybe you anyway plant it on f7 and just hold and pray for dear life.
Yeah.
Help me hold and pray for dear life. Is it knight f8? Is it rook g7?
Knight f8. Must be this, at least threatening to trap through.
Ooh, we have a move,
g6.
Only move, I think.
Yeah, Alireza on the defense.
He had to find that. He did find it. We talked about it before, but 20 minutes now left, and this is just move 27. He's got a difficult defensive job ahead for the rest of the game, Alireza. Both long-term, strategically with a bad structure, but also we've seen with some mating attacks.
Yeah, this is a really difficult position for Alireza. Let's zoom out from this one and go back to our bird's eye view, because the game that is so sharp it could turn on any move is between Gukesh and Pragnanda, and I still am very curious as to what is happening there.
We'll jump straight to that, but let's just point out that Carlsen Wesley remains in the balance right now. Some pieces have been traded off, and Wesley's knight has landed on a nice b6 square, but where is the progress, especially with Magnus hitting the b4 pawn? That's the top center board right now in our Norway chess women. We already have a winner, Bibisara, taking the championship. It's a fight for the second place, and one of the hottest contenders for that is Divya Deshmukh. With the white pieces, she's still down in exchange, but has got 2 pawns in compensation, and the queen and the knight, the powerful duo trying to create chances against Zhu Jin's king. A dynamically balanced game, that one. And our bottom right board there, Humpy versus Zhu Wenjun, definitely going into an Armageddon. Though I have to say, if anyone has a chance in that, it's potentially Humpy with the white king closer to that b5 pawn. We'll keep an eye out on those. But David, I'm with Yavanka here. I think we head to the board where the world champion is down a rook.
Yeah, we can see on the camera, even Zhu Wenjun's more excited about the Gukesh Prague board than her own game. She's looking up at the big screen there. But yeah, let's jump to that huge kind of tactical mess that we're seeing in front of us. Gukesh against Prague. Every time these two clash, it produces some kind of nuclear reaction. And it just becomes so tactical. I mean, in the first half of the tournament, when these two met, it was Gukesh who won from a almost hopeless-looking position. Prague could have just pushed forward and made a new queen. It was a bit bizarre. He didn't, and suddenly he got mated when Gukesh was able to counterattack. That was spectacular stuff with also a rook sack. Gukesh checkmating Prague, but this time we saw the mistake, knight h6, question mark. And just to point out that Gukesh found the only way to complicate the issue. I think he had to find this. He pushes f6 and only now jumps forward with his knight. And the big difference is that he gets the f6 square as well as the d6 square. If he jumped in first, then the black knight could have captured holding the d6 square, and now f6 is also covered. But yeah, f6, such an important move. He found it, knight e4, f takes e5, and do you check? Do you just take the pawn? Are there better moves? At some point the rook's going to come in. This is not a guessing game. This one, precision is required, and okay, Gukesh doesn't have so much time.
No, he doesn't have so much time, but we also have to be super concrete about this. And so let's go knight. Let's kind of like take it move by move and have a look at knight to d6.
First move you calculate, right? Checks, captures, threats. In terms of calculation, that's the order to calculate things, so this has to be played. I don't know. It's a 50-50.
You kind of feel king f8.
Looks safest, right?
Looks safer because at least you have a check on h4.
I guess white's follow-up is to take this pawn.
Hit the rook.
Hit the rook.
Let's give a check. Batsa sees a check. Batsa plays a check.
Right, I'm with you there.
Okay, I don't know. Again, I'm kind of a lottery with the king. It could be f1 safer, e2 safer, but let's go d1.
And I'm just thinking, because black has such a huge material advantage, we have to give up one of the two rooks, right? The rook on c8 is defended by the bishop. At least we'll be up at knight. Maybe we try to trade off more pieces here. If I'm black, I'm looking at rook g8, hoping that you get the rooks off the board. Sure, you win the rook on c8 at the end of it. I pick up the knight and make a case for my extra piece in that position and say, you've sort of traded. Ooh!
What did I miss?
Yeah, I think there's d5, though, at the end of it.
d5. The dormant bishop wakes up.
The one piece that wasn't playing a role in the attack.
I thought that bishop was in a coma. Like, I hadn't seen it for ages. I wondered why it even went to b2, but now, wow. Okay, take it back. I'll take it back with the knight.
So we got to take it with the knight. And now just hope that you capture the rook and see it. Bishop takes knight. And still looks pretty scary after checks or with d5 coming in. I was thinking if you attack the bishop, at least there's knight e7 if nothing else.
Yeah, and the king should hide next to the knight. So d5, attack goes on, but shouldn't be enough apparently.
But it's quite tricky as well because you have to cover the g7 square, but also if you try to do that with your queen, then queen to b8 comes up. And then it's not easy to defend it. You have to take a step back. There are pawns up for grab. I mean, the complications just keep on going.
Exactly. Like, we could get a position like this, and the eval bar might say it's totally winning for black, but so easy to blunder. Like, we're making natural moves, and we're also not finding the correct solutions. Maybe it's this square. I just realized hitting d2, threatening a mate, as well as defending white's mate. But yeah, this is still very difficult. I think knight d6 has to be played, though, surely.
Yeah. Every move in each of these lines is such a high responsibility move. Even if the eval bar is on one side, you could be lost with just one single blunder. I also want to point out, because we were talking, and the Mr. Fish was also critical of the decision of knight h6. But as we were working on these lines, I think I have an explanation for why Pragg chose the move knight to h6, David. And I think that also explains a lot of the lines that we're looking at. Knight h6, I think Gukesh found a really cool way to proceed, the best move in the position to keep things active, to keep the attack going. By the way, we've got a decision on the board. Knight d6 check played here right now. Pragg will come back, take a decision where to move the king, f8 or e7. But if we just quickly go back to that point that I wanted to make, knight h6, what Pragg was hoping for was rook takes pawn. Another very natural move in this position. But actually, I think Pragg set up the move rook to g8, which would essentially force the pair of the rooks off the board here. You take on h7, there's rook g1 check at the end of that line. And if the rooks come off the board, you are, in a sense, just saying goodbye to your attack here.
Yeah. One of the main attackers is gone. And yeah, very understandable knight h6. Maybe he did underestimate the power of f6. And yeah, we catch up with the live position. Check. I said it was 50-50. King f8 is the better of the two, according to the blue arrow, because I guess if you advance forward, you really risk getting mated on the spot. Check. And just to show, if king f6, this is immediate checkmate. And king to d6, or king takes d6, check, check. Black has to block, check, and mate. Ends the game, the rook cutting off the king. So, okay, he plays it, of course he does. The only way not to lose on the spot, Pragg, but he might find himself in a situation where he has to find a series of only moves to keep the advantage, or this could turn.
Yeah, I mean, can we just, for completeness, run through the queen takes e5 lines one more time? Because I would be first up is queen h4 seems to me the most natural move. Get the queen out with check.
It also stops the f4 square, right? For example, I think rook g8, and you're suddenly walking into a lot of disasters in the position. Maybe there are other ways, but queen f4 check hits that knight. Queen f7 will be a weak spot once that knight is off the board as well. Queen h4 just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so that's a no-brainer for us. So queen h4. Now, this is the next question. We have quite a few king moves.
Oof. I somehow doubt it's e2, just because queen takes pawn might be a variation later.
Yeah.
Like, okay, it's defended now, but like maybe it's possible.
Okay.
I don't know. King e2. Also, I'm scared I'd walk into something on this diagonal later. But yeah, okay. I'm saying it on general terms. Who knows?
Yeah.
Like king f1 maybe as well. But I think king d1's the most natural.
It's also placing yourself as far away from that distance of that black knight, right? You don't want checks, and that diagonally placed knight is going to take a while to give a check to the white king. So just intuitively, it feels like the safe spot for the white king.
Oh, we're going to see this. Queen takes e5 is on the board. Everyone at
is.
home. Blue arrow does appear. Pragg has to give this check to keep the advantage.
I think he finds this simply fighting against the idea of queen f4 check. You know, there's a threat on the rook on c8, rook h8, the checking ideas. Pragg will come back and play this move.
Yep. Makes sense because there's no other way to defend the king and the f4 square.
I say he does it on under 2 minutes, in fact.
I think it's always a good idea not to rush in this type of positions.
Pragg has made mistakes in this type of position before. I mean, in the first half I mentioned between these two, in the candidates against Sindarov, both games Pragg His opponent sacked a piece. Sindarov sacked a piece against him and won. Just couldn't handle being on the defensive. So I think this is a game strategy from Gukesh. Even though it went wrong and he was objectively lost, like it's the type of position he thinks he can trick Prag. So Prag definitely has to like kind of lock in here and find all the best defensive moves.
What? That's not even fair. Everyone would have forgotten it, Vic, had you not put it out there. Have I not lost enough prediction games?
Well, no, I like this, actually. Tanya.
I mean, come on,
Let's
Prog,
see.
you got to do this now.
Oh, that was Gukesh.
I feel that, the 2-minute mark was a bit optimistic. I should have said 5.
Oh,
Okay, come on, Prog.
Well done, Tanya.
What can I say? I know the Indian kids well.
No. I saw you lose confidence in your bet.
And as we saw there in the featured chat, shout out to Asmoada, that they're playing as if they have 2 minutes left on the clock. And I think now players, just as the tournament's about to finish, they've all realized that time trouble is decided the vast majority of the wins and losses they've had in the Classical. So they're all trying to speed up. But of course, for Gukesh, clock is more of an issue now.
So just to kind of confirm, maybe we can use the Mr. Fish. Moving the king to d1.
Our bestie.
Is our
by a while.
Is our best choice.
By a mile, yeah.
By a mile, okay. The others didn't quite make so much sense because, it allowed down the horizon the potential queen takes h2.
Yeah. Just to point out here, in the variations we were talking about, it would be this type of position. I'm not sure why the king is best on d1 rather than e2, but we were talking about this type of position and how there was a threat of mate, but apparently the king is just better on d1 in general. King f1, I think, it's just too vulnerable to queen checks, knight checks later down the line. So king d1, I think we can, by feel he should be doing this, but rook to g3, I guess, the other option, but you don't want to pin your own rook.
No.
And that's the other thing with Gukesh, right? He's a player who plays less on feel and more on calculation.
0 on feel.
0 on feel, right? So if he starts going down this labyrinth of variations, maybe it's not going to be so clear for him where to place the king. He needs to sort of rely more on his intuition, especially given the clock situation as well. 19 moves now to make in 18 minutes.
So, critical question to you, Tanya.
Oh my gosh, I know what's happening.
Do you think Gukesh will take more than 2 minutes to make?
He will definitely. Yes.
He's been thinking 2 minutes already.
Yes, I was going to say he'll definitely take more than 2 minutes. And there, I won that one. But I think Gukesh will, again, rely more on calculation at this moment. He is going to try to work out king e2, king f1. If I had to make a prediction, I think in the next 2 minutes he plays this move. Whether it's going to be king d1 or not, I'm not as convinced about that. I think queen h4 from Prague, easier to do. You're fighting against direct threats. This is not the easiest of decisions to make for a calculator.
Yeah, but this is such valuable time ticking away. We've made a big point of the players getting 10 seconds at move 40, but it's only 10 seconds per move. It's eternal time trouble. And this is where the likes of Wesley would turn up. He'd be like, okay, there's no chance I can calculate to the end in every variation anyway. Like, at some point, you just got to say, okay, king d1, there's no checks in the near future.
Yes.
King e2, there are checks in the near future. King f1, you will get checked. You just make a move.
Yes.
And it happens to be the best one because we can get there by feel. But I would love to see Gukesh play, maybe in private, a training match where he's not allowed to calculate, just play by feel. And I think he would realize he's a fantastic player as well by instinct. But the fact he doesn't let himself just make moves now means that he gets in time trouble and it haunts him later.
You have to just trust yourself in these positions. And Gukesh needs to play king d1, but more importantly, he needs to play it quickly. Because this is not the last question that will be posed to the world champion in this game. Look at the nature of the position right now. For both sides, every move a high responsibility, a high cost move right now.
Yeah, he needs to take a decision as well, because I can tell you this is only just the beginning of the complications. King to d1, Gukesh needs to find it, and he needs to play quickly. And by the way, I think we should start a hashtag David Howell for Gukesh, coach.
I think I could turn him into 2900. I don't know, he's so talented. And all of his strengths match my weaknesses, and my very few strengths, I think, match his weaknesses. So I don't know, I think it would be a good pairing.
I think it would be a great pairing. I think we need to make it happen. And if anyone on Gukesh's team is watching, David Howell is your man.
Yeah.
And Tanya can be the
How
motivator.
expensive are you, David
I'll work
Howell?
for peanuts.
I was just about
I'll
to
work
ask.
for 50% of the prize money at the World Championship.
That's still not peanuts.
No upfront fee, but if he wins it. Oh, wow. I mean, yeah, I'm semi-joking, but I genuinely think, like, okay, he has opening coaches around him, but at some point you need someone purely to work on the mental side and the practical side. Like, I don't think the mental side is always, like, his weakness. I think it's actually the practicality. Like, he's been in time trouble every round this whole tournament.
Yes.
So, and I don't think it's coincidence that he's in last place. It's the clock.
It's the clock, and the explanation for that has to be the confidence that one is feeling coming into a tournament like this, facing the elite competition that you are, and the history that you have over the last 18 months, everything that's happened since winning the World Championship match. For this kind of a format, incredibly demanding on the players, right? You play a classical and then a deciding Armageddon. Self-belief and confidence has to be up there.
Yeah.
It's as much about the will as it's about the skill on the board. And for Gukesh, I think double guessing, recalculating, not relying on intuition, not relying on his gut feeling about positions, and taking too much time has been the reason why he struggled at this tournament.
And David, if you do get the role as one of the seconds, I will sign an NDA. I will do absolutely everything, but you gotta let me know.
Okay. You should watch the sessions, join in, teach him the Karakan.
I'm not teaching Gukesh the Karakan. The one and only time I played Gukesh was when he was maybe 12 years old, and I tried a line in the Kara that I'd never ever played before. He just blasted me off the board.
It's funny because I actually played Gukesh as well when he was already a GM, but he was 12 years old, and it was in Gibraltar, and already then he had the same exact style. I was like, wait, he just mates everyone. He outcalculates everyone. He's a great attacker. I made it so boring and like slow and positional, and he was overthinking things and made lots of positional mistakes, and time trouble was what decided it.
Yeah.
So he hasn't changed those things. He's just, his strengths have got better, but the weaknesses are still there.
And it's now touching the 6.5 minute mark. Everything that we've been talking about, right? And he does it, but has he burnt too much time? Finding his way across. Gukesh not relying as much on his intuition, but working it out to perfection. But that's cost him time.
Cost him basically a third of his time. That's huge. 33% of his time on one move. That was obvious.
Yeah. And we kind of got there by instinct as well. I mean, obviously the players have so much pressure on them. And now we're seeing that Prague has to defend against a queen coming to a g7. That would be checkmate. So it's very natural for Prague to slide the rook over to g8. Is this one going to be made very quickly, Tanya?
You're putting me on a spot every moment. Yes, my answer is yes. I think he plays it process of elimination here. I'm not sure what are the other lines that Prague could be looking at. I'm trying to work it out. Instead of moving the rook, I don't think you want to put your king on e7 with the white rook infiltrating, the g7 square being so tender. Either coming in with the queen or the rook looks incredibly scary. I feel rook g8 happens in the next, in fact, 58 seconds under the 2-minute timer. And Prague will do it to put more pressure on Gukesh's clock as well. Come on, Prague. I'll also point out that Prague was the player to give Gukesh the first. Again, it's there. I mean, seriously, Vic, can we stop with this?
You
won all the bets so far.
You've got them to a T. You understand them.
But I feel I'm playing a bit with fire here. 58 seconds was a bit too optimistic there, but he plays it fast enough. Maybe I'll go down. Okay, 30 seconds. Come on, Prague. Is there a g8? You got to defend that rook, man. What are you thinking?
I should mention, I just checked, rook g8 is the only move not to lose on the spot. So this was a good bet, Tanya, but you're cutting it fine now.
No. He's reaching
seconds.
for it. He doesn't. Oh, Tanya. Bravo.
Oh, you should have bet on the next move as well. Gukesh played that instantly. He had to only move, of course, for Gukesh. His rook was hanging. He had no good checks. He's still a full rook down, but at least he can restore some material parity by taking back this rook.
Yeah, there was absolutely no other option, right? You can't fall back with your knight in that position. There are checks on g7. We analyzed the king moving up, checks on g7. So Prague, and he doesn't, it's really important. He understands that he's playing for the initiative here, but he's also playing against Gukesh's clock. So making those moves fast and quick. And I was about to say, Yovi, that Prague was the player who gave Gukesh his first 20th birthday present. Gukesh finally got a classical win in that match. It could have gone either way, but in the end, Gukesh came on top. So a bit of a grudge match as well, this one for Prague, at a very key stage in the tournament.
Yeah, it's so crazy every time these two play each other. It's one of my favorite kind of head-to-head matches. I also love Gukesh against Arjun, because that's always decisive, it feels like. And okay, here we see from Shabla, there's no way Gukesh never uses intuition, right? It's just so hard to believe, as great as he is. I think never is an exaggeration. We use the hyperbole for effect as commentators, but I think more often than not, he just calculates. It's his default setting. It's the way he feels comfortable and confident. And sometimes losing a bit of control actually takes the pressure off and would help him save time for the key critical moments.
Exactly. I think you've hit the nail on the head. Just as weird as it sounds, intuitively, he's more inclined to calculate. He definitely uses it. He wouldn't be where he is if he didn't, by the way, getting ready. And you can see this sort of panic, the pressure that's coming in with the clock ticking. Again, hesitates a little bit, but realizes the importance of playing quickly. For Gukesh, he's just a player who relies heavily on calculation. And that's why speed chess has been something that's been of a big question for the world champion as well.
Yes, undoubtedly, because when you calculate, it burns the time, it burns the energy as well, and it's very difficult just to keep things going and be consistent. What is this? David bet? What did you say?
He's going to move before he loses on time. That's my bet. I'm pretty confident I'm going to win it.
I'm pretty sure that you're going to win that one. That was a very risk-free bet.
But this is not a good sign that he keeps pulling his hand back. It gives away that you're not feeling good about your position. He does take that rook. And the knight's about to be picked up. And now the question, you're down a piece if you're Gukesh. You have to continue to be on the offensive. But you're running out of ammunition after bishop takes knight.
Yeah. Only 2 bishops and the queen left. The black king, if it ever gets shelter or if the queen's ever come off, unless he's won back the piece that he's going to be down, it means Gukesh is going down to defeat as well. But bishop takes knight, I think we'll see from Prague in the next 37 minutes or so.
I have a bone to pick with Bic right now. I love how my timer is like point on the spot with 30 seconds and 1 minute to Tanya. And when it comes to David's prediction, it's like, he'll make it before he flags.
Yeah, but
I feel like
you did set yourself up, Tanya. You did say, I bet you he will make a move within
the side in this one.
Yes.
Guys, you can all borrow my time machine. It's fine.
It's fine. Yes, absolutely.
I never set myself up for this one.
Oh, 3.
Okay, come on,
2, 1.
In only the most complicated position, yes, I bet 10 seconds for Prague.
But what was the hesitation? But, okay, well, really complicated position we have on our screens. It's been a real slugfest between Gukesh and Prague. But we have a fight all round. We're going to go on a short break, just so that everyone can just stock up on your drinks, stock up on your food, and just get ready because there is going to be time travel ahead. See you in a few. are back with Norway Chess. It's the penultimate round. We already have big news of the day. We have a winner. Norway Chess women's winner is Bibisara Salve-Eva. But in the Norway Chess itself, there is a complete mess. Just like the mess that Tanya and David make on a daily basis.
This is not okay, man. I mean, seriously, David.
It wasn't me. Tanya's got like 20 muffins, 20 sandwiches, like makeup wipes. It's like everything down here.
I agree on the makeup part, but the food and the mess is all David Howell.
It's messier than the Gukesh against Prague position.
Nothing's messier than that right now, Yavanka.
Nothing is messy, because take a look at how chaotic it is. The evaluation bar has risen sharply in Prague's favor, telling us one thing. Gukesh has made a blunder. Let's dive in immediately to that game and see what went on.
Yeah, let's jump in. We'll do a very quick action replay. A mistake on the last move. We see a question mark attached to that king move from Gukesh. He's trying to run and hide his king on A2. But until this point, they were both playing very accurately. We left it with Gukesh having to take back some material at least. There's no way to continue the attack. Knight takes rook. Now it's only a piece. I say only. At least the bishop is poorly placed and the knight a bit loose. He now found the best move, king to c2, hitting this knight. Very important to drive it back because we saw some variations of the black queen coming in with a nasty checkmate. The white king gains a tempo. Now another tempo gained because check is threatened. The white bishop is lined up. That would regain a piece. The black knight would drop afterwards. Covered though by Prague. And now king to b1. And I did check in the break. Apparently the best wasn't easy. This is where maybe he needed a bit more time, Gukesh, because suddenly it's a little less intuitive. His moves aren't forced. Bishop to c1 may be better, bringing the bishop into a new diagonal. Maybe bishop c3 as well, also playable, trying to get a new angle against the black king. But king to b1 simply too slow when he's a piece down. Losing a tempo like that, it could cost him.
And too slow is exactly what the world champion cannot afford. With 13 moves and under 10 minutes on the clock, that's less than a minute per move right now. King to b1 passes the ball to Pragnananda. You're up a piece. But what Gukesh is relying on is the disharmony, the disconnection between all of Black's forces, right? The knight, bishop, the knight, they're not really doing anything. You still need to get them into the game. And unless that happens, you've got play. Bishop c1 could still be the big idea right now in the position, especially with the king feeling safer. And I'm just wondering, can Prague use this move to actually create a better development here? Do you want to go direct with pawn takes pawn if you're Prague, hoping for a queen trade to follow next? Maybe knight e7 coming into the game. I'm also eyeing ideas like pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn, knight e7, knight f6.
Yeah, this is exactly what Prague will be looking at. Just consolidating his position, just needs to do the repair work with the pieces and get them all working. Because once you can start utilizing that extra piece in the defense, then that's it. Gukesh is busted.
Yeah, just to point out, I think pawn takes pawn might be quite nice. Firstly, the other black knight can start rejoining the action. Secondly, the bishop might later be able to get out via this diagonal. And yeah, if the pawn had taken, I think queen takes is a much better practical try, but I was going to say d6, and suddenly this bishop comes to life. There's no threats, no checks. If the black knight can come around to c5, then I eat my words from earlier. All of black's pieces are actually in good posts, and there's no way you can land a check against the black king, therefore you're just a full piece down.
The one thing that you would want to watch out if you're Prague right now in this position is the threat that Gukesh has in the air of the queen sliding over to b8, pinning that bishop on c8. You've got knight e7 as a defense, but it's the only defensive resource you've got. So just don't walk into that trap, and you're doing well if you're Prague right now. 25 minutes to work this out. Gukesh on the ropes here.
Ooh.
Definitely on the back foot as the world champion finds himself in trouble. Going back to our bird's eye view, first I'd like to look at Wesley So against Magnus, and then I'd like to focus in on Vincent against Ali Reza.
Okay, let's jump in to that heavyweight clash. Our leader, Wesley So, trying to keep things so solid here. And the position hasn't really changed much over the last few moves. It looks like Wesley's built what he hopes is a fortress. Black's got nice centralization with these pieces. B4 slightly tender, but there will be tricks to keep that pawn alive. White has for the last few moves played king d2, king e3, king d2, king e3, and he might just put the king on c3 if he needs to, if the black knight ever goes back to try and attack this pawn. It looks like he's covered everything, and Magnus you can see on the body language, doesn't really believe in his winning chances.
Yeah, Magnus might not believe in fortresses either, but this one, it's hard to imagine that he'll be able to break through right now. Even though he's got the more active of the pieces here, the rook and the knight center of the board, but where is the progress if you're Magnus Carlsen here? No big weaknesses to really target. The knight on c4 doing a fabulous job. I think Armageddon incoming. It's not too soon to call that one out.
Yeah. Okay. Whilst this one is heading to a draw, if we could just quickly go back to the bird's eye view. I just wanted to point out that it's also looking like a draw between Divya Deshmukh and Humpy Kanaru, especially, as I don't think we're going to be seeing too many decisive games there. But let's immediately go to Vincent Keimer against Alireza Firouzja, top left.
Yeah, we can jump into that. Just to mention, Humpy's it's going to be a draw any second. She's about to find a really nice draw. Actually, before we jump to Vincent, maybe I can just bring us into that one because...
Yep, let's do it.
Yeah, this will be the last time we visit this game. Black is pretty much just going to play knight f3, knight takes pawn against anything, just to show white's about to win the g4 pawn. Even if she defends her h2 pawn, Black can just take this. Black can put her king in the corner, and this is just a dead draw. It's bishop and wrong coloured rook's pawn. No way to evict the black king from that corner square, and this will be a draw and a handshake any second now.
Going into Armageddon, for our leaderboard, not the most important of the matchups, but both these players looking for a good finish here at Norway Chess with the final two games. For Zhu Wenjun, I think it's just been an incredibly disappointing campaign here. Looking ahead at the World Championship match coming out. I wonder if rustiness has a role to play as we see David's idea being played out here. Wenjun back to classical chess after a long time. For Humpy as well, never really got going in this tournament.
Yeah, for Humpy, it was like her first round loss against Bibisara just knocked the wind out of her sails, and she never ever found her momentum. For Zhu Wenjun, it looked like, things perhaps could turn when she won in the classical against Divya, but then she lost.
Yeah, and we have to jump. Zhu Wenjun's knight is trapped, but doesn't matter. This is going to be a draw. She can just put her king in the corner, ignore everything else. Let's jump over because you've seen action elsewhere, Tanya.
Action's all over the place, and I just want to point out that on our Divya board, we will jump to that, but later, it's not over. It's far from over. Bottom left there is an imbalance in the piece dynamics, but look at that top right there. Praggnanandhaa has gone for pawn takes pawn at the center of the board. Looking at how this is being played out, notice top center, Wesley, Carlsen most likely heading into a draw. That means an Armageddon. For Wesley, the gap really narrows if Pragg gets this 3-point win. I think incredibly, equally important, Vincent Keimer with an advantage right now against Alireza Firouzja. We might see a leapfrogging here where Praggnanandhaa is the hottest on chase going into that final round.
Wow, if Pragg wins in the classical, if Wesley loses the Armageddon to Magnus, they'll be locked on the same points heading into tomorrow's grand finale. That'll be quite the climax to the tournament. And in the meantime, we have been promising Vincent Keimer Alireza Firouzja for a while. We did see an exchange of pawns between Gukesh and Pragg. Well, it's not getting any better for Gukesh, it's got to be said. Which one do we jump to?
I think we have to go to Vincent.
Let's do that.
Alireza, because things are getting critical here. We see Vincent making big progress. Rook there on g2, and as David's indicating, well, that's a really sly maneuver to go around the back.
Yeah, and I could actually see this being a threat. Like, if Black does nothing here, I'll just put a move on the board. If Black plays like Queen b6, I think this might be almost a game-winning threat, because after rook to g7, White can occupy the center, control the d8 square. Now, how are you ever evicting this bishop from e8? You can't. Therefore, your rook is trapped, your queen is the board is cut in half here, and I'm not sure exactly how White wins. Probably it's something to do with activating the knight. Maybe eventually you bring it round to f3 to hit e5 pawn, but Black is just totally frozen for the rest of this game. So this is a very annoying threat. Even if it's not decisive immediately, not a knockout, it's really annoying to have to deal with, and only 8 minutes for Firouzja.
Only 8 minutes, and how to deal with that? The only moves that kind of sprung to mind is the bishop coming to d7, but even then that has its consequences.
But it might be forced. I really like it. Wow, I didn't see that knight jump that, David, you just highlighted at the center of the board to combine the queen and the bishop to attack that bishop on d7. Should we quickly see that line? It looks very tempting to go bishop d7, trying to neutralize the threat and the light squared bishop. And now knight to d5, you hit the queen, you hit the dark squared bishop. If Black grabs that knight at the center of the board, you go bishop takes bishop, and guess what? Bishop e6, another devastating threat, a pin on that rook. And if you try to fight against that, the d5 pawn will be lost. Yes, you can go forward, but can I just ignore it? Okay, you're saying bishop d2 and then just go bishop e6.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so clear, actually. I thought it was over, but black can prevent the bishop from reaching e6, so it's not totally gone yet. I liked your idea, Tanya, of bishop e6 first, but if only the white rook had f2,
exactly,
that would be game over. But no, this is, yeah, it's not over yet, at least. I like knight d5. I just came to mind instantly, but actually maybe white shouldn't go for that and should be happy to just allow black to be saddled with these weak pawns forever rather than healing the pawn structure.
So maybe you just retreat with your bishop and say that, you know what, I'll find another plan. I want to keep as many pieces on the board. You're under 8 minutes now, Mr. Alireza, and you still have a lot to play. So maybe just come back either to c2 or d1 and then think about how you want to improve next. Maybe you start expanding on the left flank with your pawns moving up the board as well, b4 at the right moment.
Yeah, and I was also thinking, you know, if the right rook slides to d2, I don't think black either wants to be trading off the light square bishops because e6 is so weak, and I'm just seeing that black is the one that is just simply groveling.
Black is groveling, black is suffering. Firouzja, no time either. This could be huge for the standings. Vincent will catch him up, and these two could be just 1 or 2 points behind the lead heading into tomorrow. We could get maybe 4 or 5 players within 2 points of each other. Depending on how the Armageddons go and how the other game goes.
Yeah, you got to spam the Danny emote right now of absolute cinema going on, because if that was to happen, I mean, whose Norway chess is this going to be? I'll tell you who's not it will be. That's Magnus Carlsen. Few would have predicted that. We've got 3 people in the race potentially for that Norway chess crown, and none of them are named Magnus Carlsen. Who saw that coming?
Exactly, and Gukesh is unlikely to be included in that conversation either. If he loses today, depending on other results, he might be guaranteed last place with 1 round to spare, which would be a really devastating result, especially on the back of the last 18 months. And yeah, it looks like on that right board, no counterplay, piece down.
He's under 5 minutes, Gukesh is right now. 12 moves to make. The idea, David, you pointed out, of taking that d5 pawn, hitting the queen next, opening up the bishop. It's on the board. Is there anything that Gukesh can do here to try to create his tricks against the black king? I'm struggling to find a way in.
Yeah, like you can literally, apart from the 8th rank, the back rank, you can pick up the white queen and put her anywhere and she doesn't really create any threats. And I love what Prag is doing. Like, he's been taking care of his king with the black knight, great defender, the black queen, an equally strong defender. He's covered the dark squares with pawns, and now he's covered the light squares with his bishop that looked like it was asleep. He's covered everything.
If you're Gukesh, can you try to go wild with queen h8? I'm at least pinning your knight. I'm hitting the pawn on h7, at least pretending to have a threat in this position. It's desperate, but I'm struggling to find anything more active than that for Gukesh right now.
Exactly. As our producer Bick is saying, if the white pawn wasn't on a3, if it were anywhere else, a2, a4, then white would have had ideas like bishop to a3, pinning the pawn on the diagonal, and this diagonal would have been lovely for the bishop, but unfortunately, that was too many ifs in one sentence. And yeah, that pawn he put on a3 as early as move 4, misplaced, it seems, and he goes back with his queen. I quite like queen h8, just a disturbance move, something that maybe Prag hadn't seen, but yeah, queen g3, and now this black knight on a5, all it needs to do is improve itself. If it ends up on c5, every piece is controlling an important square.
And you've got 2 ways to do it, right? And I don't really see a repetition to either one of them. b3 or b7 retreat to go forward, hit that bishop. A matter of few consolidating moves, and Prag looking to join the lead going into the final round.
Yeah, win in the classical for Prag will just boost him to 15 points, and that's very much near the top. And just to confirm, it was a draw between Humpy and Ju Wenjun. So we're going to be seeing our second Armageddon of the day. If we go back to the bird's eye view, I just also want to point out that the evaluation bar is all the way in favor of Zhuzhina, as she is winning against Divya Deshmukh. So looking like Zhuzhina is going to be netting 3 points. And for Wesley and Magnus, still very much balanced.
Divya had to keep the queens on the board. She had to combine the ideas of the queen and the knight for compensation against that exchange. This is an endgame where black's rook will chase down all of Divya's pawns. For Zhuzhina, the plan is clear. Get your king, kick that knight out, attack b3, win that. White's king stuck to the square because f2 is tender as well. There'll be no coordination between the white knight and the king. I think Zhuzhina gets the job done in this one.
Yeah, Divya walked into that queen trade, I think, mainly by accident. She felt she had to, but she just had no time. This is the position we won't linger too long, but 40 seconds. That's all that needs to be said. And just to show, the queen exchange happened just a few moves ago. It was around here, and she was facing the threat of checkmate. I just wanted to show this because it is a brilliant move. She had to play this now, but queen to g8 check. And queen sacrifice, unfortunately, it wasn't saving her. She was able to land a fork, but yeah, when the dust settled, queen trade only helped black, and the a2 pawn falling didn't help this double attack. And yeah, if we catch up with the live position, I think all that Zhu Xun'er needs to do, there we go, she's moved her king on over. And it's all because the existence of the c5 pawn. F4, desperate attempt to free the white king to hit the rook, but just too slow. Black's going to start picking off pawns on the other side soon.
Yeah, you could do that. You could kick the knight away first. This is a Zhu Xun'er game.
This is definitely a Zhu Xun'er game, and I got to direct us immediately to Vincent against Ali Reza, because Ali Reza has gotten creative and he just played rook f4, sacrificing the rook for a bishop, and this is his plan. He's gonna get active, try to imbalance the position in a manner that maybe white will not be able to take control.
The clock rearing its ugly head again. Ali Reza down to 3 minutes. The storyline of this tournament is the players just not able to handle the time. I'm one to speak, I'm a big time trouble addict, but I think just taking away the extra 30 minutes at move 40 has thrown everyone off balance. Just a quick recap. In this position, white's in full control, about to infiltrate with moves like bishop to d7. So Ali Reza felt this was the last moment. I think a good practical decision. Like, he's worse anyway, we see the bar. Like, yes, he's still a lot worse after rook f4, but the question mark, I think we throw this one away. It's a good practical try. If he gets a couple more moves, knight takes pawn and f3 check, suddenly the white king isn't so safe. Suddenly real counterplay and still no infiltration for the white rook. White's the exchange up, but that rook, as long as it can't get in, the material, not the most important thing yet.
I completely agree. I think the evaluation bar is quite deceptive in this one right now. From a practical perspective, there are questions to be answered. The g5 pawn is about to fall regardless of what you do. The e pawn about to move forward to improve the position of the bishop. Bishop from b7 lining up against the e4 pawn, the other way to get it into the attack. Knight g5, queen h6, looking at that h3 square to screw up the white king side even tighter in those positions right now. I would almost say that I don't understand the evaluation bar right now. Like, such a big advantage, unless it's a concrete line. Yeah. I think it's a great sacrifice by Ali Reza.
This is where, like, 20 years ago, before, or maybe 30 years ago, before computers became really, really good, we would have been like, yeah, this is double exclam, brilliant move, and momentum turner. That's the main thing, momentum breaker. You're worse, you're suffering, you're passive. You sack something, he's barely sacked anything. It's just a bishop for rook. He's suddenly got better pawn structure. And this could definitely turn.
Yeah. It's the kind of sacrifice, you know, you're thinking about the romantic era of chess with Mikhail Tal currently celebrating in his grave right now. Just happy to see this being played out on the board. But then the evaluation bar just takes the fun out of the position. But what is white's response? How does Kaima keep the king side defended?
And this was my question to you, because the g5 pawn is dropping off. I don't think you can be defending that one. So I have like two instincts here. Bishop to d7. I don't know why I want that, but I do. Get a rook into d7, and
makes a lot of sense. e6 is weak as well after that.
Yes. So that would be one instinct. Another instinct that I have, which doesn't quite make so much sense, is to go e5. I yes, just have some funny tactical ideas of posting up a knight on e4, but that's probably wishful thinking. I also break the rules as well, big time. Just want to point out, with this e5, yes, David, thank you. I was just going to say that as well. You make your king very exposed. Don't weaken the king on the diagonal.
Well, I want to highlight that you have great instincts, Jovanka, because, I mean, bishop d7, I think, is the most human move, just eliminating the black bishop pair before the black bishop gets to b7. But the top move by the computer is actually your plan. Just same idea, just different order. Starting with bishop c6, which I'm going to say is very difficult. It feels like a slow move, but it takes away the square from the black bishop, which is actually trapped now. And after knight takes g5, then e5. And you stopped f3, you covered that square, you've stopped the black bishop getting active.
Wow.
This would be genius from Vincent Kaima, but you struck the right idea, Jovanka, and that's how chess works, right? We're just fine-tuning, finding cool ideas and making it work.
Yeah. And how narrow is the path to an advantage? So say, for instance, bishop to d7, would that get you to an advantage, or would that get you to a mess?
Advantage, I think.
I just want to point out that maybe at some point we get the double board view, because Gukesh is down to under 2 minutes on the clock. And he still has 8 moves to make. That's about 4 moves per minute that the world champion has to afford in a position where, again, you could have as much time as you want and you're still struggling.
Yeah. I mean, we see actually bishop to d7 on that left board. Vincent Keimer does play the most human approach. So he covers all the light squares. Still the exchange up, Vincent, although has to slightly worry about the white king now. On that right board, I mean, Gukesh, this is so sad. He's just a pure piece down. His whole idea now on that right board is to try and trade off black's knight on b7 with his last move. And the white queen wants to swoop all the way to the top of the board with a check. But yeah, that's easy to stop, I think, for Prag.
If you're Prag, can't you just actually force a queen trade off in this position? I'm going queen f5. If you hide your king on a2, my queen comes to c2. If you step up on the dark squares, I go queen f6. Isn't that just handshakes?
Yeah, I think we should show that. Let's jump in because Vincent has found the best path against Alireza to stop counterplay, but this is where the most drama is happening. Under 2 minutes now for Gukesh, and Tanya's pointing out this move. This looks very natural, very strong. And, I mean, first thing we calculate, right, checks? Any dark square, b2, a1, as you said, just queens off, and this is resignable now. d5 drops, extra knight. I think this pin is only temporarily uncomfortable. White can never profit from it. And yeah, the other way, the only way to save the, or keep the queens on, this is over. Another pawn bites the dust.
Yeah, queen takes pawn. I was thinking of queen c2, but you still have bishop b2 in that position and the game goes on. But queen takes pawn looks very, very strong there. And I don't even think Prag needs to be super precise, because queen f5, queen g6 check, both would probably potentially lead to the same position, being forced to give c2 after king to a2.
Yeah, exactly.
With the winning advantage.
I just saw a pawn. I wanted to grab a pawn, but exactly. There's plenty of ways for Prag to do this, so the path isn't that narrow even.
And I was also going to point out that Black's knights, they might look clumsy, but the knight on b7 covers the all-important d8 square, and the knight on g8 covers f6, h6, e7, and those are critical squares. So, for instance, you can take the pawn on d5 once you get there with check, with the full knowledge that if a bishop blocks that check, it's fine. The queen can move somewhere else. She doesn't need to protect any squares.
And just to show that, I actually missed bishop c4, so thank you for pointing out that everything's still covered. I'm not sure exactly where to go, but should be still
But there's no stress. That's the thing. The knights are doing all the fantastic job.
But because you said the knights are doing such a fantastic job, I wonder if Prag isn't rushing with this decision, because there's a temptation to go pawn hunting immediately from the starting position, the live board that we have right now. And I wonder if queen takes pawn still keeps everything intact, because I'm not seeing any big check for white in this position.
Yeah, this looks like a mating attack for black suddenly, with the white king such a big target on the light squares. Yeah, Prag can win, I think, in any way possible now. Like, he can also just put his queen on a dark square. He does give the check first, though. Very logical.
Very precise. I also would just like to say, I don't think this is about Gukesh not getting flagged. I just don't think he reaches move 40 because he's about to lose before that.
Now this is move 33. 7 more moves to make to get the 10-second increment. But yeah, the position is terminal. He does at least keep the game alive by keeping the queens on the board. So that's a first step. I think we've all been there, like lost positions. We just try not to give up hope, but keeping pieces on the board is the first step. And there we go.
Set up with a check. And let's not forget, this was the scenario in that last encounter at Norway Chess. And Gukesh turned things around at the very end from a dead lost position. Snatched victory in that one. Bishop comes back. Prag confidently now getting ready to set up the check on c2. The black knight ready to jump into the game as well. Bishop e6, a massive threat.
Yeah, and for Gukesh, he has barely any checks. He's going to resign.
And there we have it. It's the result. The world champion loses. Prag, 3rd win in a row in classical. He's jumped right up in the standings now, in with a chance of winning Norway Chess tomorrow.
Yeah, what a comeback and boss statement it has been by Praggnanandhaa over the last few days, suffering a setback with 2 back-to-back losses and responding in full boss mode, taking down the world champion today at a point when it matters the most. 1 round to go, Prag very much in the race.
Completely in the race. I mean, Prag with that victory moves to 15 points. He's currently in the lead. If Alireza falls to Vincent, which let's go there and have a look. If he falls, Vincent is the one who will move to 13 points. You know, we might even see the situation that if Magnus manages to squeeze out a win against Wesley, Magnus will be in the mix as well.
Yeah, we'd have 4 players within 2 points of each other heading into the last day. That would be an incredible showdown for the title. It does look on that right board like the status quo has been maintained. Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen. Still looks like a draw is the most likely result. Not much changing there. But Vincent with huge winning chances exchange up.
Wow. And that's the big one for Alireza Firouzja, down by a point on the leaderboard currently before the Armageddon between Wesley and Magnus, if it was to go there. Alireza in big trouble right now. He's down materially. I'm still not seeing the attack, the compensation, especially with the Black Queen boxed up on E8 right now. The Black Knight tied there to not allow the White Queen from picking up one of the 2 pawns. The Rook, do you simply slide back or do you stay active on the 7th rank? Is the question for Kaima.
Big question. I think ideally he wants to stay on the 7th rank, just more active, and also tying down the Black Queen to her bishop. But yeah, I'm a bit scared of getting trapped on the 7th. And also, if the Black Queen gets the D-file, oh, this could turn. Like, I think it's good for Vincent that he's up at 9 minutes. If it were a 3-minute versus 3-minute scramble, that's where Firouzja is quicker, sharper, tactically tricky. And yeah, we could see Black suddenly take over. I could imagine a pawn on F3, and if the Black Queen gets anywhere in the white half of the board, mating attacks. But yeah, it still needs a helping hand from Vincent.
Yeah, and I was going to say, well, we have a result. A draw between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen, so we'll be seeing Armageddon later on. This is such an important draw for Wesley in the standings because he's now guaranteed himself at least 15 points.
Absolutely, and that's been class about Wesley, right? He's not always dramatic, he's not always flashy, but so unbreakable. It just feels like he's just there, super solid, and impossible to take down currently in that classical section. And it all happened with a big swing in round 5. Taking down Magnus Carlsen is when Wesley's tournament started skyrocketing, and he hasn't stopped since then. Goes into an Armageddon, but that just means that Norway chess remains wide open on the last day.
Totally. And let's have a look at how that game finished, David.
Yeah, just we don't need to go too far back. Essentially, nothing much changed from this point onwards. White has everything covered. Nice, beautiful pawn chain. Everything protected. White king centralized. Magnus tried to maneuver his knight around. He tried to bring it around to attack White's pawn, but now the king showed its versatility. And yeah, essentially they just started repeating the position. And Magnus here bring his knight back and forth, offered the draw, which Wesley, I think, very gratefully accepted. There were actually maybe 1 or 2 small moments where Magnus could have taken over just before we reached this exact endgame, but ultimately Wesley way too solid. And Armageddon between these two, that's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and the big question, can Wesley pull off a Prague take down Magnus twice in the same tournament? Well, Prague did it in Classical. Wesley, he'll be looking to do it in Armageddon. He's been super strong in Armageddon. Magnus, meanwhile, shaky the whole tournament. This might be the time he decides to strike at the king. Wesley mentioned it himself, Jovanka, when he joined us in the interview, that Magnus's form has been the biggest question. So maybe Wesley smells blood when the clocks go down.
Yeah, for Wesley, and there's so much at stake here. You know, getting 1 point, getting 1.5 points could be the difference of being Norway chess winner. And also, I got big news for you, Tanya. It's very good news.
Oh no,
I'm
done.
Taken down the mighty David Howell.
I lost my time machine. I lost the keys to the TARDIS. I lost it. What went wrong? I'm gutted.
It's between you and me now.
But I think it's looking really good for you. Magnus Wesley will be our third Armageddon of the day. And this one, if I had to make a prediction with the extra exchange for Vincent, I say that he gets his second classical win of Norway chess right now, which would be an absolute disaster for Alireza Firouzja at this point. Yes, he'll still have his chances because guess what? Alireza plays Wesley in that last round. His fate in his own hands, but he might be forced to go for a classical win in that case.
I don't know what's more important here. Jovanka winning the prediction game, getting her first point, or the tournament being blown wide open here in this game.
It's obviously Jovanka's first point. I mean, it's been ages since that happened. Jovanka had
since last year. I feel good, but I haven't won it. I'm in with a chance. I've been in with a chance every single day. But we'll find out. I'm pretty excited regardless of how
Will you do a
this
little
game...
victory dance for us if you were to win the prediction
I
game
can do
finally?
a little victory dance right now, but even though I haven't won.
We
So-
should do a check actually. Like, if you do win, like, was it the same exact round last year that you won as well? Because it was quite towards the end. Will it be 12 months to the day?
It's been so long that Ivanka has no memory of it.
Oh no, I remember. I remember that feeling of winning was very rare in the prediction game. But I don't know, I was so good at the prediction and it always feels like a lottery. But this one, whoa, interesting decisions have been made by Vincent, because when you mentioned, David, about dropping the rook back, keeping control on the D-line, I was like, yeah, that's very much Vincent. But Vincent hasn't gone for that. Instead, he's kind of said, well, rook to b7 is going to be my move. And I'm not afraid of a queen taking control of the D-line.
Yeah, I would have been a bit afraid of this. And the variation I was trying to work out was queen takes pawn, queen in check. Coffee's end there, trying not to draw too much attention to it. You're right, I'm trying to deny today's existence, but this would have been a bit scary, although eval bar shows that white is winning and probably can dodge the checks eventually. I think it's just a couple of checks and they do dry up when the bishop suddenly is hit. So great calculation from Vincent Keimer.
I also want to point out another defensive resource, which I think will be important in future lines as well. If black does take the d file immediately, you do have the queen retreat offering the trade here. You take it, endgame winning for white. You don't take it, it's the white queen infiltrating on the 7th rank on d7, just solving all problems. By the way, a decision by Alireza right now. He does, instead of putting the queen to d8, decided to put it back on f8 and has pushed the f pawn. The white knight, meanwhile, rerouting itself towards the center of the board via c3 to d1.
Yeah, and I like what he's doing, actually. The knight is going to be very nice on f2. We've seen the theme quite a lot this tournament already, like a knight being a king's best friend and a knight just controlling all the squares around a king. On f2, the black queen will need at least 3 moves to deliver any check. It will need to be on a dark square as well. I don't think the black queen gets 3 moves because everything is so loose. The bishop is loose. The black knight couldn't have taken the pawn last move because g6, e6 also under fire. Yeah, I think the whole idea behind knight to d1 was to put it on this square and then liberate the white queen. The white rook already doing a great job, and maybe we'll just see Vincent tie up black and start pushing pawns.
It looks like that, right? Because where is black's progress now that you've got that knight on the beautiful square? It defends everything, keeps everything under control. For Alireza Firouzja, he's trying desperately to get his queen in right now. d2, and the blue arrow appears, queen f4. He needs to stop that threat. Queen d2 will give Alireza the much-needed counterplay in this position.
Wow, only move territory for Vincent Keimer. That is findable because you just ask your opponent what their threat is. Also, it sets up white's own threat of rook to b8 with a nasty skewer on the 8th rank. So I think he finds it. Like, process of elimination. You definitely don't move the knight. You get checkmated. You don't really want to move the king. Why would you move the king? The white rook can't be improved. So I think, yeah, he's going to find this, surely. Multi-purpose move.
And you've got to stop queen d2, right? Because it's not even just going to be holding. It comes with some deadly threats with queen e2 check idea. And
He
look at
finds
that.
it.
He does. Vincent Keimer in full control. Access denied.
Yeah, and now there's a threat of his own. Rook to b8. That would be attacking the queen and the king. It's a game-changing threat. Okay, so he moves the bishop, goes on the counter.
Hits the queen. And now for Vincent Keimer. Do you move the queen away? Do you push the e5 pawn there? Hitting the black bishop. But I feel like it's pleasant choices to be made here.
Pleasant choices. The most natural would be to push the pawn forward. Alireza will retreat his bishop and argue that at least he's closed down that white queen's diagonal. Rook b8, no longer an issue. But Vincent, you can see that he sensed something there.
Yeah.
He suddenly got really excited. Okay, looking back now, he's like, okay, I'm not winning yet on the spot, but getting close.
Do you think he got excited about queen h4, queen h6, infiltrating with the queen, trying to threat a kiss of death checkmate ideas, also eyeing the g6 square? That can be quite tempting.
Also, dropping the queen back to d2, setting up a pin.
Ooh, nice.
Could also be on the radar as well. And next big threat would be going e5.
Vincent Keimer getting ready to make his move. He's under 5 minutes. The players have crossed the 40 move mark, but only get an additional 10 seconds right now. Keimer putting the finishing touches to this one. He has to be just careful about not allowing Alireza's queen into his own camp.
I do fear that Vincent, if he drops down to around the 1 minute mark at some point, bit of a shake of the head there, then he might start to get nervous. Like the ghost of all those 7 lost Armageddons, all because of the clock or because he wasn't able to handle his nerves. Suddenly it feels like an Armageddon game. Like he has the advantage, yes, but he has to win it. He's material up, and if he can't convert soon, he might start to get nervous.
Right, and does Vincent have to be accurate in this? Does he have to find e5, which is a very natural move?
Ooh. Just checking with the computer. If he doesn't find e5, the advantage pretty much halves. So still better. Queen to d2, the next best. Queen h4, also good. But e5 by far the strongest, and he does play it. But what next? And the black bishop has to retreat now. e7 or f8. Goes back where it came from, defending the knight. Still no way in for the black queen.
Everything under control. The knight defending the squares, the white queen taking control of the d2 infiltration spot here. Vincent ready with his response.
So now, what next for Vincent? How does he improve? Does he simply just push pawns? I mean, what does he do?
I could suggest one plan here, David, if you're white. Go queen e3, go queen d3. I just want to fight for the d line.
Very classy. That would be very calm, very collected. And yeah, not just that, but maybe forcing black's hand because of a hit on g6. He goes back with his rook. Same idea, different order. Rook to d3, his idea to shut the gate. Close the d file. Also looks very, very logical.
Very nice.
Yeah. I was looking at some weird ways of like going king g1, king h2, king g3.
I thought you were going to say king e1, queen d2. King g1, king h2 is very impressive, David Howell.
Probably also just bad. Also, I might have been blundering like knight h. Oh my god, I think I was blundering knight h3 there. And then the black queen coming into d1. But okay, rook d3, much more professional.
Oh, hang on a second. Isn't that an idea as well in the air?
Like immediately. Wow.
Yeah, I think white will react by taking this pawn, not getting deflected. Like if the black knight moves, yeah, that's bait you don't want to take. But yeah, he dodged the blunder there. Queen to d7.
He's eyeing that a4 square. If you go rook d3, Alireza Firouzja setting up queen a4, queen c2 ideas, desperately trying to get to the white king.
This is where Alireza is at his most dangerous. When he has nothing to lose, when he's just playing for swindles, playing for tricks. More often than not, he tricks the opponent, especially when both clocks are low. His vision and his creativity is another level.
Everyone watching, just ignore the evaluation bar and watch the magic unfold. Alireza Firouzja isn't going to make this easy for Vincent Keymer.
Not easy at all. And you see there, with this little move that Alireza's found, you know, if you do slide over the rook to d3, that queen is primed to come in on the queen side and start, you know, skirting around the king with queen a4, queen c2. And it's questions.
We're going to watch this being played out. Alireza will reach out for his queen, make it the most active piece in the position.
Yep, might as well. Nothing much to think about here. Bring the queen in. Maybe white's idea is to just continue locking that door, just bring the white queen to slightly passive square, but at least controlling any entry points. Vincent's going to go for his queen. He's going to retreat her. There we go. He covers the c4 pawn importantly, but now the black queen has no way in.
And this is super instructive from Vincent, right? He's gone up material. He's now going into defense mode. He knows as long as he fights Alireza's counterplay, he's going to be winning this game in the long run. He just cannot allow any offensive ideas of Alireza. He now falls back with the queen. Alireza also trying to get Vincent down to his final few seconds. He knows that's when miracles happen.
It's a bit liberating having a lost position because some point you just start like playing not to lose immediately. You're just like, okay, prolong the game, prolong the game, prolong the game. The longer it goes, the more your opponent gets nervous, and then you're like, wait, I'm still in it. Momentum could turn. Very professional from Vincent b3, covering his pawns.
I think protected. And
I think it was Indian cricketer Virat Kohli who said, you have to believe in that 1%, because then that 1% can become 10, can become 20. Just keep making moves. Fight your own mind to not give up.
Absolutely true. And also, if you approach it like a challenge, you just say, well, hang on a second, I'm completely lost. I accept the results. And then you say, can I survive this next move? And then the next move. And then you just keep on going. And suddenly, your opponent gets frustrated. And that is something that could very well happen to Vincent, although Vincent just coolly advancing the queenside pawns.
Peter Lecco would be proud. Cemento, queenside totally locked down. Now Black's infiltration points are only on the other side of the board where the queen can't get to.
No time for Alireza. Watch the clock, everyone.
5 seconds. He's got a path though. He's clearing the 8th rank. He wants to swing the whole way across the board.
Sneaky.
Back and round. Yeah, my favorite chess book, The 7 Deadly Chess Sins, they call it the goalkeeper's glory. Because when you're facing a penalty, you're never scoring a goal. You can save it and you look like a hero, or you let it in. But here you're just trying to save it. That's all, but it takes the pressure off.
And once again, Vincent Keimer gets his queen active on f4, but no infiltration squares for that queen. Meanwhile, Alireza steps back, now eyeing the b4 square to come in from.
Watch out. Does take a few moves, but Black's queen might get in.
It's all about the clock now.
Right. And Alireza, in my opinion, is so impressive in this type of position. Because yes, okay, he's lost. But with the queen b7, he's threatening to come in on the queen side. Also, don't discount that this possibility that the queen could snake its way around the 8th rank. It's still there. And for Vincent, how does he improve his position? How does he put the goal in the back of the net?
I think Keimer's relying on the idea that the queen gets too ambitious. You've got rook d7 on the 7th rank. And Black just cannot afford to allow that. That would be game over. So instead he comes in with his knight, not fearing any queen moves, as the rook would come in. Knight g4, now targeting some of those dark squares. Queen h2, queen h6 ideas in the air.
And knight f6 would be a really good disruptive move as well, just to break the connection between the bishop and the knight.
Oh, that might be a clincher. What's Black's response to that one? Knight f6, jumping in. The defensive knight becomes the attacking beast that it always dreamed of being.
I think it's about to do just that. You can't afford to take it. The knight on g5 will be hanging, and he reaches out. It's on the board. The knight lands on a deadly square.
Now the clock. 7 seconds to defend this. The Black Knight is hanging.
Make
Checkmate
that 3.
coming. Rusha goes back, but that hangs the f3 pawn. Oh, he's relying on some tricks there to hit the central pawn for white, but this trick does not work. Surely the white rook can also come up to d7.
It can also go rook takes f3 as well. Magnus watching the excitement from afar.
You know, while I can't help calling Vincent the way I do, I love how chat has gone on that bandwagon and saying, let's go Vincent.
Yes.
Can't say win without Vincent.
Exactly. It's not Drawcent or Lucent today. It's not Armageddon-cent, who's unfortunately made too many appearances this tournament. But classical chess, he is fantastic. Breakout year, and he'll be gaining rating points if he wins this. Thank you to the arbiter for blocking the camera in the meantime. But
That was Wesley.
Oh, it was Wesley.
Yes.
It was Wesley, not the arbiter.
Not the arbiter.
Don't apologize now, David Howell.
I'm so used to it being the arbiters, and wow, control from Vincent Keimer. King f2, saying to Black that you are totally frozen. Yeah, Armageddon will come next, ladies and gentlemen. First, it's the grand finale of this game, g5. I'm surprised Vincent didn't go for the kill immediately. Why did he not take on f3? That would have been game over pretty much on the spot.
Probably did not want to lose control of that e5 pawn, keeping everything under control, but something's got to give when you have to cash in. And right now, Vincent down to 15 seconds as well.
Oh, now is the moment when
shaky Vincent.
Panic sets in. Look, 10 seconds. And what is Vincent going to play? He drops the queen back. Big threat of queen h7 check.
Checkmate into queen h7, queen g8, game over.
But now the knight, you can capture it, and the king goes up so it doesn't walk into a check. There's no rook takes pawn check, and now white only has one move to keep the advantage. Queen g3, that is extremely difficult. This one is suddenly turning. If he takes this pawn with a rook, knight h6, and the black knight's getting in. This could be a total turnaround. Farouja working some magic. Vincent doesn't find it, goes behind with his queen. But there's no threat. There's no threat. A queen check and black will just take the pawn with his king. The knight now holding everything together.
Wow. And suddenly you have to worry about the black kingside pawns that are advancing up the board.
Queen e4, black's knight about to jump into the game by h6 as well to stop any queen g8 check ideas. Knight h6, knight g4 in the air. Look at the clocks. Made that move with 3 seconds remaining.
Great move though. And now Vincent's on the back foot. Watch out. Some attacks are incoming. Rook takes pawn, I think, is the most natural move here. He will play it, defending everything, but the black knight is going to be a real stronghold on the f5 square.
And Alireza Farouja's right back into it with 6 seconds on the clock. He jumps in, gives a check. The white king can move forward, hit the knight. Oh, the queen and the knight combining, that's never an easy space to breathe for the white king.
Not an easy space at all, but also Alireza cannot forget about the safety of his own king. He reaches for taking that pawn. Everything's under control. The queen on c6 will be able to hold everything together.
G4, huge threat on the board. You got to unpin yourself.
25, he hits the knight. It is actually possible to play the move G4 right now. Apparently that forces a draw, but he doesn't want to give up his knight with check, of course. Now knight to h5. Apparently a mistake, question mark. Vincent has to get his king out of there, gets it off the pin. Now liberating his rook again, and the black knight's misplaced.
This is a game for all three results right now. Alireza sensing to get ambitious over there with that knight jump, but will it come back to bite him? Queen d7, the only way to stay in the game. Look for those queen checks, Alireza.
Only move. Oh, he's so good under time pressure. Alireza with 1 minute is like most top GMs with 2 hours on their clock.
It feels like he's the opposite end of Gukesh, always relying on his intuition, finding the best moves when he's got no time to calculate.
Well, he's got no time and he has to find the only move. The correct step with the king is to go backwards.
Do not get yourself pinned on the H line, but he doesn't. He goes the wrong way, and now rook to h3 would solve all of Vincent Keimer's problem. He reaches out for it. He goes the other way.
Yeah, very logical there. Vincent didn't want to allow any checks. He could have allowed checks and lived to tell the tale there, but the trouble continues. The downside now for white is that the black knight, you can pre-move it. It's coming to f4. No matter what white plays, the black knight is off the edge of the board. Back in the action. Game on.
Yeah. We saw Magnus Carlsen there also enjoying the drama unfold in this position. Once again, the bar might be level, but the position is anything but equal. The knight jumps in, the rook needs to be defended. The g-pawn ready to go up the board as well. I think Alireza's got to be feeling right now that this could be my win.
Yeah, I mean, Vincent, we've seen the Armageddon. The way he's handled the clock, when he gets nervous, when the time is down, he starts to make mistakes. Now going up with his rook, threatening a nasty check from behind. That has to be guarded. Black should, for example, there we go, hit the rook, defend the check, and the queen's coming in.
Finally, onto the other side of the board to give some big checks to the white king. And look at that, Vincent goes on to the defense. The black queen about to step up. Step up the game. Queen to c3 is the move.
Wow, and you see the evaluation bar. Oh, it's inching in favor of Alireza. Alireza finds it, setting up a pin.
He's a monster right now, an absolute beast is Alireza Firouzja, finding the best moves one after another.
And look how he's coordinated the pieces. The knight on f4 protects everything. A check there. Vincent's just panicking. It's all gone wrong.
Yeah.
Alireza wants more. He doesn't even go back to h6. He's not playing for repetition right now.
He will jump into the lead. Unless Wesley, actually, he's definitely going to jump into lead. If he wins this game, Alireza Firouzja, what a turnaround. The last two moves are the first time the whole game that black has been better.
And Vincent needs to bail out, find a way to gain control back. He's on the back foot now. Alireza Firouzja, intense shift of gears there. He's going for the win and he knows it.
You just take all the pawns. Take the pawns. There's no checks on the black king. The knight is way stronger than the rook right now. Start capturing.
All of them one by one. Pick up b3, pick up a4.
And he's taking his time. He's just quickly calculating what move to play. Look, he's in killer mode. Oh. Queen takes b3, check.
It almost felt like, why have I not taken this 20 seconds ago, is what he said to himself. Picks that up. The white king feeling the pressure. Queen comes back to assist.
Ooh, big mistake. Apparently forfeiting the center allows black to switch focus to the other side of the board. The g-pawn's actually a winner. The g-pawn might be the clincher in this game, a future queen. White's piece is offside. Vincent's going to prioritize king safety, but it's not enough. The clock ticking. 2 seconds as he trades the queens.
But he's got the same plan. He's going to go running with the g-pawn.
But shocking decision for Alireza there. Vincent Keimer's king was under so much pressure.
Yeah, he had the safer king. Why trade queens? Also, he could have given a check, driven the white king further away, and then traded queens.
But this is an only move. He has to defend against the g-pawn advancing. If Vincent does not find rook to c3, he's going to be losing.
Only move. He has to bring his rook up and swing it behind because there are actually a ton of forks. No matter where you go, you get forked unless you find rook c3, which he does. Vincent Keimer's still clinging on by his nails.
Oh my goodness, the black king now moves forward. If anyone's winning this, it is Alireza with that knight and the pawn on g2, but Vincent Keimer surviving.
Wow, look at the intrigue there in the playing hall, the intensity of it. Magnus, Wesley, all watching this. They don't even want to start their Armageddon.
They've just refused to get on with it.
All
Not until this one's over.
Could this turn again, though? Like, white's rook, if it's able to get round and pick off some pawns. Black's so active for now, though.
King e4, push that pawn to e5, start marching your king to the left side of the board, start picking up the pawns on c4 and a4, e5, king d3 is what Alireza Firouzja is setting up.
Yeah.
Push that pawn, consolidate the knight, king d3 coming in.
King f2 absolutely necessary in order to allow the white rook to get active.
There we go, it does get active. It's going round to pick off some pawns. And only moved yet again for white. And this one's difficult. Pushing the king, it's so natural to go with the rook. And big mistake though, now black has a free hand to push forward with his other pawn. 2 passed pawns. It's too many.
White rook will have no time to pick up the pawn on a5 as the pawns will start rolling down the board. Nothing to stop them. And he is so incredibly accurate, is Alireza Firouzja.
Ever since he dropped down to 1 minute, Alireza's played almost a perfect game. Both defense, the switch up, the turnaround, and Vincent realizes too late that he's in big trouble. No way to stop the pawns now.
And you can start giving some checks, but Alireza is also ready to pick up the pawns. And look at that, Alireza locked in, leaning in now.
5 seconds.
He knows it. He knows that he's got the win in his hands.
Vincent can't believe how quickly this has all turned.
Stopping e3 right now, which was a big threat on the board.
King can come back, the king can hide. Where is the winning plan though? If white continues checking from behind, it's still not easy.
Alireza has to combine the C, E and the G pawns, all to move them forward. And the one lone rook will not be enough to safeguard all the queening squares. But Alireza is feeling the nerves. But he's got those extra seconds now to work this out.
He does. First step, he has to defend the E pawn that is under attack.
He's trying to calculate till checkmate, is what Firouzja is doing. Reaching for the king, he's going to move it closer to the pawn. Vincent ready with the check. Will the king go forward?
Yep.
And just to confirm for everyone at home, here we see Magnus Carlsen watching the action. Technically, he should have started 4 or 5 minutes ago, his Armageddon, but he doesn't want that. He is just a pure fan right now, enjoying what we're seeing in front of us this game.
And Wesley will not be complaining. This match so incredibly important for our standings right now, as Alireza in the last 2 moves has slightly improved the placement of his king. But how does he hide against the threats on the e-pawn and the black king?
5 seconds, and he has to take a decision.
3
Either
seconds.
repeat the position.
Oh, will he take it to Armageddon because of the clock pressure?
He's got to be careful not to repeat the position now. He blocks with his knight, but it's back to a draw. He gave up his most valuable pawn. He should have walked the king the other way, banked everything on the c-pawn. But now white is again within drawing territory.
This is an absolute roller coaster that doesn't stop going up and down right now. And Vincent Keimer, more twists and turns ahead.
And now only move again. He has to go for the e-pawn. This is so difficult. It'll be so natural to go for a check. Which way is he going? It's got to be the rook. Is he going right, left, e8, the only safe square? Wow, he has to overwork either the black king or the white or the black knight. He has to tie those pieces down to their pawns. But this is difficult. 53 seconds. He's built himself a time bank at least.
Yeah. And it's so natural either to cut off the king from going for the a pawn, to go rook to e8 is very difficult. Will he find it? He's got 36 seconds. It's ticking down. He finds it.
He does. That's difficult because it looks like black wants to push the pawn anyway. He's giving black an extra move, but essentially, after we see that pawn push forward, he's going to tie black down now. There we go. The king goes away. Only move territory again for Vincent Keimer. He has to give a check, and then the king can approach finally.
But given the check, will you voluntarily give up your a pawn?
If you don't give a check, black's going c2 next move as well. A process of elimination for Vincent Keimer. He can't attack the knight at the center of the board. c2 would win the game. Keimer getting ready, and he does. Stays in the game.
Yeah.
He had to. Now the black knight either has to give up the e3 pawn by blocking, or the black king steps in front of its pawn or walks away from its pawn when the white king can start approaching. This is so close now to a draw, but will there be any more only move scenarios for Vincent Keimer here? That's the big question. Alireza just needs to test him, set one last trap.
So much drama in this game. Unbelievable scenes here in the penultimate round of Norway chess. Magnus and Wesley looking on. High stakes game right in front of them being played out right now.
Wesley's begging Vincent to to hold this one for the standings. Here we go, the white king steps forward. Now the black knight is overworked.
And this was the whole point of enticing the e-pawn to step forward. Now the king can get into the defense.
Oh, and 3 seconds for Wesley.
E2.
Makes a move. E2. You've got to take that pawn. King takes pawn. Alireza really making this tricky. Why is Winston thinking? Take that pawn.
Black's going to create an umbrella for his king. He's going to put the knight here on b4, then use his king to come in. So it still looks scary, but just take it. You have to take it. Why not? It's just too strong, that pawn. There is another move. Apparently coming back with the rook was also fine, but this is the most natural.
And now the rook lines up. The white king about to march over to the c pawn. The rook ready to give itself up for the a pawn if that is needed. Tying down the black king there. Can't step up with the king if you're Alireza Firouzja. And the white king ready to march closer towards the pawn. Winston knows he's got the draw here. Alireza there with a shake of his hand and a shake of his head.
Wow, this is still the classical game, everyone. This is not Armageddon yet. We'll see these two in action again, most likely. I think a draw is just a fair result here. Vincent winning for most of the game, the turnaround. And it is a draw, ultimately. What a roller coaster. Both players with smiles on their faces after that titanic, epic battle.
And there's got to be relief and joy for both of them for putting out this masterpiece of a game right now as we listen in.
If you don't push e4, just take the pawn. Sorry, just take the pawn. You push the oh yeah, just go. You just take it. Knight f6, knight f7. It looks so lost. Did you see this up for f4? No, it's just line footing.
And the arbiter stepping in there to get the players to sign the score sheets. I think they've forgotten about everything other than that endgame. In the meantime, we move on to more action. Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen. I can't believe that this is just the sideshow to what we just witnessed.
We were talking about the relief and joy for Vincent and Alireza after that insane fight. I think there was some relief on Wesley So, seeing that go down to the Armageddon with Alireza not converting it. And now he's got to do it against the world #1 to keep his lead.
Yeah, he absolutely is in a must-win situation if he wants to walk away with 1.5 points. That 1.5 points could make a difference between finishing first, finishing second, and, well, we have a Taimanov? No, it's not Taimanov, it's a
Khan.
Sicilian on the board. Knight takes knight.
Yeah, it's like a hybrid. I agree, Jovanka. A6 came first and then knight c6, so a mix between the Khan and Taimanov. And white slightly ahead in development, but the pawn structure looking quite symmetrical already at this early stage. Magnus has switched it up. No more Najdorf, which he's had mixed results with over the last few weeks.
And mixed feelings about, probably because of those results. Now he moves the pawn one more time to open up his own bishop, taking control of some dark squares. There is Magnus Carlsen. For Wesley So, he has to keep the pressure on the clock right now, but definitely a sense of relief after seeing Alireza not win that endgame.
Yeah, Wesley will be in the lead no matter what. If he loses this, he'll be in the joint lead. But yeah, if he wins this sole lead heading into the last round, half a point never felt so important, never tasted so sweet. Wesley here does have to create something though, and he has to do that quick. His knight hitting a pawn. Don't take this pawn. Big trap. Many of us, including myself, have fallen into this in our lifetimes. A black queen would come out with a check, and that knight in the center on e5 would have fallen. I remember allowing that when I was a kid. Never again. Queen h5 though, very interesting. Wesley doubling up on this pawn, which is difficult to defend.
It is very difficult to defend. How to do that? I mean, if you go bishop takes knight, you can go bishop takes bishop, but there's going to be this old scholar's mate on the board, and that's going to be some unpleasant pressure.
Yeah. And also the long-term advantage of a bishop pair. That's not a happy decision if you're Magnus Carlsen, if you need to give up the knight. But Wesley putting early pressure right now, forcing Magnus into a thing. Queen h5 takes Magnus by surprise.
It does indeed. And does he just gambit this pawn, prioritize development? Does he try to defend it by using his bishop here? It's not easy, this choice for Magnus Carlsen. He's burnt a lot of time now. Around a minute, that is priceless. A minute in Armageddon. He needs to move, he needs to speed up.
Well, he could be thinking about a check on b4 right now, Magnus Carlsen. A c3 not possible because of the bishop on d3 being loose right now. You don't want to sidestep with your king, lose rights to castle. Well, Magnus doesn't look comfortable with the choices he has. He's getting ready to make his move. He does, in fact, give up the bishop pair.
Okay, and then covers both pawns, f7 and e5 with queen to e7. But the problem is how is he going to get developed now? Now, white is going to be super quick to start developing the pieces. Got to be careful though, because there is queen to b4 in the air.
Yeah, white should get castled sooner or later, or stop the check, defend the bishop. Yeah, I'm surprised Magnus didn't allow Scholar's Mate. That would have that would have been a turn up for the books. But no, Magnus defending, and yeah, I think his next move, he plans to play g6, kick the queen away, and then if given the opportunity, he wants to get rid of white's bishop pair by playing the move bishop to h6, trade off the dark squared bishops, and white will be so far ahead in development that I'm skeptical, but at least then Magnus long-term would be okay. Wesley now needs something quick, dynamic, to try and take advantage of Magnus's weird mode of development here.
Wesley is indeed the armor overlord. He's had so many of his wins there. The first half of the tournament, drawing the classical, raking up the points, taking it to Armageddon, and currently leading after a big swing in round 5 that saw the fortunes turn for Alireza and Wesley. Keeping the lead since then is Wesley, so fighting for it. He does go back with his queen, defends the bishop on c4 against the double attack ideas.
Nice move, actually, because perhaps this is unexpected for Magnus. Maybe Magnus was planning for bishop d2. And in the Armageddon, with the time deficit, this is critical. g6.
g6, he wants to trade off the dark square bishops with bishop h6. But more importantly, trivia question for everyone at home. How many water bottles are on the table right now? We don't see them in camera. Have you been keeping an eye on the game? We're testing you right now. Let us know your answers.
Ooh, I love that chair. Is that Wesley's signature on that chair?
Yes.
Need to have those for a giveaway. Would love one of those.
I do think all of the players have their designated chairs throughout the tournament. So the arbiters, I mean, the main heavy lifting is moving those chairs before each round.
Wow.
Decision time for Wesley. He goes h4.
Trying to trade off the dark squared bishops here, neutralizing the bishop pair that Wesley has.
Okay.
Is Magnus going to go longside castle or shortside castle?
Well, Wesley's going to get there first. He's going to castle queenside and say to Magnus, where are you going with your king?
You won't have an option to go left flank then. That would be illegal. He does it. Jovanka, your idea on the board, ready for that h5 strike if Magnus goes the other way around?
This is tough for Magnus now. Does he try to challenge rooks? Try to take the d-file. He brings his knight all the way home. What a move. Magnus is forgetting all about the opening rules in this game. He's forgetting all about the concept of tempo. He's lost time with his bishop, with his knight, and he's getting attacked from all angles right now.
It's 15 moves in, and only Magnus's queen has been developed so far. After everything that's happened, he does get the knight out, but Wesley takes on g6 with no pawn. Oh, he actually goes alpha 0-esque on the position. He goes wait, did he take or did he push?
There was a capture at the live board. There has been a glitch, so I'll put the moves there. We didn't see an en passant. We didn't see black bypassing. Currently, white has a semi-open h-file to stare down at. But if black gets 2 more moves, if black gets king f8, king g7, there's a nice little sanctuary for the king. A nice little haven for it to hide on. I think long-term, black is doing great. If rooks come off the board, if queens come off the board, the white bishop isn't that great. No targets, it's hitting thin air. But if he can launch an attack before black is ready, then Wesley gets the advantage and might win this Armageddon.
And the clocks have started leveling out, Yovi, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say thank you, David, for highlighting Magnus's plan, because that tells us exactly what Wesley needs to be doing. Queen e3, followed by queen to h6 check, saying no home for you.
He starts with g3 instead, also eyeing another approach of getting f4 in, pushing those central pawns right now. I just want to highlight that now the clock deficit is a little bit more than a minute, so Magnus making headway there as well.
He doesn't play the blue arrow move that did appear. Black there did, just for 1 second, have enough time to castle. He could have blocked the d-file. He can't castle through check, so blocking the d-file and then getting his king to safety on c8 would have solved all of his problems. Defending his rooks, connecting his rooks. He's trying to get those rooks off right now. Wesley maybe should have been using his queen. He's attacking with pawns, but the white queen's still passive. And is Magnus escaping? That's the big question.
The only way to escape is to get that rook into the game. Magnus going for the plan. King f8, king g7, bring that rook to the central file. Magnus Carlsen only needs a draw to take this Armageddon.
He's getting close. If he gets his king to g7 and challenges rooks, queen and knight works so well against queen and bishop. He's going to blockade on the dark squares. He's going to be out of danger. So Wesley has a tiny window of opportunity here.
He's never going to allow rook to d8. He will double up with the queen and the rook and claim the d file to be his own, Wesley saw.
And Wesley in a must-win situation, so he can't play cautiously here. And look at the clock times. They're leveling out.
He said, I'm not going to play cautiously. Yovi, f5, g4, g5 coming up next as well. You could also just take a moment to stop the idea of rook to d8. I want those rooks on the board. He's going all out on the king side instead. g4, g5, f6.
No way Magnus ever allows that pawn to step forward and conquer the dark squares. Magnus now has two moves, essentially. He has to block, totally fix the pawn structure, or he has to stop the advance, h6, g5. Like, rook to d8, I don't know if it's possible, but I don't think he wants to see it, that's for sure. h6 or g5 feel like the two. Has to be one of those.
And I suspect that g5 will be the move that Magnus plays, because it will keep in the back of the pocket the idea of, in an endgame, going h5, creating an outside pass pawn.
Absolutely. And he might anyway be forced to play h6. He does start with h6, in fact. Keeps that g-pawn tension alive. But giving Wesley some additional options now of grabbing that g6 pawn.
I'm shocked. Like, g5 looked like such a good way to kind of bank it long term, fix the structure. Surely again, this opportunity, now it's available to Magnus. It's this or a rook trade. Rook trade, though, is possible. Wesley, just for everyone at home, should have been taking this pawn, according to the computer, to open up a new avenue for the white rook. But now the attack is fizzling out. Magnus is getting closer.
He's not going to trade the rooks. Rook d8 put. Wesley has to decline this. Hide away on that h line. Start targeting the h6 pawn if you're Wesley. So trading rooks will only solve Magnus Carlsen's problems here.
Oh, and a big mistake from Magnus Carlsen. Look at that eval bar. He should have been going back with his rook. He wants to plant a knight onto the g5 square or the queen. Very logical, but Wesley there. He plays a fine move at some point in the near future. Queen h2 is going to hit this pawn and hit the central pawn. There's two undefended pawns right now. Magnus in big trouble.
Ooh, this is starting to look very ugly for Magnus with all the pawn weaknesses. He's relying on the queen stepping over to f6 to keep both those pawns intact if queen h2 was to happen.
Queen h2 is happening on our board, of course. Magnus steps the queen up to defend. But now, I guess, you can take a safety first move on the king, on the queen side, in order to get the king some home. And it does it. a3, c3.
Taking control of any activity with the rook stepping onto the d4 square. Knight f8 hits the bishop. Wesley says, I'm playing for the win. No trades for you, Magnus.
And Magnus better believe in fortresses now, because that's exactly what he's trying to set up. He's blockaded the dark squares. The black knight is pretty silly right now. It has to guard the white bishop coming back into that nice outpost on e6. But where is Wesley's way forward? Where does he make progress?
It's the principle of two weaknesses. Everything's been maximized on the right flank, and now he's going for the left side. The queen rerouting itself to enter from a7. Watch out, Magnus Carlsen.
That would win a pawn. The white queen swooping in. Magnus too slow to cover that square. The black knight would love to be anywhere else right now, but not easy to hold that. No. I think his last move, pushing forward to a5, played on general principles, might have just created a second target that Wesley needed.
And the realization is dawning on Magnus right now, that suddenly there are new problems on the board to take care of. Just when you thought you had everything under control.
Oh, he needed the black knight on f6. His big mistake earlier, Magnus, was moving his knight off that blockading square. Queens are the worst blockader. The black queen is not well placed. Knights are the best blockader. And he will want to rearrange his pieces somehow, even if it comes at the cost of a pawn. Magnus isn't out of this yet.
Wesley's taken down Magnus once in the classical in Norway chess in the earlier encounter, looking to do it again, this time in the Armageddon. The queen comes in, one of the pawns about to fall, and the b7 one is a big pawn.
Yeah, you don't want to be letting go of that pawn as Wesley now takes full control. He's gonna win material. Queen to d8. Well, this allows queen takes b7.
a5 was the only one that you could keep protected right now. Wesley about to step it up, take that pawn, and finally a tangible advantage. An extra pawn for Wesley saw.
But Magnus's idea is to trade off queens. He reckons that if he gets them off, the danger has passed and he can hold that one.
He's got to try. What else? Just worth noting for everyone at home, the b-pawn couldn't have saved itself and moved because of the pin along the 7th rank earlier. Bishop to e6 would have been a clincher, removing the knight. So now that is a threat, bishop into e6. Any rook endgame, if the queens come off, winning. Black has to keep the knight on the board. He does try and trade queens. Wesley pushes forward, f6 check. Deflection, brilliant move from Wesley. If the pawn had been captured, something would have fallen. The white rook would have landed a check, or the black knight would have dropped off the board. You couldn't have taken on f6. Magnus surviving, but barely.
But what's the follow-up? Do you go into an endgame now, or has Wesley set up some deadly ideas against the Black King? Is he going to go in with the queen to see it, sacrificing a bishop, but going for the...
He goes for the kill.
But if you come at the king, you best not miss it. You're about to give up the bishop on b3. Is that checkmate?
There is checkmate. Queen into e8 check. If the black queen swoops back to defend, white will have rook takes h6 at the end of the variation, deflecting the black king away from its queen, and otherwise it would end in a mating attack. Magnus now only move to avoid checkmate is to go back with his queen. He doesn't go back. It's forced mate within a few moves. We see the eval bar go completely white right now.
For the second time in a row, Magnus Carlsen about to be checkmated on the board.
Queen swoops over, setting up a checkmate threat on rook h6, and it's a win for Wesley. What a game.
What an Armageddon by Wesley, keeping his lead going into the last round. And for his second time at Norway Chess, he takes down the world #1.
What a game by Wesley. So huge for the standings. We'll talk about that shortly. But Magnus, shake of the head. He actually defended extremely well for so long, but the pressure was just constant and no way to fight the pressure there. That was incredible from Wesley. He's in top form right now.
It really is. Like, when Wesley goes for the kill, he just knows exactly how to make those moves. What a performance there from Wesley, and such an important half point as well, as he walks away with 1.5 points from this mini match. We are going to go for a very short break. When we come back, Armageddon is just around the corner.
It's been quite the comeback for you in this this tournament here, Parag. Now you're suddenly very much in the whole top position discussion.
Yeah, I thought today's game was important. I mean, obviously, I wanted to fight today, and I think it's like a perfect opponent. He never backs down from a fight, and he always likes go for it, no matter how the tournament is going. So, yeah, that's something that I always that's always inspiring from him. Yeah, I was kind of surprised in the opening, but I think I played a good game. I calculated well, and I got a winning position. Like I was going too creative at some point, I think.
Congratulations on winning this Indian battle, Parag.
Thank you.
Hey, Divya, it's a tough game again today. How would you summarize it?
I don't know, actually. I thought the exchange sacrifice was quite interesting, and I don't know the evaluation. But yeah, I definitely misplayed the endgame quite a bit. I think Queen D1 was very bad. And after that, I think practically it's quite hard for white.
Thank you so much for stopping.
Okay, thank you.
And we are back with the ultimate high stakes. It's Armageddon between Vincent Keimer playing white in a must-win situation against Alireza Firouzja, who is playing for every half point as he fights for that really important all-way tie for first place. And we're seeing Alireza with black. He's gone for taking the center with the pawns, and we see Vincent. He's gone back to old familiar territory.
Yeah, started as a Reti. It's kind of a King's Indian attack now for white with the Fianchetto and Vincent about to strike in the center. But then we might see an exchange of pawns, and that would lead to a relatively solid symmetrical looking position for Alireza. So I think he should take, rather than block it up and force a long game when he's down on time, especially when a draw is enough.
And it's not just going to stop on the pawn trade, right? You're potentially looking at going into an early endgame. If you're Alireza Firouzja, he's doing just that. Now does he trade on white's terms, which would give Vincent Keimer access to the open D-line? He's going to develop his bishop instead. Say, take my queen so I can complete development with recapturing it with the rook. And if not, knight d4 in the air.
Yeah, I'm surprised Vincent went for this move order. As far as I know, you're supposed to start a little different a couple of moves back, especially if you want to avoid this whole idea of getting pinned. And very awkward for white. There's no good way to dodge the queen trade. And if you do it on black's terms, then black gets the extra tempo, rook in the center, looking nice.
Looking very nice for both sides. And now it's all about how to react to this particular pin, how to handle that trade of queens, jump in with a knight.
Lots of options. Long think now for Vincent Keimer, though. Almost 1 minute.
And it's not an easy decision, right? If you're in a must-win seat right now, which is Vincent Keimer's seat, you don't want to go into an endgame. You don't want to capture the queen. But if not any other move, Alireza's ready to jump in with the knight to d4. How are you surviving both these threats and saying that I'm fighting for an advantage here? I don't see it. You go queen e1, black can even just take on f3, put that knight on d4. Even plant the knight immediately on d4. c2 tender.
Yeah, and it's not very easy as well because of, as you mentioned, this control of the d4 square. And Vincent really taking his time to work it out. I mean, trading off the queens is unattractive. You don't want to be doing that in a must-win situation. So I guess you just have to grit your teeth and...
You have to do something, though.
Yes.
He spent over a minute and a half now and counting. Vincent, for everyone at home, just a reminder, he's lost 7 Armageddons in a row in this tournament. This is number 8. Will it be lucky number 8, Tanya? We were talking about how actually Zhu Wenjun, Vincent Keimer, they were mimicking each other's results. That has finally changed, but Zhu Wenjun did get her first win in the Armageddon earlier today. What do we think? Is it Vincent's time, or is the trend continuing?
Well, the position says one thing, right? Very likely that the trend continues because it looks like he's just burnt most of his time advantage right now and not yet figured a way to solve his problems yet. To win this position, not going to be an easy task. Vincent Keimer's lost 100% of the Armageddons that he's played in this tournament so far. He wants to change that narrative. He says, I will trade, but on my terms. The bishop comes out. Is Alireza going to jump with the knight forward? He says, I don't want to trade. I'm coming in with my bishop to h3. Get rid of that Fianchetto bishop. Looking at knight jumps later on.
Yeah, it's a really practical move as well because it's indicating to Vincent that black is going to be castling kingside, maybe posting up a rook on the d-line, start attacking the queen, and he's not going to be rushing with the possibility of jumping in with a knight to d4.
Yeah, and not only playing bishop h3, but mainly stopping white from playing h3. This is almost an unbreakable pin now. How to relieve the pressure that this bishop is exerting. Very nice move. And Alireza using Vincent's time there really nicely. Vincent spent 2 minutes. Alireza reacted in a couple of seconds. And look at this. The clock advantage is pretty much gone, and it's only move 9. Vincent needs to win, but he needs to just move quickly at this point. Otherwise, he has no chance.
Long think, wrong think. Vincent Keimer taking more than 2 minutes to find that bishop move. And then again, another tank moment right now for him. It just feels like he hasn't found the right plan, the right opening setups required with white here to try to get winning chances, or at least a game even. Alireza Firouzja very comfortable on the board and the clock. In fact, he takes over.
He takes over on the clock, but for Vincent, perhaps it's much more difficult for him to shake off the ghost from the previous game. Because there, if he'd won in Classical, he would be fighting in tomorrow's race for first place. As it is, he is out of that, and maybe he's just coming to the kind of conclusion that actually this hasn't been an event that's worked for him.
And while for Kaymer, the classical, he did hold the advantage for most of the game. It was Alireza Firouzja who was pushing for the win at the end of it. And I have a theory that the player who's playing for the win, closer to when the match finishes, when the game ends, is the one who's sadder of the two. And the one who's trying to survive at the end of the game has to be feeling the relief more.
Yes. But for Alireza, a win would have meant he was in first place. But a draw still very much keeps him in the running for tomorrow.
And fate in his own hands, as he's going to be facing tournament leader. Magnus Carlsen went down to Wesley So, but Wesley, his path to championship is test by fire tomorrow, taking on Firouzja.
Yeah, that being said, I don't think his fate's in his own hands yet, because Prag has white. Prag will be ahead of Alireza no matter what. And he will face none other than Vincent Kaymer. These two are going to have a huge role in the destination of the Norway chess title. They don't focus on tomorrow yet, of course. They should focus on here and now, but at least Vincent's got Alireza thinking for the first real time. The bishop forced back to an awkward square. Now the pin doubling down on that knight. Knight jumps into d4. Alireza, is he just going to trade everything off now? Keeps his knight for the foreseeable future in the center.
But you absolutely cannot castle unless you block that diagonal. So Alireza first pushes his c-pawn, killing that bishop on a3, and saying, I'm getting my king to safety next. And the rook on the d-line, lining up against the white queen.
This is committal, though. He's given up all of the light squares to do this, Alireza. So if he can survive the next few moves, then Vincent Kaymer could get a positional advantage. He'll need to do something about his a3 bishop, which looks silly. But at least he has some hope long-term. Some really nice light squares for his pieces.
Yeah. He might have nice squares for his pieces, but he does have the ability to... Alireza does have the ability to castle, and also he'll be thinking about the good chances he'll have if he manages to trade off queens. That's a good endgame.
And he denied queen trades, Alireza did voluntarily a few moves ago, looking to get ambitious. But I wonder if he's regretting that decision right now. Objectively, though, still black is doing well in this position with that beautiful knight planted at the center of the board. It's almost a V. It's a connect 4 on both sides of the board because of that knight on d4.
Exactly. Just draw some arrows here to show how strong that is. The white knight apparently should have been going forward to b5. There would have been some tactical issues there, actually, for Alireza Firouzja. But Vincent tries to trade off knights in a different direction. A bit more time-consuming because he had to drop his bishop back. There were threats like pawn to c4 to really annoy the white queen there. But now pawn to c4 would only help the white dark-squared bishop come back to life. So Alireza shuts the door, brings his rook across. And, okay, blue arrow appeared for a second there. Vincent had to trade knights. But now Alireza's got so many tempting options, takes with the rook.
Keeps the bishop locked out, queen steps back. And now he's just taking control over the d-line.
Coming in with a threat as well, rook d2. And the other rook about to triple down on that d-file with total control.
Total control. And white's bishop on a3, just so silly right now. And the light squares I was talking about, the holes in black's position, there are no knights to jump into those holes. So not an issue at all. Alireza, he's in charge on the board, on the clock. A draw is enough. Vincent needs magic now.
Yeah, you asked that question. Will Vincent continue to mirror Zhu Wenjun? Zhu Wenjun getting her first her first Armageddon win even today. David, I think we're getting closer to that answer. And I don't think Kaymer holds the key to it.
The unlucky 8. Could this be his 8th Armageddon defeat out of 9 rounds? And yeah, he did win one classical game, but 0% in the Armageddon. The bishop at least coming back now.
But rook d2, it would hit the queen and the pawn. The only way to survive that would be to put the queen on c4. And it doesn't look very stable there. You know, I defend c5, I'm pushing b5 next.
Yeah, I also think that the queen doesn't have too many squares out there on c4. I can see a future where it gets attacked by a knight or a pawn, as you're indicating. The rook comes in, queen c4 and b5 immediately.
Oh my gosh, Vincent Kaymer's blundered a piece. Queen takes on c5. He gets skewered by the bishop on f8. And he has to go for this. If he went back, there was a fork with pawn to b4.
He missed it. He completely missed this idea. He thought Alireza will have to defend the c5 pawn before threatening the b pawn from moving forward, but Alireza tactically incredibly sharp and aware. But he's paused now. Bishop f8, he's analyzing what happens after queen takes pawn. The knight jumps to g4, hits the queen.
Yeah, the queen can go back to b2 to defend her bishop, but at the very end of the line, the b4 will shut in that piece, win that piece. It's a short 3-4 move calculation. Firouzja has a bunch of time, 3.5 minutes still to work it out. He has worked it out. He played A, he played b5. He's going to say B and skewer the white queen to her bishop.
But the fact that he slowed down, I wonder if he did not calculate it till the end, missed the idea of the queen retreating to b2, defending the bishop, but he's got to find b4 now. He needs to speed up. All right, step 1. Vincent takes the pawn. Step 2. Queen will fall back. b4, bishop over.
The bishop is gone. Vincent leaning back. What a tough time Vincent's had here in Oslo. He's going to lose material here. The bar is totally black, showing there's no hope. He will have a few pawns, though. So can he play on? Can he find some tricks to make this complicated?
He needs to go into hustle mode and start playing quickly and actively. Queen has to move. Queen to g5 makes perfect sense. Just be within touching distance of a knight. Don't burn up the time.
Burning most of it, though. 2 minutes 40 left for Vincent Keimer. He's just moved 21, nowhere near getting that 1 second increment.
And at this point, you just have to hate the idea of playing Armageddons right now if you're Vincent Keimer. Just everything that's happened in Norway chess so far and how this game goes on to be played out.
If there hadn't been Armageddon, Vincent would be undefeated with a +1 score. Everything is great. But because of the Armageddon, he's not been able to just collect those points.
Not just the Armageddon, even in the classical, he's had chances. He was winning against Magnus Carlsen in the first half. He was winning this encounter earlier today in the classical. He could have had +3, +4 in the classical, but chances have disappeared. And here we go. He's dropping a bishop. Bishop takes a3. Free piece for Alireza. He's going to try and bank something on pinning the black knight, but there should be ways for black to escape from that. We'll find out.
Here it comes. Bishop is going to step to h3, set up that pin. It can be bolstered by an h5, and unfortunately is way too loosening to even think about attacking that knight with the pawn.
Instead, he goes with the idea of pushing his own pawn, opening up the bishop, targeting the black rook at the edge of the board. You don't have time to triple down on that pin with the idea you were saying, Yovi, with f3. Too many checks, too many pieces lining up against the white king. So Vincent stopping that is now desperate. I don't think it was part of the plan to sacrifice the bishop. That was a blunder by Vincent Keimer.
100%, and not his first early in an Armageddon. Also lost with white very quickly against Prague last week. e5, yeah, the rook can choose where it wants to go. Alireza maybe thinking of flicking in some hits on the white queen. You can hit it with the pawn, you can hit it with the bishop. Lots and lots of moves, all winning. 2 minutes. He should keep his time advantage, though. Despite how strong he is in time pressure, Alireza, he will not want to cut it too close in this game.
No, because even when the players get to move 40, they only still get a 1 second increment, which is next to nothing. And e6 in the air, bishop takes rook in the air for Alireza, needs to find a way to deal with both of them. The most natural move for me is just simply to triple up on the d-line and then just let the game continue.
Actually, any other square with the rook would be a big blunder. Any other square would allow e6, so he has to hit the queen first. e6 would have separated the black queen from either her knight or her rook. That was a secondary threat behind Vincent Keimer's last move, and he leaves the rook hanging Alireza because now the white queen will have to fall back to a different square, and yeah, the best way to connect the pieces is to triple up, relieve the queen of her duties defending that rook.
And it's also the most natural move in the position. Just go rook to d8 and stop that pawn from moving forward. Vincent Keimer's been on the wrong side of all the miniature Armageddons that we've seen at Norway chess, having a 22-move loss against Pragnananda, having a 16-move loss against Gukesh. And right now as well with the white pieces, under 30 moves, black completely commanding advantage here. Now block that, put your queen in front of that pawn, never allow that pawn to move forward, queen to e6.
Yeah, big threat for white to push that pawn, and the black knight would then be loose at the end of the line. But yeah, there's many ways to do it. You can I don't know, use your rook to hit the queen. You can block.
Queen f5.
Defend your knight. Queen f5 trade. Why not? Piece up. Only 2 pawns. Alireza grimacing there because it might not be as easy as he hoped. But under 1 minute, surely he doesn't get nervous here. He didn't get nervous earlier when he was dead lost. Now he's totally winning.
Yeah, he's got that shake of his head in a completely winning position where it almost looks like white has got no compensation at all. Yes, you've got 2 pawns, but that can't be enough. If you're Alireza, a draw is good enough as well. You're never worried about ideas like bishop h3, f3. Too many checks on the dark squares if f3 was to happen. He's coming back with the rook. He hits the white queen. e6 played. A span in the works.
Ooh, if you take the queen now, you might be in big trouble. The white pawn would have ended up on d7. The nasty check incoming, so he removes the pawn, still defending his knight. Vincent blocks. The pawn hits the queen, forcing the white queen away. That was a great move there from Alireza, who has calculated everything so far. Defends his knight as well, indirectly. And forcing Vincent back.
Vincent has a lead on the clock, which could give him some hope. But Alireza, he's so quick. He attacks the queen. Queen is going to drop back. And now we're seeing a trade. Step up with the queen.
He
Attack
does it.
the pawn on g6. Be careful, Alireza. Of course, king to g7.
And now the black bishop ready to line up on c5 to hit that f2 target. Before that happens, Vincent pushes the knight back.
Can he take
winning
it?
the e5 pawn. That's a third. Still a second pawn. 2 pawns for a piece it is. The queen continues getting chased down the board.
And Alireza continuing to hit that queen
Ooh,
with
10
the rook.
seconds for Alireza.
Oh, 10 seconds. He's only got 7 moves. He's still got 7 moves to make in 11 seconds here. Vincent could try and flag him.
He has to.
6 moves to make in 10 seconds. Alireza looking up now, realizing that he's in huge time trouble.
Absolutely.
This is not over.
It's far from over. For Vincent Keimer, his only ally is the clock. And he tries to keep the pace up, banging that clock, saying, Alireza, you to move, no time.
4 more moves to make.
8 seconds to go.
Alireza, too easy his moves, though. Vincent not even trying to trick him, not creating any threats, not landing any surprising moves. He's trying to play too proper here.
And Alireza's got the fastest hand skills there. Is to be seen. He picks up a pawn as well along the way.
And that's move 40. They now get a 1-second increment after every move. He pins the white bishop. That could be the closing stages of this game. White's so passive now. Handshake. Vincent Keimer resigns.
And Alireza Firouzja moves closer to the championship. And we've got a 3-horse race at Norway Chess.
We absolutely do. Every point will matter. And take a look at how today's set of results impacted the standings. Because it was a drama fest, even though we only had 2 decisive results. And here we see. Take a look on the left side. Look, Wesley So still leads, but the lead has been whittled down to half a point. Wesley there with 15.5 points, Pragnananda 15 points, and Alireza Firouzja 14.5. It's going to be a 3-horse race. Tanya, as you said, in the women's, Bibisara Asabaeva has clinched the title with a round to spare, and now it's going to be a mad scramble to see who can get second place.
It's 2 completely different narratives on both sides of our screen, right? Bibisara, queen of Norway chess, does it so convincingly, but the other side of our table, it's a 3-horse race. The first 3 players, you divide that into half. Nobody else stands a chance right now. But Wesley So, it's a half-point lead, but that's not got to be feeling safe at all for a leader who's led the tournament for the most part. Pragnananda, 3 back-to-back wins there, taking down Alireza, taking down Magnus. Today, winning against Gukesh, puts himself in second spot. And sorry, Pragnananda did that, but Alireza not far behind with that Armageddon win against Vincent Keimer, surviving the classical.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be so interesting. So many storylines. I'll point out one storyline that I don't think anyone would have predicted before the event. Tomorrow, Magnus Carlsen plays Gukesh. It's a fight for last place.
Ooh.
Gukesh in last, Magnus in second last. A lot of honor on the line in that clash.
And on that subject, Magnus did a video, so let's hear what Magnus had to say.
Magnus, we saw in Classical you tried to put some pressure on Wesley. Could you tell us, did you have any chances?
No, not as far as I could tell. I felt that I was, putting a little bit of pressure, as you said, at least psychologically. Objectively, like I didn't ever feel like I had anything particularly serious, and I thought he did a very good job holding things together, swapping when he could, and forcing me kind of not to steer the game towards a draw. But I was happy that it was a decent performance. I felt that my my play was pretty normal. Of course, that has to do with the kind of position you get as well. This one was a lot easier to play than a lot of the other games. But at least it feels all right to have played a game where I was never in any danger.
And in Armageddon, what happened there? What went wrong? And also, why did you start later than expected?
I don't know. I was following the game between Vincent and Alireza, and nobody made any. I didn't remember what time they said we were going to start, so I was just following the game and assuming that somebody would start the game at some point. I have no idea, but I was happy to follow a very exciting game of chess. As for the game itself, he just completely crushed me, but I didn't care a lot at that point. It was certainly an important win for him. For me, winning the Classical would have mattered. The Armageddon, not so much.
Thank you for your comment. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Magnus there just throwing his hat off to Wesley, saying great Armageddon win to Wesley, and also just acknowledging that it's so important to get these half points, especially coming up tomorrow.
But now it all comes down to the battle tomorrow. And just earlier, what we were discussing, David, I'm totally with you on this. I don't think anyone could have made this prediction, Yovi, that we will go into the last round. There will be 3 players who will be fighting for that top spot. None of them called Magnus. And in fact, for Magnus and the world champion, they're going to try to survive not finishing last tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
That is very crazy.
And we started with saying, is this Magnus's campaign for his 8th Norway chess title?
I know. And also, tomorrow we will have a new winner of Norway chess. I don't think any of these players have ever won before. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I can't wait now for all that action. I mean, feels like we're barely catching our breath from today, and we've got to look ahead because, that's just the format. Keeps giving. I'm not sure Magnus is loving the format right now, even though he has enjoyed it in previous years. But
you know who's enjoying David Howell?
Ooh.
It's got to be Bibisara. I mean, what a performance by her. She goes in tomorrow with none of this conflict in her mind, will just be enjoying chess. I mean, just an amazing outright performance. Pretty much outclassed the rest of the field, Jovanka.
Yes, and to win Norway chess women with a round to spare is something very special. And Bibisara will certainly be going into tomorrow's game with a smile on her face. It'll be a mad scramble, though, for second place in the women's as we take a look at tomorrow's final round pairings. And we couldn't have written a better script because we have Magnus Carlsen playing Gukesh. They're fighting it out for last place. But Alireza Firouzja plays Wesley So. And then we have Pragnananda against Vincent Keimer. And in the women, Bibisara can just enjoy life as she plays black against Ju Renjun.
Yeah, and the big one, the marquee matchup's going to be Divya against Anna Muzichuk, right? The race for second place. So much money on the line, honor on the line here in Norway chess. It's no joke to finish second in this crowd of super elite players right now. And that's a massive face-off. It is between these two players and their fate in their own hands. I will point out one more thing. You know, Magnus Carlsen versus Gukesh Tomaraju, the viral table smash moment. With the standings as they are right now, I think both of them want to smash some tables tonight, but for different reasons.
Tomorrow's going to be smashing, that's for sure.
Smash it up.
Absolutely. We are all set for an epic final round at Norway chess. So many storylines. First up, though, I got to say a big thank you to Tanya, David. Tanya, congratulations on winning the prediction game.
I don't know what happened. My time machine malfunctioned. Something went wrong.
I just had a better read onto all that was going on. David, you just got to accept it, man. But you're at 5. I'm at 3. You'll be sorry, I can't remember. That's fine.
Nothing. but yes. But okay, well. But tomorrow, what do you think we can expect in terms of Armageddon? I'm going to get you now to do your choices.
Ooh. Already?
Already.
Wow. That's a first. I mean, I will say one thing. Bibisara takes the championship 1 round to spare. Yes. In Norway chess, it's a completely open field. Another guy who's taken the championship of prediction 1 round to spare is David Howell.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
Thank you. I will say, 2 decisive results tomorrow in the classical.
I love how you really pounced on the opportunity to go first. I don't believe I heard anyone give
Okay, you
that.
go first. I'll take what's left. I genuinely think
it's fine.
anything.
I'm taking you on this one. He's going with 2 decisive results for tomorrow. I think with everything that's on the line, I say we have more. I say we have 3 decisive results tomorrow.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. 2 decisive results, 3 decisive results. But one thing for sure, we are going to have a grand finale tomorrow.
Woohoo!
It's going to be epic, and you don't want to be missing it. Thank you, everyone, for following along and watching. Thank you to all of our subscribers. It's been a blast. See you tomorrow.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.